All right, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are off and running. It is already Wednesday if you're listening live, with Memorial Day on Monday. It's already Wednesday, which means Bible study live today, noon Central. We look forward to that and are looking at another day here full of stories. Hey, we've been sitting here talking off air. Good night. They're crazier than ever, but we got each other. So here we go. Good time gang settling in, and Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after the top of next hour. Let's bring them in now. Over to my left, it is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's shave and a haircut. Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
What is happening?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I tell you what, you told them get it.
Well, I had to get my money's worth in something because the truck's not looking good.
Okay, I wanted an update from that. I was concerned about that yesterday. I was hoping that you would let me know what's up. Is it transmission?
Well, we don't know. The people I normally take our vehicles to, they don't even want to work on it.
What?
They said it's in the powertrain. I don't even know what that means.
I don't know.
Flux capacitor.
Oh,
No, I don't know. They said something about powertrain. He said it could still be serious. It may not. We can't. You're going to have to take it to a dealership. I'm like, well, all righty. That's good.
Great.
good
So that'll
night.
happen today.
Come on.
Yesterday we were in
can't
too many
have
different
a
places and too many different people.
Well, how
doing
you
too
getting
many
it there?
different
Because you
things.
probably shouldn't drive it.
Well, I asked him that. I said,
That's
where I'm
already
going to
messed
take
up.
it is probably about 3 miles away, maybe 5. And he said, should be fine to drive it. I said, okay.
Oh, right.
Well, I mean,
And they couldn't fit. They were like, we can't. We don't know if it's mechanical or electrical or,
yeah.
but it's in the powertrain.
If you missed yesterday's
Whatever
show,
that means. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, Helmsy told us that last Thursday.
It's
Let's look
expensive.
back
Sounds
to
expensive.
last Thursday. He was heading home, and his car started stuttering, or
Yeah.
kind of.
That's a good way to put it.
Just
I said slipping. I like stuttering better.
yeah,
Yeah.
skipping,
boy.
Just wasn't
stuttering,
running right.
whatever.
I mean, I knew
There was
it
a
wasn't.
hiccup in it,
Yeah.
and
Something wasn't right.
and so he took it to his guy, and I'm putting his quotes up, and his guy said, "It's over my
You
head."
gotta go to the factory, buddy.
So there's your update.
Yeah. So when I got a haircut yesterday, I said, listen, I may not, because of financial reasons, because my truck's in the shop, go and take it down another level because I may not be back in here until September.
Wow.
You said, I tell you what, this one's got to last.
Yeah.
Can you get me through the summer, please?
Yes.
Golly, buddy.
So who knows? We'll find out. I mean,
What a loser.
You know, it's so funny, too, when I get, what's been 2 days, I've been driving Braden's car.
Mm-hmm.
And I like driving it. He's got a little Grand, just an older car. It's like a,
Yeah.
I don't know, 2012 Grand Cherokee.
Okay.
I mean, it's 12 years old.
Yeah.
I enjoy driving that vehicle. Like it's smooth.
It gets around good.
Yeah, and I'm like, you know what? Why are you just not in something like this? Why are you dealing with the truck?
Yeah.
You don't really need a truck, Helms. But then I think about all those little things that I don't really.
It's good to be able
You don't know
to go,
you need a
I'm
truck till you need a truck.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, I wish I had a truck.
know.
But especially with you going back and forth, you do
know.
need something a little bit
Was
better.
it you, Greg, that was telling me that back in the day, a long time ago, that trucks were cheap?
Yeah,
and
they
cars
were-
were expensive.
yeah, they were-
and
they
now
were
it's
more-
flipped.
Yeah, the trucks cost less than
Yeah.
cars.
Well, let me
in
tell
the
you
old
something.
days.
That's
Especially
not
if
the
you
case
want
anymore.
four-wheel drive.
Of course, they were all plain too. They usually
Yeah.
didn't come with a lot.
Yeah.
Right. yeah.
Well, anyway.
All right, well, buddy, there's your update.
We'll
everybody.
see. I'll
I was wondering about that because I started looking over here. I was asking you questions about it, and it's so weird because it could range from everything for all your fuel injectors, and there's obviously some type of interference going on there. But then it could go serious. It could get off in your transmission and stuff. That'll scare you to death
And
if you Google that.
They've
You know?
advanced. The cars have advanced so much in the last 20 or 30 years that all the things that your dad tried to teach you, that's not even a question. Powertrain, all these things they say, electrical, mechanical.
The computer.
Dad never
Yeah.
said that.
Huh. Right.
It was none of that was even available to talk about.
No.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's over my head.
Yeah. Look, if
there are things that I can do really well. This ain't one of them.
No. Yeah, my dad told me, rotate your tires. Make sure you
That
got your
seems to help.
make sure the oil changes are regular. Make sure you
I
know
used to be bad about letting them go
your
long.
battery and all that, and that's about as far as I can.
That's
go.
all I can give you. A little maintenance.
Yeah, I can do that, and then after that, I'm rolling up in a garage.
Listen,
somewhere.
there was a time when I'd let an oil change. I look down and go, wow. It's like you're doing a science experiment just to see how long it'll last.
Yeah. That's kind of why.
And they last a lot longer than you. But I always.
Yeah, because the one.
Oh, it used to be 3,500, and now it's 5,000.
Yeah.
I think
That's about what I do.
And the car, when they set that, it's on a timer. It's not really a gauge that's reading your oil. It's just on a timer with miles and all that. So
miles or date, whatever.
Yeah.
I go with miles.
Yeah.
I do too. Always.
And to be honest, the truck will tell you too.
Yeah.
And it's usually way past the miles before it tells you.
Yeah.
But I try not to wait that long. There was a time, seriously.
I know.
I remember I had this old truck, and I was like, I don't know if
What's
I've
the
ever changed
longest, mile wise, what's the longest you've gone? I think I've gone 8 before.
Above that.
I've
I'm probably
laughed
between
at
10 and 20.
Yeah.
He said I've laughed
This
at
old
8.
little Nissan I used to have.
Oh, yeah. You don't think getting through college and early 20s?
Things like that just didn't cross your
Oh,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah, I ain't worried about
I mean,
that.
the car would go, wow, somebody help me.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
I'm so thirsty.
I'll tell you, I remember when I bought this car. And if you took it up, you take it to the dealership, get oil changed, and then they wanted to do it every 3,500 miles. Well, I bought a car, and the special they were running was lifetime oil changes. Comes with it. So suddenly it went from 3,500 to 5,000. So when they were paying for it, it was every 5,000. But when they were getting me in there, it was at 3,500.
Yeah.
That'll tell you something.
Yeah, that's kind of
Now,
why
that was a long
it's
time
so important to have a guy, because that guy can at least steer you in the right direction, and you trust that guy because he's done work on your stuff before.
Well, that was another thing the guy said. He said, I would take it to a dealership, or if you know a guy that is Dodge certified, then take him there. I don't know. I don't have a Dodge certified.
You don't have a Dodge certified friend?
No. Well, maybe.
Let me check my friend, see if any of them's Dodge certified.
Well, maybe
he's Chevy. Damn it. I'm sorry.
At night.
So so unnecessary.
I know. Really, he should be the one.
You
doing
wait.
that.
I felt it.
You wasted it.
Suddenly, it was your Dodge.
It was. Yeah,
So maybe. Is it a Dodge or is it a Ram?
Right.
It's
It's
really
Dodge
not a
makes
Ram.
it, but they
I know,
they
but now-
rebranded it as
now it's
Ram.
gone to Ram.
They're called Rams
Right.
now.
Well, Dodge
so-
certified guy can work on it.
Yeah, if you
According to the
Dodge or a Ram
other guy.
dude,
Chrysler.
and look, it can be a lady. We're saying guy, but I mean, there's some.
Oh, you're throwing chicks in
Well,
there.
you don't know. Helmsy at rickandbubba.com. He needs a guy or gal.
Caroline's going to be involved today because I'm going to have her pick me up wherever. First of all, we got to go get it, and then she's going to follow me there.
Now follow your daddy.
She doesn't
I'm
know
be going
that
a little bit
yet,
slower.
But yeah, I mean,
Just drive it till it quits. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm afraid that would be pretty soon.
Yeah.
The way it's
Don't make any
acting.
long-term plans.
How you feel about trade-in?
That's going to hurt you, trade-in, I'll be honest.
It is.
It is.
It is, and you have that battle because I'm at the point where I would be okay getting rid of the truck and getting something else, but you still got to pay to get this fixed. So it's like once I do that, I'm like, well, just keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Well, you really need a guy.
I do.
Go ahead and get a guy.
You really.
I
need
wish
a guy.
I was the guy.
I know. Wouldn't that be cool? With your haircut and everything.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com.
When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Did you lock up, leave a window open? That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe blankets your whole home in protection. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get fast emergency response when you need it the most. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link under rickandbubba.com and the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe Safe.
Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Did you lock up, leave a window open? That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe blankets your whole home in protection. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get fast emergency response when you need it the most. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link under rickandbubba.com and the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful: free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Visit amac.us/Bubba today to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Just go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. Rick here, Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly, and we're off and running. We have updated you on Helmsy's truck. He needs a guy. Bubba is touching Helmsy's new haircut for good luck today. It's like a little, I don't know, it just like a little soft little, I don't know.
Took the peak on back.
Like a little sponge.
You know, I figured out that if I go, typical, if I'm just trying to prepare for something, let's say I got an event, wedding, something like that I got to go to,
event.
something with the kids, graduation,
Something
whatever.
crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta
I'll
dress nice.
go 4 and 1. Okay.
Yeah.
And that cleans the peak up.
Yeah.
And it shortens everything up, trims it up nice. If I'm really feeling froggy, which I was yesterday, it's 3-1.
Was your head burning when you left?
No, and
You
it
know, like
really cleans the peak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like you won't see the peak for a while.
Oh yeah, the peak's done backed off.
So 4 and 3 takes care of the peak, and they don't even have to do anything with scissors.
Yeah.
If I go anything above a 4, they have to trim around the
I'm
peak.
going 4 and 3 today.
Oh, you getting one?
No, I probably.
You've had a good haircut when you have a little white wall around.
Remind me.
Oh
you
yeah.
Okay, it got me. It got me good.
Hey,
I remember when I was a kid. That used to happen to me.
Yeah.
remind me of the break. Different lady in there yesterday.
Oh.
And-
Last time I
and-
went, I didn't
and-
recognize any of them.
And I got a funny story.
All
I
right,
can't
this
say it
is
on
where
air,
they
though.
Greg and Helmsy are communicating. They go to the same haircut place, which is really it's just for convenience.
Oh,
it's
it's
right
right
here
here,
by the
yeah.
studio.
Look,
Um,
I'll just with this hair, I ain't got nothing to worry about. I mean, there ain't so much you can do with it. So I don't care who cuts it. I don't have like this one person.
I
that has
don't
to cut
either.
my hair.
I don't have like it doesn't matter. They could change every day with
I
the
think
hair.
I could go for it.
But yesterday something uncomfortable happened. I
Oh,
need to tell
no.
y'all about. It's
You
funny.
break wind in there.
No, Greg.
You always go to that. Huh?
It's one of two things,
Yeah,
and
I
that's
know.
usually the first one.
That's his first thing, like a child. All right, so I got a little piece of audio here for y'all.
Oh boy.
Let's see what y'all think about this. Oh wow, sounds good.
I can't hear it.
All right, well I'm not ready yet.
Can't hear it.
What do y'all think happened here?
He hadn't realized it because it came in from behind and it reached over and swiped his face twice, got him on the nose and the cheek, and then it went ahead and got his forehead and the top of his head.
A bat. A bat got
I'm
him.
gonna say
bat?
it's not a bear.
A bat
A bat.
flew around.
Oh, is that what you think? How does it do it? Okay. What did you think, Helmsy? Do you think a
Man.
bat like your little brother?
It's
over
had
here?
something sneak up on them.
Yeah, sneaked up behind
I'm
him.
gonna say it's a snake.
Ooh, let's see.
Thanks to the quick reaction by his brother and his family that they were able to distract the bear.
It was a
from what
bear.
very easily, in a matter of seconds, could have turned into a real tragedy.
Everybody that came in to help
yeah.
him, he had a big thank you, and so he's handling it well. And
Now, this kid, this 15-year-old kid in Arizona, really is lucky to be alive.
You sure it
There's
wasn't a bat?
There's a picture of him laid up in the hospital bed. A bear got into his family cabin and attacked him last Thursday. Okay, now think, I'm in my cabin, and the bear gets in there. The older brother chased the bear off and saved his life. And Carol Hawkins was the mom that was talking, and then the law enforcement supervisor, Sean Wagner, came in and finished out the audio there. But how about attacked in your cabin? It's like a movie, you know.
Swiped his
Yeah,
face.
yeah, came in the cabin and got him.
Dang.
You know, I was
It's like
watching,
the movie you fell asleep in.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, we can't remember it. Name of it. But,
Not
Revenant.
yeah,
Revenant. Yeah,
Revenant.
He crawled around too long.
Y'all,
was-
that bear attack in Revenant.
Oh, it was rough.
You know, I was watching.
I was awake during that. Is when he got to crawling around is when I fell asleep.
Yeah, yeah. I was on the other day, and I'm thinking, okay, he's so cold. There's no way. He was cold the whole
He
movie.
was cold.
That's
They
miserable.
had to get inside of a horse to
Yeah.
warm up.
Yeah,
Remember, he cut it open.
yeah. Well, boy.
Gross.
Was watching I guess it was the Smithsonian Channel, and they were doing Aerial America, and I know you like that.
Oh, that's a show.
And they were talking about Yellowstone, and I
Uh-huh.
don't know if they were in. I don't know what part they were talking about, what state, but they were talking about bear attacks, and the numbers were crazy to me. You had like from 1847 until now, there hadn't been that many. Like as far as it was like 10, maybe 8, but here recently there's been that number has been a little higher, and they were told a horrible story about a husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend that were a grizzly attacked it. The guy killed him, mauled him right there on the spot while they were hiking.
Slapped him probably.
And so they told this story, and anyway, she got away, but
So she was faster than him.
yeah, but it was one of those things where, and they talked about the buffalo and how people get too close.
Don't mess with
and
buffaloes.
But I just, the number from 1847 until now I thought, well, that's not many at all. But from like 2010 to now, I think it's been a
Well, we're getting all in their business.
Exactly. We're trying to
Yeah.
take pictures.
Oh, we got to get
and
close.
all this.
Got to get. And how about that? You remember the feminine speaking bear dude that went and with his girlfriend and like
it ate him.
Yeah,
feminine speaking.
Yeah, he did a
bear
documentary,
dude.
and he's a nut.
Yeah, he's in. Yeah,
He lived with them, and he thought he was part of their family. He started yelling at them.
Oh yeah,
what
and
are you
then-
doing?
Yeah, and put up a tent and everything.
And finally, the bear come in there and
he
ended
did. If I remember correctly, he didn't show back up at the meeting place or something, and somebody
had a
went
girl
and
with
checked.
him.
Yeah, and somebody went and checked and
They were dead.
They found him, but it wasn't all of them.
So he thought he lived them. He thought they knew him.
You haven't
he
seen
had them
that?
all named. He named all of
Oh,
them
yeah.
and all this stuff. And he was crazy.
That was
the
disturbing.
Grizzly Man.
Yes,
That was
that's it.
Timothy Treadwell.
That's it.
Is that him?
That's
That
it.
was disturbing.
I've never.
Buddy,
They have audio.
I got to tell you, man, you're not a bear.
Why the Grizzly Man didn't survive eaten alive on camera?
Yeah, well, you can
Awful.
hear it.
Yeah,
They had audio.
you can.
Awful.
Yeah, the scream. Oh, the scream.
The scream.
But he would hang out with him. He thought he was a bear kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I thought
disturbing.
it was
I had a would you rather sent to me yesterday because Angel Hernandez was in the news, a Major League Baseball umpire that retired, the worst ever.
Yeah.
And it was a would you rather that had to do with him and Joe Biden. And would you rather look up and see Joe Biden as the home plate umpire in Game 7 of the World Series and you're one of the managers, or Angel Hernandez be president for a month?
Well, he can't do no worse than what we got.
I would say baseball because it doesn't impact me as much as what the president's doing.
Okay.
And it's just one game.
But it's Game 7.
And it would be entertaining.
Okay.
So there's that factor,
But
too.
you can also look at this. Maybe he's just bad at baseball. Maybe he was good at it.
He may not be a bad person.
Joe's not Biden at this point.
Yeah.
His mind's gone. I mean, he can't help it, but
Yeah.
he's not good at anything.
Yeah. So you're saying decision
I
making?
mean, it
maybe
may not
maybe
happen,
Angel.
but Angel may be a good president. I don't know.
Oh, you got him as president.
It might
Okay,
be.
it might be good. All right. Well, there you go. That's
Because
the,
you
would
know what
rather.
you
That
got
made
with
me-
Joe.
Yeah.
You know that in either position.
And I immediately went to, I think the way Joe Biden would be at a baseball game is like the Naked Gun actor
Yes. God, that was funny when he started
in that baseball game.
Yeah.
Wasn't
that's
that
good.
great?
I mean,
That's good.
that's what I picture when I think Biden.
All right,
I think
so
he
here's
just kind of says, "The heck with it. This is the way I'm going to be."
Here's another would you rather. All right, you're in a tent. Okay,
boy.
you're in a tent.
I'd
and-
rather not be in a tent.
Okay,
I don't like being
and all
in
of a sudden
tent.
you see
Don't
the
like tents.
silhouette of a bear, and he's up.
Oh, he's like that?
All right, and you see the silhouette,
Yeah.
and it's a big one. I mean, it's a big one.
It's
It's
a
as tall as-
grizzly.
oh, it's so big. Or you see the silhouette, and it looks like a cat with a long tail coming up, walking around.
Cat.
You going cat?
Yeah.
Like a
I don't want nothing to do with no big
it
grizzly.
could be a mountain lion.
I think I can shove my fist down the mountain lion's throat and like grab something and try to pull it out.
You do. Okay.
You know, but with the big grizzly, I ain't got.
I don't like either.
He
I
gonna
don't
slap
like.
me.
I don't like either one of these scenarios.
I don't like
but-
the tent.
But I'm gonna go. Don't
No.
like tents at all. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go
Camping's
cat.
horrible.
I'll take big cat over big bear.
Yeah.
If it's a grizzly. Now, if
Right.
it's a black bear or brown bear, I may take my chances
Now-
there.
now
but if
the-
it's a grizzly, I don't
What
want
if it's a
anything to do with
panda?
Whatever it is, it's stalking you obviously, and it knows you're
Now
in
you
there.
add to it.
What noise would you make to get rid of them, like to maybe scare them?
It's kind of subtle.
Right.
Just
okay.
makes them think something ain't right.
I'd start barking for some reason.
Barking. For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com RickandBubba.com. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Visit amac.us/Bubba today to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Just go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Amoxicillin is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats so many types of infections. So how is it possible that America could run short of amoxicillin? Antibiotics come from China and India. So if you or a family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, then what? That's why we have a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's ready to go. It comes with amoxicillin and other essential prescriptions to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. This is not, I repeat, it is not a first aid kit. It's like having urgent care in your home with these essential prescriptions. You've got your medications now, so there's no waiting to see a doctor and no lines at the pharmacy only to learn that they're out of your medicine. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours in minutes and get 15% off by going to twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba with the code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Good Time Gang Live and Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. All right, so we are just sitting around getting ready for the day, and my goodness gracious, we've hit a number of different things already and have a lot more to discuss. we always enjoy just sitting around looking at some of the lighter stories of the day, but this one is weird here. I don't know what it is about people taking their clothes off when they are doing something crazy. It seems to be that they want to disrobe. This audio here is bizarre. Take a listen to this.
One of our main concerns was that he could have hurt himself. He could have fallen, and within a few minutes, they took him away, I think probably to a holding station down the street. He returned again after he was released, fully clothed in a nice white outfit that they provided at the holding station.
That's Hector Malero.
Hector's naked.
Is the guy that got naked. He's a New Mexico man. He was arrested for indecent exposure after climbing a Transformers statue.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. Albuquerque police were dispatched Monday. That's Memorial Day.
Now, wait a minute.
After a 47-year-old Hector Malero
Naked.
had climbed on top of a bumblebee statue and disrobed.
I thought you said Transformer statue. What is that?
I guess that is Bumblebee.
Is Bumblebee a Transformer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know about those.
According to criminal complaint,
I don't know about Bumblebee.
Hector was seen on top of the statue, fully naked, and with what police called a bunny suit around his ankles.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So at some point he started out in a bunny suit.
Right.
And then he decided, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to climb Bumblebee.
Mm-hmm.
As if that's not going to give me enough tension. Oh, by the way, I'm going to drop a bunny suit, and I'm going to be naked.
And I always think about the first responders with this.
Oh,
Albuquerque Fire Rescue had to show up. And then you're dealing with that. So
We've
now,
said this before. You send the low guy, the new guy. You go get Hector. He's naked.
Hey, get Hector down.
Yeah.
get Hector down.
Low man,
so
go
they
get
show
him.
up. The fire rescue arrived on the scene and were able to assist Hector down from the statue. Again, think about it. Okay, bunny suited ankles, naked, top of Bumblebee statue, and I've got to get him down.
Hector's got to get
y'all. I bless y'all's heart.
Hector, put your hands behind your back. Oh boy,
golly. You just never know, do you? When that call comes in, you don't know where you're going and what you're dealing with. He was arrested for indecent exposure, and will
normally follows that. Yeah.
And he'll have I think he has an arraignment today.
Two things.
I wonder if he'd be naked at his arraignment.
Good gosh.
Two things out of that story. One, the nakedness. So yesterday I was talking to another coach on the phone, and he had daddy duty, and I heard him, like, we were just in the middle of a conversation. I think it even had something to do with, like, I can remember we were talking about the transfer portal. And in midstream, he goes, "Hey, where's your pants?"
What?
And I thought, oh, he's talking to his son. And so they got to talking back and forth, and they were trying to find his pants. And I thought, he was like, "You can't go outside without your pants."
Okay.
And
that's interesting.
No, you can't.
And I thought,
that's wisdom.
You cannot do that.
And here's the thing: I thought to myself, how great it is to be in a kid's mind to think, I just go outside without my pants if I want to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
that was his mindset. He
They don't
went to the
care.
bathroom. He left his pants in there. I mean, he's young. He's like 3.
Yeah, little kid.
And he's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to leave my pants in here and go outside.
Yeah, I mean-
And I thought, what a great world in his mind that he lives in.
Carefree.
Yeah.
And so that was the naked part. The other part is this. You mentioned that was the fire department or police that was going.
Yeah.
I want to know where are y'all at on these fire trucks that are painted different colors,
Like
other
pink
than,
one.
I like red, but I know, like in Helena, we have one that's the Helena blue color.
Yeah, some of them do the
so
color of their.
that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
and I get that. I mean, I'm not
that's okay.
against it.
So I saw this morning.
We all know a fire truck's red. We all know that.
Well, and
We're
but
messing with them.
and I kind of want. I'm the traditional red fire truck guy.
Yeah.
Okay, but this morning I saw
They
one
look
painted Spain Park blue with Spain Park's logos on it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
for
Like-
those of you listening across
Like
the
Carolina blue
country,
kinda?
yes, and
Yeah.
it was awesome looking.
Yeah, that's kind of what what
Okay.
Helena
Black.
has.
All right.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
firehouse
looked
that
really
it's at,
good.
it's they look great. I mean, I don't might get them, but I think of a
yeah.
fire truck being red.
Oh,
I
but-
do too.
But when I
Everybody
saw
does.
that,
Fire
you
engine
see-
red. That people actually refer to. That's fire engine red.
right.
Well, I was stopped at a
You're
red
a
light on
redneck of the fire
280,
engine.
and it was pulling out, and I thought, I thought my eyes were messing with me at first.
Right.
Matter of fact, I even looked to make sure my lights were on. Like I thought if Braden's lights messed up, why does that thing look blue? And as it got closer, I thought, okay, there's the Spain Park logo. This is a Spain Park fire truck.
How about that?
It looks sharp. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that in there
Yeah,
too.
no,
Just you
no,
said
keep them clean.
First
You're
responders,
good.
I thought, well,
Yeah,
you know what? I saw some first responders this morning, and they were looking good in that blue truck.
You like that?
I got an update for y'all too, and Greg's all over this one, Helmsy. Do you remember this story we did about the man that spent $14,000 to become a border collie? Do you remember that?
In Japan.
Yes, I do.
And he walked
Remember how
around.
real it looks?
Remember
Yes.
that somebody
Yeah.
took him for a walk and he had a little suit and everything?
Yeah, I do remember.
Well,
that.
he has changed his mind because he's now realized it's too difficult to walk like a
You
dog.
think?
Yeah, that's the
And-
only part, though. The fact
Yeah.
he can't walk. Like when it showed him, did you see him doing the agility test?
No, I didn't see that part.
They've got him doing, like that run up the ramp.
Oh,
he can't do it, and then he
yeah.
tries to jump over the thing.
Oh, yeah, the
he
little obstacle
completely
course.
failed it. And but he's decided that it's too hard to walk like a dog. So,
Y'all,
but
so-
he is considering different animals. He's looking.
So I got to go
I'll
back
give
to
him
this.
That's one heck of a suit.
It is. It is. I'd like to see him. You didn't think it would be hard? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know if
it
I
took
actually
you-
had to live as a dog to realize it'd be hard to walk
right
like a dog when you're not a dog.
How about walk around like a dog in the house before getting the suit, and then you realize, that's probably too hard.
Instead of before you place that order for that $14K, maybe
Good
try to
night.
walk like a dog for a few.
And let's not forget, he has friends that took him for a walk.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
They stay
so
with
they're
him.
not right.
No, they ain't right.
Remember seeing her
Hey,
walking?
I'm telling you, there's always some perversion involved. Yeah, again, if you look too close at this, he's probably getting his jollies off being a dog.
Getting his jollies.
Well, he's got his hands in his pocket.
I'm just saying,
Careful.
there's always like them old furry people and all that weird mess. There's always, look, he's dressed up like a little character. Yeah, something weird about that guy. He's got other. motives.
So he
bark
spent
for me.
He spent $14,000 on this.
Yeah.
And if you
think
look
it ran
at
up
it,
to
it's a pretty good price because it really looks real.
All right, so
yeah.
And I don't.
He got a deal.
How long has he been doing this?
I
don't know if
since like a couple of years.
I don't know if you'd call it a good investment. Maybe since he.
How long did I wonder? He did wear it all day.
I don't.
Did he ever take it? He had to take it.
Can you come out?
He
of
got
it?
to take a shower.
What about this?
I tell you, he looked just like a dog.
I would.
He did.
I
He
would
really
have
did.
The
buyers.
agility test kind of.
I would have buyer's regret with this one. Okay, get it.
Yeah.
But what is the most you've spent on something that within less than a year you're like, crap, I shouldn't have bought that?
Oh, I don't know.
Golf shirt.
Really?
Golf shirt. Speedy.
He was thinking like a lawnmower.
I was thinking like I said how much, meaning it needs to look, like
Golf shirts
wow.
are very expensive.
I read
but
it. I ran it.
don't know if
I wore it
qualifies.
one time, gave it to Helmsy, and he didn't even wear
I know
it.
Right,
Travis.
purple one.
Listen,
Yeah.
I know Travis Matthew likes his shirts, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm sure there is something I'm not thinking of.
Yeah, I don't really-
blank.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've got something stupid. I look and go, why did I pay that? It's never even used.
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a golf shirt.
Yeah. Well, no, I was I thought about it because I got it.
Pair of
wore it-
gym
hey,
shorts.
Wore it one time. All right, and realized that I didn't even
Well,
need
you look
to
like
buy-
an Easter egg.
No, you said I look like Barney. And then I gave it to Helmsy, and it was so
and Amanda
bad.
got rid of it.
he-
No, I
he
wore
didn't
it,
even
and
want
Amanda
it.
got rid of it. She didn't want me in a purple shirt.
And a golf shirt's pretty expensive.
Yeah,
I wore it
well,
one time.
I
You
don't
wore
know
it
if
one
that
time.
Qualifies what
It
Helms
was a nice.
asking.
It was a
Yeah.
nice one too. It
Yeah.
doesn't qualify from what I
Yeah, I
was
saw a
asking.
homeless guy wearing it the other
What
day.
about
They
what
must have given
about
it a good one.
like prom dresses or something like that
Oh,
that you
my
wear one
goodness.
time?
Oh,
you know?
I bought plenty of them.
Yeah. I mean, I know,
didn't wear it.
I know
My
for the
daughter.
moment, correct, and that's why I said that. But I know that, like,
Oh,
for
boy.
you,
Oh,
I
and
mean,
they admitted.
it had its purpose at the time, but then you look back and you're like, wow, we
Listen, they admitted. I was looking at all them dresses, and they admitted that they tricked me on one, and I thought they didn't pay. They paid way more than I thought they did, and they waited about. Chandler's she'll be 30 her next birthday, and they just recently let me in on this.
Golly.
We bought Caroline something for one of these events, and
Yeah.
she's rented it out to somebody else.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
and she was like, yeah, I'm renting it to so and so.
Mhm.
I'm going to make some money. And I said, wait a minute, how are you making money renting our dress?
Yeah, we got rented a bunch of times to
Right,
get that money
yeah.
back.
Well, not only that, but you didn't pay for it.
Yeah.
So why are you getting the money from renting
It should go back to you.
Now, I'll give you a finder's fee.
Sure.
Because
Cut you
you're
in.
yeah, no doubt. But I don't think you should
Credit
collect
for a
this
sale.
entire.
Yeah, I get that.
They don't get
I
it.
get.
No.
I see people all the time like putting out information about, hey, we're trying to sell this prom dress.
Oh.
And some people keep it just because they want to keep it and always have it. But the others are like, dude, we need to get rid of this thing. You know.
I paid a lot of money for a lot of dresses.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Good gracious alive. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We're now getting emails of other cities that are paint their fire trucks. So I know that those two communities aren't the only two, but I see both of them a lot.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. We got 14 minutes until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us here at top of the hour for the main show. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Visit amac.us/Bubba today to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Just go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. We are moving right along. At top of the hour, we have Rick, Bubba, Adler all joining us for the main show. Bible Study Live today, noon Central. We're hopping around some of the stories of the day, doing some Would You Rathers, and we thank you for being with us. Again, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. As always, feel free to join in. There'll be unscreened phone calls this hour, but if you want to join in, you can, and we could always venture over there. All right. Well, I've killed enough time, Greg. I can't do it anymore. All right, Helmsy, go ahead.
So I got to ask y'all. There's a term being used in our house, and I feel like we don't use this term anymore. And Amanda, Braden, when he has his buddies over, she'll say, "Braden's posse's coming over."
Okay.
And so do y'all still use the word posse?
I have not used that. I haven't used that in a long time.
And I was explaining.
You got to be careful.
Y'all are my posse, though.
Well,
you got to be careful with it.
I explained to her that I think, we've upgraded that word. Nobody uses it anymore. She's like, what? And I said, it's crew, entourage. Right. I mean, I'll even give you gang. His gang's coming over.
Gang, yeah.
But we don't use the word posse anymore.
No.
And so, but she still does.
That's her, though.
She's slinging posse around just left and right around the house using that term. And I'm like, that's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's a crew. It's an entourage.
Right.
I even give you friends. I mean, but we don't say posse anymore.
So that's out.
That's out.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't wrong in that.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking. So am I shutting something down that?
No.
And again, there's nothing
something
wrong with it. It's just I don't either.
I don't hear my boys using it either. I will tell you this: they use low key a lot. Low key, like hey, low key this, which means I guess it's not a major deal. Oh, he's off in it. He's leftist.
I don't know what's.
But they'll be like, hey, low key, I need to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why don't you just say?
I need.
What that means is I have to use the bathroom. It's not an emergency, but hey, just whenever we have a chance, whatever. I've noticed they use low key a lot. That's just that's anyway. But I don't hear that. I don't hear that.
Yeah, I don't either. And I just wondered if I needed to start using it again. But
right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Greg, you okay over there?
Nah, I got a mess.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what happened.
All right.
Anyway.
Something came into my world yesterday for like 4 hours that I didn't realize it was going to.
Okay.
And you know how something will hit, like this morning. You found the...
Yeah, let me do this real quick.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's perfectly fine. I don't even need to tell this story. The story's kind of ridiculous.
No.
I was trying to kill time.
No, that's fine. I got home, I guess, the other day, and I had a mosquitoes Cook's Pest Control sign in the front yard that said, hey, we've been here. And I knew they had been there because they had told me, hey, were coming today and all this kind of stuff. And this portion of the show is brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. They do so much. We love Cook's Pest Control. They're the best. They don't mess around. They got, if you have ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, they offer that mosquito spray, as I talked to you about. You can contact them at cookspest.com today for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation for your home or business. There's no obligation. They even offer services for contractors if you're in that business, maybe new home construction. Check them out. Cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. You can also look under rickandbubba.com and click the sponsors button. I just wanted to get that in. Go ahead.
I knew y'all were in a handle because I said something in the previous story, and the fact that neither one of you looked up when I said it, and I did it on purpose to see how much you were paying attention. And I realized that I was alone at that point. And and I'll tell you what I said when we are done. And the fact that y'all missed out on it is truly unreal, especially for Greg. Greg's not even listening now. No. And you finished with it.
Really.
We got through it.
Right.
And so he's still, yesterday, Bubba brought up the fact that he played pickleball over the weekend, Memorial Day weekend.
I can tell by the questions he's asking, he's going in.
Yeah, and I didn't know, and I just thought that pickleball would be
Rick ain't far
in
behind.
that segment, and then I wouldn't have to deal with pickleball anymore the rest of the day.
Right.
And turns out I had like 4 hours worth of pickleball discussions. I went and hit with Brady yesterday for about 3 hours, and we were next to 6 pickleball courts.
Good night.
And so I'd constantly looking up there.
A lot of pickles.
I'm doing a lot of research, doing a lot of and I don't have to give that, but I was just really taking in what was happening, who was playing, how athletic people were, the age of the people that were playing, how many of them would actually play the whole time versus use it as a social experiment to where they were play for a few minutes and then they'd go sit down and talk. So I was just kind of looking, just doing my own little study, personal study. And then after all that, I had to help make a decision, I should say, on pickleball lines on tennis courts at Jacksonville State. So it's so funny when
resurfacing everything.
We're resurfacing everything right now. We've got 12 courts, and so what we're going to do for 2 of the courts is it'll still be a tennis court. There'll be a tennis net.
Right.
But you can paint tennis pickleball lines on. You can have 2 courts, pickleball courts on a tennis court.
Yeah.
And so you have a put up, take down net situation.
Like soccer does on a football field.
Yeah, so we're doing that on 2 of the courts. And so I was having to gather some information and send that to the people. I just didn't realize pickleball was going to be at least 4 hours of my time yesterday between witnessing.
4 hours?
Yeah, between witnessing it for the 3 hours, Bubba's segment, and then having to have these conversations with multiple people yesterday on painting lines.
Yeah.
I just didn't know it was going to be that big of my part of my day.
So you've decided to take it up.
I am, and I did. I reached out to somebody yesterday and said, "Hey, when y'all need a 4th, I'd like to play."
Oh,
Casey.
Yeah. Oh boy, I bet you he responded quickly on that.
He did. The quickest response I've never. Casey usually takes a couple days to get back to me. If I text him about pickleball, it's within minutes. It's crazy.
He loves
it. Really is.
He loves it. Hey, look, I think if it stays in its lane, I think it's great for people to have something to do, an activity, move around. That's awesome. Just stay in your lane and be fun, right?
Pickleball.
It's whenever it's somebody gets over and it's the best thing ever and it's better than this. Just have fun doing that. I think it's great for people to be able to get out and be active and move around.
You think that's great?
Yeah, I do. It's better.
I think everybody should.
It's better than sitting at home.
It really is a good sport for the
you're
unathletic.
Happy for them, but you're not playing it.
No, I'm not. I haven't gone in yet. We've had an opportunity. It just hadn't happened. A lot of the couples go out that we know and do mostly the moms, but some of the dads have told me, "Hey, I've got pulled in."
I'm thinking about building one in my house.
Yeah, go ahead.
You a
lot of money.
I don't have the room.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We could start our own Rick and Bubba pickleball team.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, and go out and just dominate people, make them like it. I think we'd get in trouble for trash talking. I think pickleball's is it more laid back?
I don't know.
Three on the tree, so I was set, the cassettes come out. Yeah. The cassettes come out, and then that 66 Mustang, I remembered being required a number 2 leaded pencil all the way through school, and I figured that's what it was made for, to keep the slack out of your cassette tape.
Yeah, I remember number 2.
Roll it.
A million miles from Kentucky. Let's go to Candace out of Alabama. Candace, go ahead.
Hey, that was just one of those strange ones that I've never had a Big Mac.
What's the resistance to that? Why did that never happen?
It just seems large and greasy. I don't even know if I could get my mouth over it. I mean, it's
have you ever tried the quarter pounder?
No.
You just a normal hamburger person? You just get the regular no matter where you go? None of the big burgers?
No. I for McDonald's, I'm a chicken nugget gal.
Never had a Whopper?
You can say it.
No. Can I ask the?
Okay, so you always get the chicken.
Can I suggest cutting it in half so you can handle it better?
You never been able to cut a Big Mac in half. No way.
I'd like to ask.
She can't eat it like it is.
No, she says she just goes over to chicken nuggets.
How is the side? I mean, you ever seen?
What are you talking about?
I mean, you ever seen those little mouth people where they got little mouths?
Yes.
Do you have a little mouth?
I'm like, I mean, it would just go I don't think I could get my mouth big enough to get it over
I got you.
the hamburger.
I got you. Yeah, you're just saying too much burger, not enough mouth. I got it. Thank you.
We were all hoping for a sauce issue, maybe too much lettuce.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
I might ask my buddy.
I know the people that push back on the special sauce. I got it.
Yeah.
And
sometimes it's just purely presentation and not the taste of it.
Like I said, it bothered me that it didn't have ketchup and mustard on it because that's what I want on the burger.
Yeah. Right.
You know, they were trying to sell me on this burger has onions, lettuce, and a sauce, and that was like, I don't know about that. But I guess for some people it's just too big a burger mountain to climb.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Why?
It is messy.
Just can't get your mouth on it.
How about this?
I bet she struggles at Jimmy John's. That's a big sandwich.
It sounds like to me she's one of these people that needs smaller food.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
so.
you know,
That's why I was saying I've met those people before.
Yeah.
Have you ever lost your man card and cut a hamburger in half?
Never. No, I don't want to do that because I still want to be a man.
Okay.
All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
I do have a friend that, and we'll move on to this next story, but I do want to make this one point because I've gotten people that I've known for several years now that let me know they've never had a Big Mac. You know how sometimes you wait on the word from somebody that is an expert in a certain area? You know, this is kind of like back the way we all felt about Fauci at the beginning of the pandemic. This person who will remain nameless is a hamburger connoisseur. Okay. If you remember, he's the one that took me to that convenience store that said, today you will have the best burger you've ever had.
I love that because I'm all about a good burger.
All he does is go around looking for the greatest hamburger there ever was. He's a hamburger expert in a hamburger.
He's a
foodie. Here's what he says about the Big Mac. The bun-to-meat ratio just isn't right on the Big Mac. There's too much bread and not enough meat, and that's why I'm against it.
I agree. That extra piece of bread they put between the patties.
He says in his expert opinion.
I'm not big into the special sauce either.
Yeah, in his expert opinion, the meat-to-bun ratio is off on the Big Mac.
I think he's right.
So
you should actually, because the quarter pounder's thicker, you should put the thicker on the Big Mac because there's more bread.
We've had a lot of people asking the question now in their office or their classroom, and I'm shocked at the number of people who have not had a Big Mac to make their own ruling.
Listen to this figure right here.
Head football coach just polled his classroom, homeroom this morning. 10 of 18 people have not had juniors. All juniors in high school, 10 of 18 have not had a Big Mac.
And here's why. I told you, the generation before us was tougher and meaner and accomplished more than we did. But we were still tougher than the generation that is now below us. When we were children, teenagers, whatever, there was none demonizing of fast food.
No.
None.
No.
It didn't exist. No one demonized fast food. No one was afraid of fast food. No one thought they had a weird concept that they would let their children eat fast food when it was allowed by the parents. That and if you couldn't drive, you only got to eat what your parents allowed you to have.
You played out in the yard all day
Right.
too.
And we
You
were
were very
hard.
active. Yeah,
Didn't
that's why we're all getting knee replacements now.
But these juniors that you're talking about, they have lived in a world that demonized fast food to children.
Yeah,
they've lived in that
You're right.
world, and I think you see the impact.
If you would have polled somebody when we were that age,
it'd been 18 out of 18.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
And
And have y'all seen when they do this for limited time only? They have a smaller version of the Big Mac. They have like 3 versions that you can pick from for limited time. And then you got the regular, I guess a bigger one, and then a smaller one.
That might have helped our caller, the last one,
That's a
who
good
said it
point.
was just too big of a burger mountain to
That's
climb.
on limited time.
So anyway, all right. So
I'm beginning to get a little hungry. I don't know about
now
you
we're
guys.
about to leave fast food and go to extremely healthy, and that features the Tom Brady story. Now, the reason why we're covering this today is it's twofold. Number one, everybody's obsessed with what Tom Brady is doing because they think, can I be that healthy at his age? And the answer is no. By the way, to me, It is 6 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Here we go. The kickoff hour is behind us. Thank you, Speedy. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Helmsy. They've knocked that out for you. Eddie Van Adler settles in, and we go for it. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching the show live or on the archive or maybe the best of hour on Blaze TV, that's our YouTube option. Eddie Van Adler directs all that. Hello to America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you're listening to one of those fine affiliates, thank you for being with us. That's another live option. If you don't have affiliates and you can't get to YouTube, maybe you're listening on the TuneIn app. That's a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel. TuneIn is a free download. Then you just search Rick and Bubba Show, get the live show, and then full shows archived 24/7. That's another option for you. Or maybe you're strictly in the world of the archive. Hello to those of you listening on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel to the daily archives. So we're glad that you are with us as well. Whether it be live and archived or somewhere in between, we'll take you any way we can get you. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
the morning sun, ignite my energy. Ow. Yeah.
All about the 75.
There it is. Earth, Wind, and Fire. And I saw when I rose for the day today that both the real Greg Burgess and Bubba, their wives and family members and friends, they went out last night. The party saw Earth, Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie.
What a combo.
Live in concert. And
I wish I could have gone.
Any chance you would have gone?
Yeah, I would have loved to have
I'd
gone,
like
but
to have
some of us got to go to work.
Well,
Right, Greg?
Bubba, I saw.
I fell asleep on the couch and got back to bed, and I saw where you'd sent that. I would, like I say, the first concert we ever saw was Lionel Richie when he was in the Commodores, and he did a lot of Commodore songs.
Well, that's what I was wondering, Bubba. When I got up today, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah.
And the time stamp was 9:42 p.m. Central Daylight Savings Time.
Middle of the night. Middle of the night.
And I
it's
thought
like 2 in the morning to anybody else.
I thought, is that concert still going? And it's like you said, it's so foreign now to even imagine.
No, I know.
But I saw the hype when Mom was in the hospital, so I saw Lisa a lot, Greg's wife, and they were all just stirred up and hyped. It was funny to watch Lisa just wanting to see Earth, Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie, and then Greg trying to be cheap about the tickets.
I'm just you got to play the system.
I'll tell you why it hurt a little bit, because there's no way to go. And I'm glad Betty could go.
So
with her
no way
friends
you go on a weeknight, even if it just.
I doubt it. Not maybe in November, but not now.
Right.
And it's those are two artists I've never seen in concert.
Really?
No, absolutely not. I didn't see the Commodores. So
I what you love
about
about they played the music.
And of course, Betty's sending me pictures, and they're right down front. I don't know how they pull that off.
Yeah, Lisa and them were real close. We got off in Ticketmaster. I know where all the good seats.
I know. What was funny was watching Greg, because tickets, if you watch them, if you can hang on, when they get down to the end, whatever they hadn't sold, they start trying to paper the room.
Yeah.
And Lisa Burgess wanted no part of being part of papering the room. She was
said,
like,
if we'll hold out till about a day before it.
Right. And she was like,
said,
no way.
I've picked the seats I want.
Yeah,
there they are.
Right, yeah. But
so what'd that set you back?
They were over 100 each.
Yeah, well, I haven't got the bad news yet. So I don't know.
It's not pretty. It's not pretty.
Could have got some yesterday for 25.
Right. So,
but it looked like, was Philip Bailey with Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Oh, really?
There's 3 original members
I didn't know he's
left.
still there.
Yeah.
Everybody else has died.
Betty sent me a picture, and it was just a little blurry, and I kept blowing. I said, that looks like Philip Bailey. I didn't know he still performed.
It's Philip Bailey, the bass player with the long hair.
And
then
he's
one
fantastic.
Other guy.
He's fantastic.
One other guy. And it seems like
how old is Philip
the bass player
Bailey?
was brothers with 2 of the other ones that have passed away.
Hey, how old is Philip Bailey?
Oh, there's
how
no. Lisa said he was hitting high notes, too.
No way.
Yeah. She said he was up there.
Morning glory on about the 75.
There he is, right there.
There he is.
I could tell by his haircut it was him.
Sure. So anyway,
he likes that high and tight.
So some of the ladies got to go enjoy that last night, so that was great. And it was Lionel. Of course, they may not be as critical as you can be, Greg. But I mean, was Lionel?
I thought Betty was going to get on stage. And
I saw that picture.
Lisa
looked good. He looked
Lisa
great.
did some. She's that person out there filming.
Yeah.
So it sounded pretty good.
Okay.
I think that's your 3 originals. Right
there's your 3 originals. Okay. Yeah. There they are. Yeah. So that bass player's been around forever.
Oh yeah,
and he can thump.
He can thump. Wild dancing.
So what all did Lionel do? Did you get a report? I didn't talk to
He
Betty
did.
this morning,
I saw he did Easy. He did Sell On. He did Brick House.
Gotta do it. He did Brick House. Took Walter Orange's spot. Is that okay?
I guess. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Walter sang that one.
Sure did.
Lionel took it. It is weird when you look back to what Lionel became. And
Lionel had a lot of hits on his own.
Well, I'm talking about, but there was a time when they first came out where you would see Walter Orange up front and Lionel Richie playing like a saxophone.
I know.
I mean,
know.
And you're just like, wait a minute, we got. And then sooner or later, he made his way to the front.
And then they put out just a musical, Machine Gun. There's no lyrics.
Fantastic. Love Machine Gun. It was the theme, as a lot of the veterans know, of Pigskin Roundup.
It was.
So,
yeah, I would love to win. But
boy, my weeknight concerts, they hurt. A Tuesday night, ooh, that hurts. That stings.
Kills you for the rest of the week.
That stings.
That's rough.
I mean, the Thursday night, you drag it on Friday.
Sure.
You just get through it.
Of course, we just came off a 4-day weekend, but still. But still, you can't do that to yourself. Now you're chasing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
To me, Tom Brady.
Not unless you're a multimillionaire, can hire a cook.
Right. It's like that time I remember I was listening, and it might have been Oprah. I can't remember who it was. Before I knew that she was part of the Kabbalah. Yeah. But the my goodness, this
Rick,
but anyway,
ankle bracelet.
Greg. But I remember listening to this extremely successful, extremely healthy person, kind of giving me a speech about how they lost all their weight and how they went to eating these kind of foods. Come to find out, they had a chef.
Makes a world of
difference. Well,
difference.
for the love of all that's good and kind, if I have a chef that in the budget, that every day the chef prepares for me the things that I need to be healthier. Well, yeah. I mean,
Rick, and then when he leaves, my trainer comes and works with me.
Right. I mean,
I could probably pull that off.
But anyway, Tom Brady has this.
Maybe if you chase a chef for the food, you could take care of both at the same time.
So Tom Brady's health routine has been something everyone's interested in because of the health that he's in at the age that he's in, playing a very violent game, and just won a Super Bowl at 42 years old. Is that right?
On a brand new team.
But what brings it to our show is not just that, is he's showing how he does the smoothie, and when he goes to the banana, he does what I've been talking about for years, and he pinches the tip off of it, just like I instructed. Watch it, boom, there it goes. See, he's doing exactly what I was talking about, and throwing away these two ends, because the ends, I'm telling you, can have that banana spider in it.
I'm sure it was a perfect pass too.
Yeah. So
look at him.
Yeah, you see, he did exactly.
Yeah, look at that follow through.
He's doing the banana pinch.
Has he addressed?
He didn't mean to pinch that much off that one end.
Yeah, he went a little far.
He did.
Did he? I mean, you can cut it and get a better cut.
Exactly.
But Rick, did he address why he was doing that pinch, or is it just the end of the banana squished up after he peeled it, or what?
Well, he's
look at that. Look at that mess he's mixing up.
I'm telling you, it looks fantastic.
He's got it.
No, Rick, it does not look fantastic.
Well, that's not chocolate chips. I must be.
No, it doesn't.
Healthy thing.
Let me ask you this, because he's putting in some ingredients from TB12. Are y'all familiar with this?
No.
His vitamin line?
No.
He has his own vitamin line.
Well, of course he does.
Yeah.
He
It's
should.
called TB12.
Now, let me tell you this.
That's what he needs to do, generate.
So what all's in that? Read that off, Rick.
Blueberries, TB12 protein, so any protein.
Yeah, we're good on that so
Pumpkin seed.
I'm okay with that.
Banana with the ends. The greatest of all time says he's afraid of spider eggs in the end of his banana, and he did exactly what I told y'all to do years ago when I was laughed at by some people.
And he said he heard it on the Rick and Bubba show.
Electrolytes
on TikTok and ask him why he did that.
Electrolytes, chia seed, don't know what that is. Almond butter, we have that at the house.
That's seeds
I like
from
almond.
Rick. That's seeds from chia.
Yeah, and then hemp milk.
Well, Jenkins would love that.
Hemp milk.
Well, I don't want to know how they get that.
No, I don't.
I wonder what hemp milk tastes like. A rope.
Hey, y'all don't forget he eats my protein ball recipe too.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Thank you, Speedy.
Thank you, buddy.
I bet it's tough to get milk out of a hemp plant.
If only he'd been as enthusiastic about the disco fever hit of the day as he is that.
He's on fire about that.
But anyway,
Does it show him putting the milk in this or no?
Yeah, right at the end.
I want to know about.
I want to know what it looks like. Is it that
Can
must
you
be
just
the
use
electrolytes?
almond milk instead of hemp milk, maybe?
There's the butter.
How do you
maybe.
buy electrolytes?
That's the almond butter right there. There's the milk. Right there.
Or that one right there, yeah.
What is hemp milk?
Why can't I just go almond milk?
And what does he put that in a
probably
blender? Does he put all that in? It looks like he made a salad and put it in a blender.
It does.
Good night.
How about them chia seeds?
Rick, I really expected. I mean, you just don't see him going for the 2 steak and biscuits at the drive-thru, do you?
No, bro.
No, you're not. You're not going to see that, my friend.
Is he going to hit a point when he's done playing and he just lets himself go and just eats like crazy?
Do you realize that? Just think of the world we're living in now with TikTok and all this stuff.
Tick.
7.9 million views in less than a day.
Just for that.
Of Tom Brady fixing the smoothie.
Just for that.
Somebody scan that and see did they address the banana pinching directly in that? Surely somebody asked the question why he did that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you why.
Well, I know why you say it is, Rick. I just wonder if
I've been saying that for years. Do you
and Tom Brady?
Do you pinch the banana on the ends? Yes or no?
I usually don't.
I cut them off.
See there?
With a butter knife.
Because
You know me.
I'm not a big banana guy.
I pinch
tear 'em up.
I pinch them off, but I don't do it because I'm concerned there's a spider in there. I pinch it off because I just don't like the end for some reason.
Let me tell you this.
I
though.
know that's weird, but
You know what though? However I got you there, you're safe.
I only
Yeah, you're right.
Now that I think about it, I don't. The end that's at the bottom of the stem, I don't. It's just the one at the tip. That's got that.
I leave the bottom tip just in there. I just 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so speaking of, we love to talk about music stuff here on the program because we all love music. There I say. I want to run with you. So, all right, so this past weekend, we're still, a lot of times you go a long weekend like that, you're still remembering things that happened. So, when we were spending some time over this past weekend, I told you about this. We got invited by Brody's in-laws down to the lake, which was great. And so we're down there with he and his wife, Camtastic. Now, this is the things you just think about in your mind, and that's where I played that coming back. So all of a sudden, young Broderick looks at me and he goes, "Dad, so Darius Rucker was in Hootie and the Blowfish?"
Yeah, no.
And I said, "What?" I said,
he
I
didn't,
said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "I'm watching some Hootie and the Blowfish concert where they come back, and I look at camera, I'm like, what's Darius Rucker doing singing with them?" And I said, "What?"
So he knew him as Darius Rucker, the country singer.
Yes, and he goes. I thought to myself.
See, I guess
he said he even thought they must not have had their lead singer, and they got
Right.
Darius Rucker to come. I said, "Brody,
What about the fact he sounds just like the song? That would have been a hint.
I said, "Brody, you never put together that Darius Rucker was the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish before he was ever Darius Rucker, the country star?"
That's fine.
And he goes, "No, I had no idea."
There's a whole generation probably thinks that.
That's what hit me. I thought there's a generation. See, we thought it was weird that he became a country artist and wasn't Hootie. Well, he wasn't Hootie, but he hated when you
everybody
did
called
that.
him Hootie.
Yeah. And anyway, that was.
we thought he was.
But that's on him for naming his band that.
Right,
Yes.
which, by the way, goes back to what we were talking about in the break about all these festivals we've all been through over the years. And when Sherry and I were just started dating, and I was still program director at Q104 before I slid that over to Speedy, and I had to deal with these music people, and they were telling me that I needed to go see this new band that they had that we should be playing on Super Q104. And so I was there. Sherry and I were at this festival called City Stages, used to be downtown Birmingham.
Yeah.
And I said, "You know what?" I said, they told me they want me to go see some band, Hootie something. And she goes, "Hootie?" I said, "Hootie Fish or something like that." and she said, "What?" I said, "I'm not going to go watch some Hootie Fish." And of course, then they went on to be huge.
Yeah.
But that was so weird. I said, I got to be perfectly clear here, my 23-year-old son. You don't know that Darius Rucker is the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish?
Come on.
He said, "I had no idea. I thought he was up there jamming with them." I said, "He's the
Special guest,
He
Darius
is he was that first."
Yeah.
We all thought it was Hootie.
Right.
Isn't it great? It is, that Hootie and Blowfish story is funny to me because there's artists or groups that when they came out we knew nothing about, and when Don Juan and I went to backstage at the Grammys and interviewed different people, we were walking around doing different stuff, and we passed a record store and it said Eminem out, and he was doing a signing inside the record
No
store,
way.
and we were like, "Who's that?"
You thought it was
kept-
candy, didn't you?
Yeah, we just kept walking.
You looked at it and I was spelled.
Peanuts
so
or
how do you
not?
say that?
And one of the big L.A. radio stations or whatever was there and had their big van out, and it was this big deal. And we just walked right on
Yeah.
by.
Yeah.
We were like, "Who's that?"
Yeah. Matter of fact, one of the most famous Rick and Bub parody songs of all time, "I Only Want to Eat Some Stew," is a parody of Hootie.
Yeah.
Wait till your son finds out about what Paul McCartney did before Wings.
That's good. On that other note,
Or the fact he was in Wings.
right? Oh yeah. On the other note, so when you think about how they don't know how that ever happened and Hootie and the Blowfish and all that.
That's great.
So the it seems like there is another. What was the other thing that happened that was very similar to that? And I had to talk him through it. But I remember thinking when Darius Rucker went out on his own, I remember thinking,
yeah,
and
He had some hits.
but this is true throughout the history on this show. Things like this have happened, like Hootie Fish and all that. And the one, of course, that we talk about a lot, it literally happened around the old conference table at the old studio, the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It came out of my mouth to the guys. Do y'all think we're having Zach Brown on too much?
Yeah.
I was like, I mean, every time they come through here, they want to be on the show. Do you think we're having him on too much? Yeah. I remember not being fired up about them wanting to be on the show.
Again.
And by the way, have you seen?
Don't return the calls now.
Right. By the way, have you seen the latest look of Zach Brown? He is jacked.
Yeah.
He has lost weight.
More
tattoos. And he's, of course, got more tattoos than any person should. But, I mean, he's like, he doesn't even look like himself anymore. I saw a video of him. I'm like, who is that? Is that Zach Brown? He's like this big jack guy now.
Last week, the story was he had to get a restraining order against his ex-wife.
Terry was telling me about that.
Hey, he's even either leaner than that now, Adler. I saw one like over the weekend, and he is even leaner than that now.
It's so funny. When we first met him, didn't he have like a restaurant in a barn behind his house?
Something like that.
Dogs?
And he raised Weimaraners.
That's right.
Yeah. And threw axes.
Yeah, whatever. And through the little hand axes and stuff.
So his ex-wife is after him?
Oh, they've been battling
over.
This
is, I think, number 2. The one.
This is the
his
second
original
ex-wife?
Yeah.
Not the original. Not the one we knew when he was here.
No.
They're having a little TikTok spat right now. And social media
Didn't
war
the judge say
back and forth.
He tried to get a restraining order, and they ruled that it wasn't. They didn't approve it or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
just know they're going back and forth on social media.
Sure,
they've sold 30 million records and had 15 #1 radio hits.
I wish them well.
Yeah,
and I thought they were being on the show too
I'm glad
much.
you didn't burn the audience out on that.
I remember us waving off Larry the Cable Guy several times, and he'd go by the window like, "Hey, why ain't y'all having me?"
No,
on?
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Now, what was funny about Zach Brown Band when Chicken Fried came out, we were tired of it.
Yeah,
we had
heard it 5 years.
5 years
before
we've been
that,
hearing Chicken Fried, and I remember the very first time I was riding in the car and I heard it on the radio. I'm like,
they finally got it on there.
They got Chicken Fried on the radio,
Mm-hmm. Boy, it blew up.
Yeah, so I know Zach's had some issues, so I didn't know all that was going on.
I saw Zach Brown performing that at one of the turkey tosses, and I was like, he's just naming things he likes.
Right.
This will never be a hit.
This will never. Well, honestly, and I know we've said this on the show before.
It was at Auburn, by the way.
Yeah, it was. My concern when I heard them, I really liked them a lot instantly, but they reminded me more of Van Morrison, which they do love Van Morrison. And I thought, who's going to play them? Pop radio's not going to play them. Rock radio's not going to play them, and I didn't think country music would play them, but I was wrong on that. So that's how that worked out. Country music expanding really helped them.
That's it.
Yeah.
See, that's what, and one of my favorite bands, Blackberry Smoke. They don't land. They're too rock for country, too country for rock.
Yeah.
And they got a great following and all that, and they're they're doing well.
Great.
But I mean, it's hard. There's nowhere for you to go.
And by the way, did the bass player, is he still alive?
The drummer
was real
is
sick.
his brother.
It was real sick.
Yeah, the drummer, he died.
No, but the bass players had.
Talking Zach Brown or
has
ALS?
Zach.
I'm on Blackberry Smoke. I apologize. We had them.
Has ALS or something?
Yes, he does. Yeah, the big guy.
Yeah, is he doing okay?
He had a deep voice.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. He used to sit on the drum and play.
Yeah, and I tell you, he was not one who was leaning to the left. Remember, he was a staunch conservative.
Yes.
Yeah, remember he'd give a monologue or two.
Yes.
In there about the state of the country.
Yes, he would.
That would get them canceled today.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we've been so fortunate to have so many weird artists come through, and like you said, I mean, I can still see Larry the Cable Guy standing outside looking in, and we won't let him in. Yeah, and
Larry.
We can't have you on, Larry. Sorry. Y'all think we're having Zach Brown Band on too much?
Maybe.
Who's this Hootie Fish thing? Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Who's this naked cowboy? Huh? He's got underwear on? All right, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The banana. take off the top, break it off down there at the bottom, and throw it away with it in there.
I'll leave the bottom on because I don't think it's got anything on it. It's the other end, the little pointy end. That's one you got to watch
The top
out.
is problematic.
What
If
does,
you're going to leave one, leave the bottom.
What does a bottle of multivitamins run nowadays?
Not too much. Over the top.
Just whatever.
10, 20 bucks.
You get the
Depends on what you
T12s,
get.
they're 38.
Yeah.
The what? The what?
The T12s are 38.
TB12 or
Yeah.
T12?
TB12, the
Okay.
Tom Brady brand.
How much?
Yep. $38.
Hello.
I mean, you get to be Tom Brady.
Your phone calls come in at 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, when you're making new friends, because you never know, you know, if people understand kind of the way we do things. I thought this was universal, but so, you know, we've all talked about as we're getting a little older, we try to do better, we try to do things, try to eat a little better, try to move around.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, my goal every week, and of course, y'all know me, I'm very quirky, so you'll know why these things are. And we talked about it yesterday, something about Tuesday, Thursday that we pull out of it. We some about Tuesday, Thursday, okay? But so when I do what would be considered, you know, the old man version of some kind of workout, and I go to a place where I'm held accountable, they have the workout planned out, you do it, and I do it with a group of people like a class. And my goal is I do that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay.
And of course, sometimes now with being on the road a little bit, doing the man church stuff, the Fridays get a little tougher because I usually have to leave before the workout. Because the way they do the workouts at these places, the times they offer before 3 o'clock in the afternoon won't work with what we do for a living. Because by the time we're done and you get there, that's when they take their break for the people who work there to go do their lunch, to go see their family, because a lot of times they're teaching classes all the way to 7, 8 o'clock at night. So they have a big gap in the middle of the day, which we can't use. So 3 o'clock is the earliest option for me. So I'm a 3 o'clocker. We and that class is special. You can't everybody be a 3 o'clocker, and I'm kind of the voice of the 3 o'clock, and I have my place where I go and work out. Everybody knows not to get there, not to go near it. That's my place over in the corner, and you know, I was at church on Sunday, and one of the people in the 3 o'clock class that's more my age or maybe even a little older, going by, and this was perfectly normal, he said, "Hey, see you Monday," because I'm normally there on Monday, and that's fine. Hey, man, I'll see you Monday, okay? So I don't do Tuesday and Thursday for 2 reasons. One of them is Tuesday is partner workouts, and I will not do a partner.
You don't like a partner workout?
I will not do a partner workout.
Me and Speedy used to do partner
Look, there's
We
been
had a deal. We cut a deal.
There's been an investigation. There's people there that have tried to say, Rick, you must. Why won't you do it? I said, I don't want to do a partner workout. I don't want to
You don't
work
like
out
other
with
people.
somebody else. I don't
You
want to
know
do
why?
that.
They're gonna count your reps.
I don't want to do that thing because they even have some things where you do burpees in sync with each other.
No,
you and I are
no.
jumping down the side.
I don't want
I don't
that.
want to share my workout experience with another person, meaning we're in the same workout together. I'll be in the class, but I don't want to have a partner.
Partner days.
Do you remember we had to do air squats looking at each other?
Yeah, that felt weird.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So
I really don't like that.
So I will not do a Tuesday. Tuesday is out unless they change it to something else. Okay?
Watch some sneak partner days.
Thursday is dicey. Went away from Thursday because it was more of a gymnastics feel.
Well, then you need some of that.
A lot of like
tumbling,
pull-ups, and toes to bar, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
Those
How
are
are,
hard.
you, how are you on pull-ups?
I'm horrible, terrible.
I had to get that big
Terrible.
strap out.
Yeah. So I don't do Thursday.
them.
So I'm Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Okay, you have the build, you have the weight work, you
love the partner.
you have the warm up, you have the build, and then you have whatever the energy portion of it is that day. You know, and that means this is our
So many
work.
rounds.
Yeah.
and-
Oh, boo.
And you know, so I got people
You
I
have
draft.
RX?
I got people I draft with. I got people that do whatever, all that. So this guy, our friendship is relatively new, and he broke a major rule yesterday. Major rule. So I didn't come on Monday because I ended up having something the afternoon I forgot about, and by the time I got out of it, it was already time for the class to start, so I just went on home.
And there was rumor of a partner workout.
Well, look, I think they're going to try to throw me a curve one day.
Yeah, I know I would if I was running it.
Right. So,
Hey, Rick,
as you know, there's people there, which we all have to have in our life, accountability. And so one of the coaches there, you know, Blake, it's not my son, Blake, but
Right.
he's on me all the time about don't drift. You need to be here. Hey, where were you? All that. Well, the classes this time of year, because the weather's getting perfect, they get a little bigger, so it's easier to kind of hide in. 35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today as we move through another show together. Here we go. Wednesday Bible study back today, Hebrews chapter 5, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, archived soon after. Anybody got the IRS chasing you? Good feeling in it. Can I point you to an advocate for you? And look, you don't want to call the IRS without somebody representing you. Don't do that. Go to taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba right now. Maybe you owe Bubba. I don't want to name any names, but you and I both have talked about far-reaching, way out there, second, third cousins. Those that sometimes never file. Maybe you're in that camp, and now they found you. Whatever the situation is with the IRS, you need an advocate. And let me tell you what they're not going to do with all these new IRS agents. They're not going after the super wealthy. They're going after hardworking Americans, and you need warriors on your side. So here's taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba. Let the attorneys there handle it. They're pros. They've got a preferred direct line right to the IRS. They know which agents to avoid. There's always those. You look at Scotty Scheffler. There's people to avoid sometimes, even in law enforcement. So they have resolved over $1 billion in tax debts, and they offer a best-in-class guarantee. So you can schedule your free consultation today by calling 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or just go to that URL I gave you, taxnetworkusa.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, the world, it generates views on podcast everywhere. Anything involving the supernatural or the extraterrestrial,
UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them.
Whatever they're called.
But
people, we love them. We can't get enough of them.
The problem is the search for the truth. Wow. Popped in my ear. Did that get y'all too, or is it just my control knob over here?
That time.
The search for the truth is sometimes hard to get to.
Sure it is.
With all the other things out there, and you have the internet with everybody trying to get clickbait going.
Oh yeah.
Like today, okay? Here we go. Experts say they identified a hairy UFO that crash landed in North Carolina. Okay, there is no UFO that crash landed in North Carolina.
Yeah, Bubba.
It is hairy because it's piece of a SpaceX rocket.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And it's made out of that carbon fiber that looks real fuzzy, when it burns. But it's so funny because, to begin with, hairy UFO has landed in North Carolina.
Let me tell you, when you see UFO, it gets your attention. When you hear hairy UFO,
UFO,
because that really probably has those that have been tried to take.
It does look hairy.
We have those that have tried to take the Bigfoot phenomenon and tie it to interdimensional travel.
Oh, yeah. Right. We've had witnesses that testified to that here on the show. Now, Rick, this is part of what we believe to be the storage trunk from one of Elon Musk's SpaceX spacecraft.
Harry.
When you have the Dragon capsule, there's basically a section behind where the astronauts sit called the trunk. And that's where it's not pressurized. That's where they put the satellites and all that they're going to put into orbit. And this has been identified as a piece of that. So
looks like a Viking shield
that made it back to Earth. And
like
you
William
see
Wallace cavity of a robotic King Kong type gorilla.
That's what I think it is.
Yep. Yep. That's how Bigfoot got here.
And Bubba, you said it's some sort of.
Well, it's part of the Dragon trunk. the space capsule. They've identified it now. So
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
clickbait,
whatever. Well,
the
you just
truth
believe
is not
anything.
quite as exciting as the clickbait.
I see you got your
headlines.
talking points today.
Yeah. Oh, look, you just read it and believe it.
You are intelligent.
See, that's what
Full
hurts.
disclosure.
That's what hurts the search for the real stuff
It does.
is we get caught up in all these sideline things.
Yeah.
But if on the Dragon capsule, there is a section behind it called the trunk, and that's part of it.
It's a little hairy.
Now, there is something that is a little more real and probably a little more of a threat today. They say that a top secret Chinese space plane has released a mystery object into Earth's orbit, and no one knows exactly what it is. It's only 372 miles up above the surface. Now, to give you a point of view on that, the space station is about 250. So it's a little bit above that. But how about China has a secret space plane, and they've tried to keep it down home.
Well, I heard the
We
Biden
knew about it.
administration says after it's crossed our continent a couple of times, they're going to shoot it down.
Right.
Well,
This one is a little more high tech.
Right, yeah.
They said Space Force is monitoring the situation.
Real serious.
But the purpose of the object ejected into space on May the 24th is unknown.
I'll tell you what it is, spying.
A Harvard astrophysicist first spotted the object, speculating it could be a sub-satellite deployment or a piece of hardware ejected from the space plane before it ends its mission and deorbits. The space plane is called the Shenlong,
Scary.
Shenlong.
Good night.
That's what it's called.
He will read anything.
And it's named after a spirit dragon from Chinese mythology.
Oh, no.
Well, you know, they always name it something. It's a little,
Sure, they love
a
that dragon
off
stuff.
center.
Yeah, sure. But it looks a lot like our X-37. You know, the U.S. has a space plane too, and it's
Well, that name
kind of
looks
a
like,
copy of that.
What's the blue? What's the other?
No, Greg.
Origin.
No.
Blue Origin, Greg.
Why does it always have to go back to Blue Origin?
Yeah.
It always does.
Every space story goes back to that. doesn't it?
6 ways to Blue
Just
Origin.
love saying it,
And
don't
on
you?
your way, right by Uranus.
Here we go.
Get them all in.
They've got to rename that.
Get them all
For
in,
all
Greg.
of us.
Yeah. So another spy plane from China.
Yep. Space plane.
Yeah.
Yep. In orbit.
There we go.
Gotcha.
Space
So
Force is on it.
their capabilities, they've come a long way in the last 40 years.
Oh yeah.
Long way.
What's any update on them punishing Taiwan for electing a separatist?
Well, you know, they had their war games
I knew
out
that. Yeah.
around the island just to do
Just
a
to
little
let 'em know.
saber rattling. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Nothing new on that.
nothing so far.
Right. Probably waiting
But
on them.
you know, it's a tense time there. There's a lot of folks think they will try to make a move before the end of the year, but I don't know.
They're probably waiting to see if we put Trump in jail.
Yeah, right. By the way, the jury is expected to get their instruction from the judge today and start deliberations.
Okay, wait a minute. Did I see? Because you never know what's true and not true, and I will openly admit it was a glance. Did I see some report yesterday that the judge is going to instruct the jury that they can disregard everything that they've heard and seen and just make their own decision?
Yes.
What?
That not even consider it to weigh on.
There's legal
Now,
analysts
who
that are
came up with
losing
that?
they're losing their mind with this
They're
judge.
just making
So
stuff
that
up.
did happen.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, obviously, the whole thing has been a kangaroo court. This judge was picked for a reason. The location was picked for a reason. The jury, most experts thought the jury was not in favor. It wasn't good for Trump to begin with. Now, he's only got to have one person that won't go along with it to block it. So we'll see how all that plays out. But I still don't think, as a matter of fact, in the closing arguments yesterday, Trump's defense team had argued that the prosecution didn't make their case. There's no evidence Trump knew what was going on. No evidence Trump instructed anybody to do this. We do have witnesses that said that their star witness, Michael Cohen, told them, hey, I got nothing on Trump. I can't come clean because I don't have anything. You know, he's got a long history of lying under oath. So do you believe anything he says? And the best argument I heard the prosecution make yesterday, the defense said, "Look, this Michael Cohen guy, he's awful." I'm paraphrasing. They said this guy lies, he cheats, he's dirty. You can't send a man to jail based on his testimony. The judge stopped the lawyer and said, "Strike that. You don't send him to jail. I will handle the sentencing." In other words, he's at
What in
every
the
turn
world?
the judge has nitpicked the defense.
Right.
And he's let the prosecution just bring in witnesses that had nothing to do with this, just to try to, glam up the headlines, which backfired on them, by the way.
Right. And now they're telling the jury, just don't worry about the evidence. Just
Now,
go
I
with
don't
what you
know
feel.
about that part. I haven't heard that, but
Yeah.
everything about this has been kind of a joke. And so, again, it's and we had what was it? Not Randy. It's not Randy Quaid. Dennis Quaid.
Yeah.
Come out today.
why don't we
and
do
we
that?
got a story about that
Yeah.
points to just how ridiculous this is.
We'll look at some of those quotes that I mentioned because, like I said, I just glanced at them. I saw Adler. Maybe we can find some of those.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll do the Dennis Quaid story you just mentioned, Bubba, when we come back. And then we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up next hour. So there's still a lot to unpack on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here and kind of get over
turn that turf.
and all this. So this is so I get there, and I know that when I showed up on Wednesday, I'm hoping that he doesn't know I didn't come Monday. Talking about the coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, because he doesn't teach it every time, but he's kind of like the head guy. He and the other guy are like they're the Rick and Bubba of this place.
Yeah.
They're equal partners. I don't know what their arrangement is, but they're the guys running it. And he goes and actually coaches, where the other one kind of is more on the sports side than the team side. This guy does old people workouts, or those of us that just do a normal workout. And he has other coaches, but he's the main one. Okay, he's the one that gets after me. Okay,
Yeah. You can't hide from him.
no. So I walk in, and I'm trying to avoid him, okay, and because I didn't come Monday. So he walks past me. Hey man, how's it going? I realize he has no idea I wasn't there Monday.
Okay, you're in the clear.
Because he's being nice to me, he's not saying anything. But he's real quick. He gets if this guy had waited 30 seconds longer, this guy would have been out of the gym and gone.
Oh, boy.
He gets this far from the door, and the guy from church goes, "Hey man, where were you Monday?" And I said, "Well,
"Shut
hey."
up."
And all of a sudden, zip. The coach turns around. You didn't come Monday? And I looked at him. I said, "Hey, thanks, Richard." I mean, I looked at him. I said, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Man, I'm so sorry. I really just wondered where you were." I said, "He was almost out the door. You don't ask me that in front of the coach." I mean, if you want to let him get out the door and be gone, then we can talk about it. You just threw me under the bus.
What about a nice friendly text later on?
Yeah. I mean, you
Or
just,
why do you care where I was at Monday? How about that? I'm here today.
Well, you know,
it's not important.
Well,
Rick, did you say did they? Are we talking about you or somebody else? I'm sorry how you phrased it.
No, it's me.
It was you.
I've admitted it was me.
So did you say no? You must be mistaken.
Well, I was in a trap.
Or no, where were you Monday?
Yeah, I was. My first thing was, and it was just instinctive. And by the way,
Where were you Monday?
Yeah, how about you? Back to Steve Martin.
That's believable.
You're asking me. You're asking
And
me.
then slam the door and go.
Yeah, you're asking me where I was Monday. Is that what you're asking? Where I was? Where you were Monday and I was?
No, it's just where were you?
Where
Monday?
were you Monday? Of course, he was in the class.
Right. I did move class Monday.
But my first reaction, and it is sinful. My first reaction, which is flesh, I said, "You must not have seen me."
Yeah, you wonder.
I was over in my corner because I wanted Blake to leave. I wanted him to go because now he's turned around coming back. And then finally I said, "Yeah, I wasn't here Monday. Undoubtedly Richard wants to make sure you know that." And so I was not here Monday. I had a conflict and time got away from me. I didn't make it. See, because I know what he's going to say then. Well, then you're going to have to do Thursday. And I'm just like.
How was Richard's tone when he asked? And the reason I asked this is Richard trying to keep you accountable by simply going, "Hey, I missed you," doing it on purpose, but hey, I missed you. But this is his way of keeping you accountable, but not having to be the guy that's going to turn around and actually do it. Was it intentional? Is what I'm asking.
His tone had a tone of interest, meaning I wonder why you weren't here.
Okay.
But then there was in there a nice dose. Like if you're looking at the smoothie that Tom Brady made, he threw in just I'm kind of interested where you were because Sunday at church you said you'd see me. So there's a little bit of that in there, but he definitely threw in my opinion, a higher degree of hey, you should have been here.
That's what I was getting at.
It was in there.
Okay.
That tone was there.
All right.
And that's what drew the coach back.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah. But of course, it got me in trouble.
Sure.
So you have to go today?
That's what we need, right?
And so what I did then is I now made an announcement to the entire 3 o'clock class, and I made an example out of Richard. I said, by the way, what Richard just did can't happen. We don't do that to each other. I said, the 3 o'clockers have got to stick together. And he got real apologetic. He said, I'm so sorry. I said, yeah, I mean, you didn't even think that through. 30 more seconds. Just 30 more seconds.
They were clear there.
And the coach would have been gone. 30 seconds. And you and I could have had this conversation. I said, and now you've thrown me on the bus. Now I'm going to get a lot of text. I'm going to have to get in an extra workout probably. He's going to walk over to my station today. And he did. How many times do you think he checked on me?
Did you try to drop it?
Can we go back to
No,
this
he came over and adjusted something I was doing. He hadn't done that in months.
You were trying to drop it?
He came over and said, "No, come here. You're not doing that right here." And he starts getting my legs at a different angle, which of course puts more stress on me the way it's supposed to be. And I'm doing, when you do it correctly, it's harder.
No rep.
Yeah, that's not how you do that. He hadn't done that in months. That's on Richard.
He give you a no rep.
Was a strength portion because I saw something? Was it squats?
It was squats, and I was fine there because I can squat.
Yeah.
Where I got in trouble is when we were doing the core stuff because that's where I'm not so strong. And I try to when we're doing things where we're holding certain core things, I'm gonna get my legs a little more comfortable, and he take a little more stress off Tubbalicious.
Yeah.
And he came over and adjusted my legs so I'd be in more of a strain, and that's on Richard.
Does he throw back to Monday when he's correcting?
Of course he did.
Okay.
You're gonna have to really give a lot today since you weren't here Monday.
Let's go back to the special class side.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. So we'll get this Dennis Quaid story, and I think some of the, as you said, Bubba, the circus that is this Trump trial is really turning people off. So I'm looking at some of the things that I was thinking I saw passing by yesterday. Of course, the Babylon Bee is having a field day, but people are saying the Babylon Bee once again has a headline that if you look at what the judge is instructing and will instruct the jury, it's not far off. Babylon Bee, judge instructs jurors they need not believe Trump is guilty to convict him. And then we had a person come in who's a legal expert saying, hey, this is not far off. The judge isn't going to instruct the jury that the former president Trump can be convicted of the only felony without agreeing on what the alleged felony is. So there.
I'm not a legal expert, but that seems like that might be a stretch. I thought we were supposed to know what our charges are. Right?
Yeah. Well, what this judge is going to try to do is say, hey, I know this didn't go well for us, but y'all can still run him down if you want to.
All of our testimony fell a little short,
right?
But if you just don't like him, put him away anyway.
So Turley, who was a lawyer, that Harvard lawyer, right, Bubba? I think
he's a Harvard
he's on Fox News a lot.
Yeah.
He was quoted on X yesterday as saying the judge has allowed the jury to disagree on what crime is being committed and still treat the verdict as unanimous.
I don't even know what that means.
That means that we might disagree on what crime it is, but we all still think he's guilty.
He's trying to keep a hung jury from happening.
Yeah.
Dennis Quaid is actually now we do need.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
We do need full disclosure here. If Quaid is about to do a what are these things called? A bioptic
or biopic
about Ronald Reagan, and says Ronald Reagan is his favorite president. He's not exactly a wild leftist. But anyway,
he'll be banned in Hollywood.
Right, but he is saying, and I did see the preview, by the way, of that biopic, and it looks like it's going to be really good. But anyway, so here is Dennis Quaid saying, though, that the weaponizing of the judicial system and the justice system has really turned his stomach toward Trump. Here he is.
I was ready not to vote for Trump until what I saw is more than politics. I see a weaponization of our justice system.
Yeah.
And a challenge to our Constitution, us as Americans, that I don't think we're going to have. And, Trump is the most investigated person probably in the history of the world. And they haven't been able to really get him. People.
And then he goes on.
Then he goes on to say he may be unlikable, but he is by far the better choice.
That's a good way of paraphrasing.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
that's true.
He basically said, like a lot of people say about Greg, he may be a bit of
He may be a donkey, but he's my donkey.
That's right.
That's what he said.
correct.
Maybe that's
kind
what
of
he said.
That's
It
what he
is
said.
such a good point, though, that he has been investigated more than anybody, and they hadn't found anything. So one of the two things are going on: either they suck at their job,
right,
or either he hadn't done anything.
That may
one of the two.
It's one of the two. So
now we've had celebrities out on parade. We had Robert De Niro out speaking outside the Trump trial also. And, again, he's not there praising Joe Biden. He's just out there hammering Trump.
Well, he's always acted this way.
Yeah.
And De Niro reminds me of, and I know we're rough on umpires and referees here, is the umpire that creates a toxic environment in a game and then gets mad when people start fighting.
Look, a mask. He's still got a mask.
De Niro's got a mask on,
you know
which
what I
shows
want
how
him to
stupid
do?
he is there, unless he's in some sort of chemo or something. But De Niro, he goes in a microphone as clear as you can say and drops an F-bomb about Trump. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He wants to tell him F you on some talk show or whatever. Then people start shouting that at De Niro when he comes out to do his ridiculous monologue. And then he says, see, like this environment, Trump should be telling these people not to do this. No, you did that, and you created this atmosphere. Now you're a whiner about it.
Yeah.
He's a dish it out. Can't
Suddenly
take
he's
it guy.
above it.
I mean, shouldn't he be pretending to be a police officer or something?
I like his movies, by the way, and I'd like to see him do that. Because, first of all, you really think a lot of yourself if you call you a press conference because you think everybody wants to hear you.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some of his quotes here. 3C, Adler, can we play that?
I'd like to see him just pretend to be people.
Yes.
Right. So
Government affairs for that.
Make
Okay,
another Meet the Fockers movie.
Here we go. That's a good one, Bubba. All right, here we go.
Under Trump, this kind of government will perish from the earth.
What?
I don't mean to scare you. No, wait, maybe I do mean to scare you. If Trump returns to the White House, you can kiss these freedoms goodbye that we all take for granted. And elections, forget about it. That's over. That's done. If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave.
Now, how's he going to do that?
This is their new narrative, by the way.
Now,
They're all saying this.
based on what? He was there before and he left.
He did leave.
Huh?
Yes, he did.
Well, if that's the case, they act like that if you're president, you can just refuse to leave. I mean, yeah, they'll leave.
Greg, this is the classic scare tactic. And it's
there's
also
no what are you talking about?
So, and here's the point. 3E, let's continue with the celebrities, and they're all chiming in on this. This is Rob Schneider.
Yeah, Rob is going to call out De Niro for
Rob's been punished for being too conservative.
Right. Yeah, well, there's been a lot
Still
of this.
funny, though.
Yeah.
But can we just talk a little bit about what happened today outside the courthouse in New York, where Robert De Niro, of all people, shows up? And we know he's a Trump hater. We got that. But some of the things
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure how he felt about Trump, Eric. I thought he was kind of on the fence, but frothingly angry. Well, I would say anytime that that people use fear-mongering or think like they always say every 4 years, this is the most important election. This may be the last election, but for him to say today that he's never going to leave, I mean, he left once. So the evidence is he did leave. I will say that we have a very good system. We have the legislature, we have the executive, judicial. It's a pretty good system. James Madison came up with it. I don't think any one man or either party, even if the Democrats win again, and I hope they don't, but if they do, we're strong enough to survive it. It's just, can we allow another 11 million people to come in and change the voting habits of this great country? And we do need immigration. I'm all for it. It just has to be legal. We do need people who want to come in and work, and thankfully, people do want to work, and we need that. However, I believe that the real threat to our system of government, and I don't think it's too good of a system to turn into a dictatorship overnight. But if they want to expand the Supreme Court, that's a big problem. I think if they want to also expand, another thing for people out there, don't be so focused on this national election. Vote local, because thankfully we are not a democracy. We are a democratic republic. So we have our states that are that you can live your life, and that's why I moved the heck out of California to move to the slightly freer state of Arizona.
So there you go. So we had another one that we didn't get to when someone reminds Robert De Niro that the people he's calling heroes actually lied under oath and he loses it.
Yeah.
So we have that one too. So by the way, that's Rob Schneider. It's so interesting to see him be so level-headed and making so much sense.
I know when he's such a goofball usually.
I know.
I mean, for his comedy-wise.
Of course, he's had enough. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So whether we like this or not, a lot of times when problems won't be addressed is when they're too uncomfortable to talk about. And not full disclosure, it's uncomfortable to do this commercial, but it's important because I know for a fact with sitting down and talking with so many people that have a problem and concerning, it's destroying the fabric of our society, and that is porn. Porn, as one time I remember hearing Adrian Rogers talking about this, he said, there was a time when this was some kind of thing you had to go into some dark alley and go into some store and go get some video. Now, unfortunately, it is readily available. And you think sometimes, how do I protect myself from this? How do I protect my family from this? Latest survey, a really, really sickening stat. Now, we're not talking about people that don't claim to be part of the church. We're talking about people who claim to be Christians. 70% of the men are watching porn regularly, and 33% of the women. Now, the average exposure, and this is the one you're going to really hate, 9 years old is average exposure to all this garbage. And we're not talking about, the stuff in the past. We're talking about violent, hardcore, horrible stuff that not just children should never see. Really, none of our eyes should ever see it. 56 of all divorce cases, porn the problem. That's what started the problem. So, if you're wondering what you can do about it, it is a great product called Covenant Eyes, and it's by Victory. It's a powerful tool, and it helps anyone who's serious and wants to quit this garbage, never start this garbage, protect your family from this garbage. Victory combines industry-leading technology with decades of experience in leadership and recovery content, accountability, and behavior change. The Covenant Eyes Victory app with that powerful accountability and built-in blocking technology makes it unparalleled to fight to live a life free of this garbage. If you want to find out more, go to covenanteyes.com. Use the promo code Rick for 30 days free by clicking on the link also in show notes. Go to covenanteyes.com and use the promo code Rick, and maybe this can be the tool that can remove this garbage from your life or never expose you to it.
Things that you run and the leader here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if I wanted to come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I can't just show up and do this class. Like, you have some control. I need to know more about that.
I have control on whether you'll be welcome.
Okay.
You're going. They'll look to me going, well, how do we treat this new guy?
Okay.
And I'll say, no, I think he's
I don't
okay.
think you got to worry about that at all.
Right.
But
I tell you what you won't do, though, is go to my spot.
Okay.
You got your own spot.
And I know exactly where it is.
Right. I had to remove a guy from my spot one day. And everybody, but the 3 o'clock was a turn on. That's Rick's spot. You can't be there.
Did you start with, you must not know?
I said, hey, you must be new to the class. He goes, yeah, I'm normally one of the morning guys. I said, well, now this is afternoon. This ain't morning. And I said, this may be your spot at the 8 o'clock or 5 o'clock class in the morning, but at the 3 o'clock class, that's my spot. and he moved. All right, so we're back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You had the AFC that pulled it off and then got consumed by the NFL.
But that was back, Rick, in the 60s.
The next shot we had that nearly worked was the USFL.
Yeah.
That was a legitimate run at all this.
When we were kids, the World League, remember, they signed some big players, too.
They
We got
did.
Zonka
They
and all
did.
them on the
But it
backside
didn't
of their
finish
career.
2
But
years.
the USFL, like you said, got the Heisman Trophy winners out of college and 2 in a row. Flew in.
If they would have stayed in the spring, I think they would have been okay. And really, that was kind of a Trump deal there. Remember, he's suing the NFL.
Tried to go to compete in the fall. So just stop it. I mean, don't you at some point feel like a moron? if somebody says, "Hey, I've got a business plan about a spring professional league," and you say, "You know what? I'm in."
I remember going.
And now somebody always says, and you just take this blank and put whatever you want in. Because of blank, it'll be different this time.
Rick,
There's always this factor. But hey, look, Vince McMahon, master marketer, man, WWF, we're going to do it like that. They got money. Hey, this thing's funded. This last thing, fully funded. First year, they're funded. They don't have to make money for 2 seasons. Remember that?
Yeah.
Rick, it just seems like, as successful as football is, that there could be a little sister in there. I understand the
What are you? You're
keep
part
trying.
of the problem. You know what? Anybody who thinks they can make this work, they ought to just put a sign on that says, "I'm a moron."
Well,
I would have liked
at
to
this point,
to seen the original XFL get at least one more season.
Right.
They gave it one.
It's almost
Well,
like
see, when
somebody
Ford-
says, "Hey, is there something out there that people keep losing their rear end on? Because I want to be in it.
But Rick,
I
look
want to
at it.
experience that. What's it like to lose all your investment?"
Rick, think about this. Like Henry Ford, he started this
Here
good thing.
we go with the Henry Ford
And then you
thing.
had the other ones that started. You had competition. I don't know. It's like the
Mm-hmm.
Amazon, the social media, and spring football just cannot get any traction.
Can't do it.
That's competing with what's already
But
established.
where is this need for competing professional football? Where?
Well,
Where's
just
the market
driven on how much
We got
people
a
love it
16
in
game
the
regular
fall.
season now.
Yeah, you got plenty of it. You got college, you got high school. You got so many different levels of college. You can watch all you can possibly watch.
It's
The coverage now is incredible. You can get a game on any channel.
It's why we have multiple places to shop. There's other people go, yeah, they're good, they're doing a good job, but we can do it too.
Wow.
And they work it out. But for football, you can't do it. Can't have a conservative social media, and no one can touch Amazon.
I know.
Just no hope.
Look out, Lindell's on his way.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's giving it a shot. I give him that.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're coming to you from the Big Boy studio. A lot still to cover on the program. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We are running down the happenings around the Trump trial that is going on, and it is it's as wacky as you'd expect it to be.
Well, and
Robert De Niro is funny to me because I do like him as an actor,
Sure
but
we
he
do.
is such an idiot in real life.
Here's Donald Trump. We're going to play a couple more clips, but we got
Maybe he could act like a normal person.
we have to get in. We have to get in Donald Trump at what he's already said about it.
Oh, boy.
Just in. Wacko Robert De Niro. I never knew how small, both mentally and physically, Wacko, former actor. He's called him a former actor. Robert De Niro was. Today, Niro appears to be suffering from an incurable case of Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, I agree.
Boy, does he.
Yeah,
he's got it.
He's commonly known in the medical community as TDS. He calls him former actor. Small. I didn't realize how small he was.
Yeah, we have some
physically and mentally.
We have a couple of more clips from yesterday. He's outside the courtroom, and he loses it here at one point when someone is debating who he's calling heroes.
Yeah. So and they're with him. So here we go.
These guys are the true heroes. They stood and put their lives on the line.
And I'm going to go to another video just because it's better video, but that's the beginning of the clip. And he's talking about the January 6th police that are with him.
These guys are the true heroes. They stood and put their lives on the line for these low lives.
All right, now let me get to the other clip where you can see it a little bit better.
Do we have? We didn't see anything.
We didn't see any of that. Yeah.
For Trump.
They lied under oath.
They lied under oath. Who lied under oath? What are you telling me?
Those two traitors behind you.
Excuse me?
Those two traitors behind you.
They lied under oath?
That's right.
What are you saying?
They're traitors.
They're traitors. You gotta, I don't know, I don't even know how to deal with you, my friend. I don't even know how to deal with you.
Well, you could correct his claim that they lied under oath, and you don't have anything to back that up.
They are.
One of them is borderline Hitler mustache.
Right.
I haven't seen anybody with that.
Y'all, how ironic is the car alarm? De Niro thinks
Do you
he
think
is going
somebody set that off on purpose?
It's so good to
You
hear.
you can't talk over one of those things.
No, you can't.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, and just like Greg, you were saying in the break, he can have his point of view, but anytime that part of your point of view has to include that you think we as Americans should embrace the current state of Joe Biden and the current state of Bidenomics, you kind of come off as being a loon.
Yeah, because you can say that.
Like you're not in the real world.
That doesn't mean you're pro-Trump.
No.
If you just call it what it is. And he's elderly and his mind's going.
And
that's
also
a fact.
the bigger point, and of course it's being made, but you got to know this. When a leftist like De Niro starts claiming that those that support Trump and Trump's view that they're the ones that are dangerous to, as Rob Schneider pointed out, we are a republic. We're not a true democracy. We're a constitutional republic. But when he starts saying that Trump is the one who, I don't know where they get that he won't leave, back to what Schneider said and y'all said, he already has left once.
Yeah, well, we've only got one case,
right.
and he left. I mean, he went kicking and screaming, but he left.
But they are the very ones who, every time they get a chance, they're trying to take the Constitution and say things about it like it's outdated. It's living and breathing.
Yeah, which means we want to change it to what we think.
They're the ones that are trying to change our constitutional republic. And as people before them throughout world history always do, is they pretend that those who oppose them, that are trying to lower taxes and shrink government, that they're the ones that really are the problem, not them. And they call their opponent who they really are. And they've been doing this throughout world history. This is nothing new, but it's absurd. The left right now, they love a giant central government. They love a tyrannical government. They love using government agencies to destroy people and take what they want. That's who they are. And when people finally start saying, I've had enough of it, it's even people who at one time, look how they're acting, that anyone hasn't the audacity. We have a president right now that told black people that if they don't support him, they're not really black. And see, that really is how they feel. Now, everybody goes, well, no, that's how they feel. How dare you not stay in line? How dare you not vote for us like you always have? And they're the most arrogant, power-hungry, wicked people. And what they do is they point to everyone who opposes them as being some great evil, and they hope that we're all chump enough to buy it.
The only sin, we've said it many times, is disagreeing with them.
Right.
Everything
How
else is a
dare
go.
you?
Everything
How
else is,
dare you?
Live your life however you want to, whatever.
Yeah, how dare you?
Burn buildings, do this, do that, everything's fine. Oh, you oppose us? Now we got a problem.
And the two police officers that the guy was calling traitors and all that, they were Michael Fanone and Harry Dunn, and they were shown to have lied. They were paraded out during the whole January 6th committee thing as star witnesses, and those showed that their witness, what they said to Congress was not accurate.
What did they say? What is
just
what is
basically
that based on?
like the guy with all the tattoos was talking about how the crowd came at him, but it was shown that he came into the crowd from the back.
Right.
And just basic facts about their January 6th testimonies were not accurate.
That's correct. Yeah. Let's go to 5 since we mentioned this. Here's Dr. Phil, who, by the way, he's just for some.
Dr. Phil.
He's had enough too, Bubba.
He's going to explain Bidenomics, Rick.
Right. This Bidenomics thing that they keep
pretty good, Bubba.
Keep trying to bring up, and here's Dr. Phil explaining this.
Sorry, didn't mean to get in your area.
Yeah,
That's all right.
The man with 1,000 voices. How dare us?
You go right ahead.
The example somehow, I haven't seen the clip. Somehow, Dr. Phil will tie it into a possum crossing the road.
He will.
Oh, yeah. He loves that one, doesn't he?
Here it is in 60 seconds by Dr. Phil.
This is how bad it is. What's going on? Electricity, 25% increase. Auto insurance up 33%. Used cars up 35%. Hotels up 15%. Groceries. This matters. Up 25%. And this is a big one. You need $11,434 additional just to maintain the same living standard that you had in 2021. Did y'all get a raise?
No.
Between now and then? But that's what's happening. Rent is up 30%. Mortgage rates doubled. It's getting worse, not better. So what do you tell yourself about what you're going to do, how you're going to go about climbing out of this? Because we're headed in the wrong direction.
All that, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, that is called Bidenomics.
So there you go. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, did you see their faces when Dr. Phil was pointing this out? They're like, "Oh, that doesn't sound good." No, it really doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It does not sound good. We'll come back. Mike Tyson, will he make the fight?
I know. I heard.
Will he make the fight?
Has Jake Paul scared Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
I don't know,
Rick. We'll have to see when we get back.
Rick and Bubba.
He'll shoot a three.
Now he will.
Yeah. Let me tell you what Mike Lindell.
He's trying.
Mike Lindell will throw it to the end zone and see if somebody can come down.
That's right. I'm gonna throw it up and see if you can go get it.
Good for him. We need maybe more people like that'll take it deep.
Well, we've had them throughout the history of this country that'll make it work. Daniel in Mississippi.
All right, Rick, I'm going to need a timeout on this one. I got to go before.
Well, we're not trolling, so you're fine. And please never ask for a timeout or demand one. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the $1.9 trillion.
Go ahead. Get your mouth on the phone right.
Yeah, you're going to have to get the blanket off the phone or something.
Yeah, it's like you're talking. It's like you're talking through a notebook on a comb. Okay.
All right, we're good now.
Yeah, there you go.
Better.
Perfect.
A $1.9 trillion check.
Yep.
A stimulus package.
Uh-huh.
I don't agree with it, and a lot of my friends don't agree with it.
Sure.
But does that make me a hypocrite if I take the check?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because they've been squandering your tax dollars forever on all kinds of meaningless programs. You might as well get some back.
If you qualify,
if you pay taxes every year.
If you qualify legally for it, there's nothing wrong with you applying for it and getting it.
It's your money, Daniel. I mean, they've taken your money.
And I probably won't even see my Social Security check.
No, of course not. They've taken your Social Security that they pulled and given it to someone else. They've taken your tax dollars, and I'm talking about throwing it up a hog's butt so many times. The green investment of the Obama administration, your tax dollars were squandered. So they have taken programs and given them to other people that of your money, you might as well get one back. Now, is it wise for our country to do this over and over again? It's not. But you know what? You taking some of your own money back that others have been given that squandered it, you got every right to do it.
Daniel, would you made it without it?
What's that?
Would you have made it without it?
Yeah.
But you qualified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're sending him one.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it then.
Yeah,
everybody gets one.
I would do this. I'd take a small part of that right off the top and get me a better cell phone.
Step one. And whatever you do not invest in a spring professional football league.
No. There you are again.
It's moronic at this point.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Archives soon after Hebrews chapter 5 today. If you'd like to join our ongoing study of Hebrews, or you can go back and catch archives if you want to catch up for the last 4 weeks as well in our new series. All right, look, if you're excited about this Mike Tyson fight, you might want to start tapering that enthusiasm. So we had a story yesterday we didn't get to. They had an ulcer flare up on a flight to the point they were asking if a doctor was on board. When he landed, they had paramedics waiting on him. He seems to be recovering well from that. But then today, Mike's 57. He now claims he will die really soon. He said he needs a week in bed after he does his pad work in the gym. Now doctors are rushing to help him, well, that's back to the yesterday's story.
So that means he's not going to make the fight if he dies?
Yeah, has Jake Paul scared Mike Tyson?
Oh, he scared an ulcer into it.
Mike, I'm not feeling good. It's my ulcer.
Oh,
I got
we
an
all
ulcer
wanted
flaring up. I'm going to die soon.
We wanted to see Mike Tyson take him apart.
We did.
Golly.
I know.
I don't know why.
I ain't afraid of him.
Either that or this is all part of the pre-fight promotions where he's, I'm not doing well.
They said he's had various health scares over the years.
Sounds like
July 20th, the guy feels a long way away right now.
He does.
With his health.
Yeah, he does.
Boy, does it.
My tummy not feel like it's nauseous. I'm
kind of burning.
I'm a bit nauseous.
Ask if there's a doctor on the plane.
Is there a doctor on the plane? I'll kill somebody if you don't give me a doctor.
Oh.
Okay.
He did tweet this yesterday, which is reassuring.
Now feeling 100%, even though I don't need to beat Jake Paul.
I can't beat him at 10%. 10% Tyson, 100% Jake Paul.
So
I don't know why I want to see Mike Tyson just wear him
Of course
out.
we do, Bubba.
Yes,
Why?
please.
Why is that?
Are we going to be
Why?
shocked?
Why am I anti Jake Paul? I don't really have a reason.
Can you beat Father Time? Can you?
I can beat Father Time. Bite Father Time's ear off. Eat it. A time sandwich.
Time sandwich.
I don't know what kind of chin Jake Paul has, but all it takes is one punch from him.
Yeah,
he's out.
I know, Adler, I'm so sorry for doing this to you. And we found it the other day, but I don't think we ever showed it. That sparring thing that's on Reels where that old man gets in there, that former boxer, and he's like, and he just beats the crap out of that guy. And he looks like somebody's granddad.
He does.
And he wears that guy out so bad because he's punching the building.
And I love it when he leaves the ring, the guy just sits there like, wow, that just happened.
And he starts laughing. Yeah, here it is.
Look, it's Adler. He's hitting.
It is Adler.
He's got a man bun and everything.
Please look at this.
He's wearing a sweater, Greg.
Yeah, he's cold. He's got a sweater on.
So watch
and
how
this guy's got a man bun. He's got his shoes off. Like, he thinks he's really going to wear
looks like
him
an
out.
MMA guy. Now watch this former boxer, and the guy's in his 80s. Okay, look. He looks just like you went to see your pawpaw.
Takes a
Nice
little jab.
slip.
Yeah. Look now, boom.
Caught him with a left.
Yeah,
Look, and now he's just
hit him again. Hit him again.
He's about to drop him.
And the guy can't believe it. He's like, man, that guy came after me.
He's got to rethink what he's doing.
Look at him.
He's like somebody's granddad.
He's like,
He throw a punch.
He's going to sit there and go, I got to rethink this
he
whole
can still
thing.
punch, can he?
Boy, could he?
He can still punch.
Sweater and all.
Yeah, I can still punch too. With power Tyson.
Maybe Jake Paul can fight that guy.
I want Tyson to hold on.
Does anybody think that Tyson's going to make it?
Well, it depends on. Has Netflix released the guarantee that they're both getting for this?
Does anybody know? Adler, do you know? That's your area.
I would assume
probably
50 million each.
Yeah, I was going to say he's
That'll
got a lot of reasons.
That's the bottom. 50 million each.
Straight
is
up.
the
Are you
bottom
being
guess.
honest?
Yes.
So he has a lot of reasons to make this fight.
Yes.
You just
So
stomach ulcer and I'm nauseous and all that. That's headlines because it's Mike Tyson, but
Take a tag a minute and get in there.
Yeah. So
All right. Well, I might have missed on that. It looks
Well, I
like,
mean,
looks
listen,
like
Tom,
20 million.
I was
Looks
going
like
to say
20
Tom
million.
Brady sat in a chair and everybody made fun of him for $25 million. So I'm sure it's
I've done it for a lot
it's up
less
there.
than
Would you get in the ring with Mike Tyson for $20 million?
Yes, absolutely. I'd let him beat the hell out of him. I would.
I'll beat Greg up for $1,500.
So you could check your bank account as you were healing up.
Oh yeah. I may not talk right the rest of my life or anything.
I was supposed to, are you not worried about some sort of permanent?
Oh, that could happen.
Might be eating to a straw.
Stress-free life.
Rick, I got 20 million reasons to chance it.
I'm back to 50 million in my guesses. 50 million apiece. I'm back to guessing.
So you're saying
I bet it is. I bet it is.
So milkshakes for the rest of your life with your jaw wired shut.
Oh yeah.
You don't care. That would bother you at all.
Nose.
Yeah. I bet Lisa'd take that wired jaw shut, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, she loved that.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I got
I'd
you.
do
with
it for
your mouth.
$250,000.
I don't like this ulcer
You
thing on the
would?
plane. And Tyson said he's going to die soon. I don't like it.
What?
Yeah,
Now, when he
that's a
says I'm
little
going to die
drastic.
soon, is he referring to the ulcer?
No, he's talking about how he's not recovering well after workouts anymore.
Okay, it's just taking him longer.
Oh no.
Right.
Well, there are some workouts that you finish and you think, okay, I am going to die.
Somebody said
You know what I'm saying?
they said it's hard to understand why he's doing it. He has nothing to prove, and there's no history with Jake Paul or his family. Maybe this is just about money, but his health has got to become first. So I don't know. And it says he's continuing to have health scares and issues.
So the physical they do pre-fight, Adler, is that like a week before, a month before? When or have they already done it?
A lot of times the medical screenings, I think, occur right around when you're doing the weigh-ins and things like that. But I don't know.
I'm sure that.
Oh, Netflix is staying on top of it. Like they want this fight to happen so bad.
Oh, they can't wait. But I don't know.
Golly.
I feel old in my body every day. I think that's part of why I want Mike Tyson to beat up the young kid.
And how old are you?
I'm 38. Feel like I'm 1,000 years old.
But baby,
I got
you
bad
just
news.
ain't seen nothing yet.
I got bad news for you.
I mean,
I hope you feel really good at 38.
Oh my goodness.
It's downhill, baby.
Yeah, I can honestly say the new thing. Usually, when I'm done now at my age, I just want to go to sleep. When I'm done working out, you're just like used to. You'd like when you're like, why do I feel so sleepy? I guess because I'm tired.
So I was 17 when you were born.
Why am I so tired all the time, guys?
Well, you have two little
What's
kids.
happening to me?
The two little
two little
kids.
kids
No, the
wear you
two
out.
little kid years. Those little kid years are very tiring.
It's like a marathon.
Extremely tiring.
Really tiring.
Yeah, I remember.
Exhausting.
I remember thinking, I wonder if I'll ever have a life again that does not feature chaos. It's a chaotic life.
It is.
It's wonderful, and there's a lot of blessings with it. But I will tell you that when the empty nest hits, it's like the first time you step into a meadow all by yourself, and you look around, you're like, why do I feel so rested? Yeah,
You hear birds chirping.
yeah, because right now your sleep is constantly being disrupted. Just the whole trying to do anything in small kid world is such an undertaking.
The days are long, but the years are short. So that's what I'm counting on.
Sure,
That's what you're hoping for.
you have to go to work to get rest.
Yes,
You know,
absolutely.
and sure.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
When we had those storms over the Memorial Weekend, it really hurt when Franklin, the dog, can hear the storms coming like 2 hours before everybody else, so he starts crying then. And then once the storm actually gets here, then Ruby starts crying, so I'm dealing with her.
Sure.
And Franklin.
Right.
Yeah, so that was great.
So Franklin can detect them when they're not even in the
He's
area.
a genius like that.
He is.
Yeah, he's
Does-
really
does-
helpful.
He loans him out to James Spann on the weekend.
Yeah, James, you can borrow
Yeah,
Franklin.
How is Kevin, which is the other dog, and then the other human, Ezra? How do they handle it?
They both slept through it, so
Okay.
we see who the problem is.
Right.
It's Franklin.
Yeah. Your Franklin situation is getting more uncomfortable by the day, isn't it?
He didn't bust out during this storm though, but that's because I drilled his gate into the door frames. Because he busted out twice last time and pooped and peed everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got one. You just
Like
wants
on
to
the
go
stairs.
lay out in it.
That's crazy.
That's just the weirdest thing.
That is odd.
Let me outside. I need to be outside. You want to go outside in it. I got
wants
to
to
be.
ride
I got
the
to go
storm out.
outside.
Right in the storm out.
Phone calls are next. Hello, America. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available for you now. If you want to join us, you can comment on the things you've already heard, bring up your own topics when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do. Going forward on the program, this hour starts with the national anthem. How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
You gotta love the simplicity of that. What do you want to call this thing? How about the band? You gotta love that.
Keep it simple, baby.
For some reason, I have just always laughed at the lyric. He asked the guy if he knows a place he could get some sleep, and just says no, and just keeps on moving.
No, it was all he said.
I can't help you, buddy. Gonna keep on moving. I'll just keep on rolling.
That'll be a no.
All right, so and for some reason it's not sounding as good on this as it did, and there was something happening on my phone, and it's in my head that's messed up. But anyway, it sounds tinny to me now. I had full for a while, and I messed with something on my phone. I think I messed up.
No, Rick, not that.
Yeah, now when I play music off this, it doesn't sound full to me. But anyway,
we're gonna look at that.
Well, I asked Hams about it. He said he didn't know. I got to messing with the airdrop thing, and I didn't mean to. I was trying to send something to Sherry and forward a song to her, and I hit the wrong thing. And now,
there you go.
And now in my mind, it doesn't sound right.
Have you rebooted?
Yeah, I've done all that. Yeah, I know, doggone it. And it's probably in my head. It's just the fact that I thought it might mess it up. Now in my mind, it has. Did that sound different to y'all a little bit if you really listen?
No,
Not near as full.
The music, no, it sounded fine to me.
It's in my head. It's in your head. Yeah, I hope it is. Because
you think it sounds high, tinny?
No, it sounds. Here, let me tell you what. Let me tell you the whole story. You want me to just unpack it for you? And it's in my head. Okay. So if you look down if you're doing doing the Apple Music, which is a great service, and so I have that, and like say you pull up a song, you see down here where the airdrop thing is.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to forward a song to Sherry, and I accidentally hit the airdrop. Well, it comes up, and then the check mark went to headphones. And I started thinking, well, was that not the setting that what is that going to affect everything now that it's moving to some sort of headphone setting? And then I noticed it also offers a setting for, the lobby here. What do you want me to do here? Mm-hmm. And so the fact that it got on headphones in my mind now, it's you know how when we first started doing things we'd use a headphones jack versus and then as things got better, and in my mind, that's affected the way it sounds. And I know that probably has nothing to do with it. But in my mind now it sounds different. Or something, maybe, I don't know.
With you have it plugged in like that, it seems like it would be in headphone mode.
That's what I thought. But for some reason, I went from when I first left CDs and went to this, I was like, this doesn't sound as good. Then it started sounding really good to me because I thought it all improved, the way we do it improved. Right. And now it's back to sounding like it's inferior to the CD again.
It may be the song.
Well, I've played that song a ton of times.
I want to look at something.
Yeah,
too.
You can change the EQ on that too. I wonder if that's
maybe something's happened. It's guys, I'm telling you, it's probably just all in my head. If I'd have never known that happen, if I'd have never seen that and thought, oh, man, I'm messing this up. And I got to trying to forward that song, and I felt like I tampered with my Apple Music, and I messed it up. But I don't know.
Well, you're not the only one that's happy with their music today. I guess you heard The Weeknd is now going to boycott the Grammys.
Yeah,
I have not
After
heard
getting
that.
snubbed.
How about this? Wow. You'll be shocked to know I did not know that.
Did you know this?
Well, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
This is pretty impressive. His song, it's "Blinding Lights," has been in the top 10 for an entire calendar year, and that has never happened before in the history of the Billboard 100.
Well, here's what I'd say to The Weeknd, and I couldn't care less about The Weeknd, but if I could say something to The Weeknd, there is a list a mile long of snubbed artists that are considered some of the most creative of all time.
Who've never been nominated.
That the Grammys never gave them anything. You don't look at that as being any kind of sign of success.
Well, I think when you have a record-setting song like that and it doesn't get the accolades that he thinks it should, and they have a secret committee, so he's told his record company to no longer send any of his music for consideration.
Well, that'll show him. How about this? At what point will we say that the secret Grammy Society is racist?
Here's what you don't get.
Now, that'll be a tough sell, but I'm talking about is that coming at some point?
It's secret, Rick.
The Grammys have also been one of those that if you are real popular in the pop shallow world, it's almost like you're not artsy enough.
Correct.
He could fall under that just because he's on that.
It's past the hour. The Patriot Mobile phone troll underway. Make your phone money matter by going to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. For 10 years now, they've been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. And when we say the only one, we mean the only one. 30 seconds a pop now. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. patriotmobile.com/Bubba. When you switch to them, you're sending that message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment. All those things that you're like, I feel like I'm not supporting these things when I send my dollars to some of these other leftist companies. Well, you do have a choice when it comes to your wireless provider. Make the switch today to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Need more information? You get free activation if you'll just call 972-PATRIOT. Mention the code Bubba or go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. We go to the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. The real Greg Burgess standing by and ready. Let's start VLAD. How would you say that?
Vlad?
Vlad gets us started. Here we go. Trolling.
Get them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Vlad, you're on. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
We're glad to see you.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning, fellas. About 2 years ago, I was in Mobile, and you know the little VIP section where the pilots get to go and the passengers and all that. I got to meet Robert De Niro, and he was walking through, and I said, "Oh my God, I can't believe it's you. You're my favorite actor. You're just the best. It's such an honor." And he said, "Well, thank you very much." I said, "I love you in Scarface."
Scarface. Oh, that had to hurt. What a stinger. Say hello to my little friend.
I bet that got a look.
Oh, I bet it did too. I bet it did. That'd drop him a notch, wouldn't it? Yeah. We continue. Denise, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Denise from Lexington and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. What's going on?
Yeah, I got two comments. One, will y'all bring Don Juan back maybe before the end of the year for a segment? And number two, for Speedy, are you taking your red yeast rise and drinking your wine? And how's your cholesterol?
Are you
eating your veggies, drinking your wine, and how's your cholesterol?
How is your cholesterol?
Okay, I'm not drinking the wine, but everything else is good.
And so your cholesterol doing okay?
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Yeah.
Well,
your heart. She's worried about your heart.
Yeah, you mentioned your cholesterol was high at one time.
Everybody knows that. A little red wine.
Oh, yeah.
Drinking my wine makes Speedy feel fine.
I remember the first time
Gonna have me a holiday.
And they looked at my triglycerides. I'm like, is that right?
Oh, I know. So
is that real? That was years. I mean, that was so long.
Have you had a checkup lately?
Yes.
And how was it?
It was good.
I need to go get one.
Are you eating your veggies?
Yeah, I am. I'm trying.
Okay.
Days like yesterday
I got Field of Greens.
make me.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Make me think, and it goes back to Tyson and aging, and all of us aging, and Adler talking about 38. And yesterday I was on the court with Brady, and I had to take way more breaks than I needed to.
Kind of hot out there. You're
a little warm.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at one point, I even once at Polly, I said, "Listen, I know you're not getting anything out of this. I will get better. It's been a while. Let me have a week or so to get back into it.
Let me go.
Yeah.
But
and he was like, pickleball.
and he was very nice about it. I don't know if he was sincere, but he was very nice. He was like, "Oh, this is good for me. It's not a big deal. Whatever. Do what you need to do." But I was struck. Like there were times where I was like, "Man, I got to sit down. I'm struggling." And I realized I need to go get a physical. It's been about probably about 10 or 11 months. So I'm coming up on a year.
Yeah.
I need to go get all that done. And yesterday, the way I was feeling at times, I thought, something's wrong with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
That's how you feel, man.
That
Could have been the 90 degrees.
It probably was just that. But
I was in it yesterday trying to do better. Wow. Wow.
It's been a while since I've ran with that kind of exertion for that long.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably all it was. But and probably need to do more of that.
Yeah.
By the way, yesterday, Sherry's got this little bunch that they're trying to play pickleball. I told you about that. And now it looks like they've set it up. They try to play on Fridays. And we sat down for dinner last night. And she goes, "Were you talking smack about pickleball today?"
Oh, no.
And I said, "What do you mean talking smack?" She said, "Well, whoever in their little bunch that's supposed to be the teacher that's supposed to be really good, and her and her husband play all the time." Well, she said you were talking a little smack about pickleball. And I said, are you saying they want to take you and me on? And she goes, "You never played pickleball before." I said, "World-class athlete." And then she said, but I don't. You've never played pickleball.
Doesn't matter. You'll be fine.
And I said, I understand. And she goes, so you've never met this couple, and you think we can beat them? I said, absolutely. And I said, but I don't think you and I should do that because, as I said, I'm concerned about you and I being on the same team. But I don't think it's going to go well. I don't think you and I in competition with each other on the same team or against each other ever goes well. Back to what Bubba said, I'd rather go home with someone who loves me.
Yep, it's really more important.
And I think adopting that is a really good idea.
Yeah, I do.
On that kind of stuff.
To go to that.
And I'm just going to say it, and I'll get emails, and it's fine. I'll delete them. Brady and I were next to 6 pickleball courts yesterday as we were hitting tennis balls.
This is Hams, not Bubba.
Yeah, it's fine. It's chalk it up to Hams.
This is Hams talking smack, not Rick.
And I'm not saying this is everybody, but what I witnessed yesterday over a 3-hour period, 6 pickleball courts, there was never no one on, like, it was packed the whole time. At least 30 people rolled through these courts in that 3-hour period. The most unathletic bunch I've ever seen in my life.
And there it is.
It was ridiculous.
Rick or Bubba never
now,
said that.
They were moving around.
Don't copy me either.
Hey, they were moving around. They were having a great time.
Good
and I
for
thought
them.
it was good.
Can you say good for them?
Good for them.
Okay.
But my gracious, if it's anything like that, you're going to be fine.
Well, but then I think about
that's my group now.
What I now think about, though, is what I call the Riley Green. I thought Riley said that the problem is no matter how athletic you are, pickleball just doesn't matter.
Well, that's the whole point. That's they're out there. It's
there'll be
like
no advantage. That's what I'm saying.
It's a great neutralizer.
It 100% it is. Yeah.
But you're saying I could just walk out there and make a difference?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you've got good hand eye.
I need to know the
Rick,
rules.
I'll tell you though, it's difficult that if you're, I don't know, maybe because
Bull
you
and chop.
haven't, because you haven't played tennis, maybe it won't affect you.
Okay,
but
there you go. But is it a little bit of bull in the china shop?
It's totally different because of the ball and the.
So he doesn't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah,
I think
that'll help me.
When I'm on that tennis court,
Is
and
it
I hit
confined?
a
Is it
forehand.
too small for me?
It's like a musical instrument.
It is.
You know what I mean? It
That
just
sound
feels,
is
it's
so
just
pure.
a sweet sound.
Yeah.
And then you go over to that dink, 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 and I'm like,
sounds like somebody's
can you put
hitting something
rubber on the
car.
paddle to just not make it dink or something? Is that legal?
Well, and
I won't have to overcome that because I never felt that feeling.
Correct.
But the ball doesn't bounce. You're not used to hitting a wiffle ball.
No, I'm not.
And it has no bounce. I'm used to something coming up, and it just.
And
don't
Braden
happen.
keeps a couple of pickleball paddles in his car. Him and his buddies play all the time. Thinks great, and there's some balls. So when we're going to start doing some things, like I'm not opposed to the sport at all. I just some of y'all, it's
This
a
is
cult.
Hams talking, not
But
Bubba.
Braden and I are going to start like when we're done with tennis or before tennis, and no one's out there. Of course, that's going to be tough because it seems to be packed every time we're there.
Yeah.
We're going to jump out there and hit a few pickleball.
Yeah, I got a text yesterday. It was from a Casey Dunn asking me to play.
Here's what's funny, Rick, and I think his dad, Coach Dunn, I would like to ask him what he thinks about his son playing pickleball, first of all, and the fact that he goes and plays when they're on the road, like before early breakfast, like they find pickleball courts, and he's obsessed with it. And I can text Casey, and it usually takes him a day, maybe a day and a half to get back to me. If it's a pickleball question, 5 minutes, he's back.
Wow.
So Rick, this is what
It's
I've
crazy.
had to do, and this is in my mind how I have to play it. I was trying to relate it to tennis, and that's a bad thing to do.
Okay.
What you need to do is relate it to ping pong, and
Okay.
feel like I'm playing ping pong standing on the table.
Okay.
And then you feel more at home.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
guy's
I'm just
practicing
thinking.
serve.
I'm just thinking right now.
So Hams, I have to tell you, I when I got the serve dialed in a little bit, I started messing with everybody, and I started doing a wind up like Louis T on it before I would serve it, and everybody was giving me grief. I said, "Well, is it legal? Can I do that? As long as I hit it below my waist and put it in the box."
Sherry said she hurt her finger serving. She said the paddle hit her.
She hit her own hand.
She didn't get her hand
It
out
gets
of the way.
back to what I just said.
Right,
It's unathletic people trying to do a sport.
Yeah.
I started giving them a full Louis T on it.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. So, exercise wise, I'm good. I don't need it for that. So, is there any win?
Well-
is there any win for me at all? Am I just going to make my life like people be upset with me?
I would
and all
like
that?
to see you try it, just see
Okay.
what you think. A guy that's been in the big three
sure you'll win a
all
lot
of
of
his
friends.
life doesn't like these things outside the big three. You don't give golf anything. You tennis, you kind of look down
Don't really
on
like
it.
ping pong.
You don't, so I would like to see just I would like you to experience it and come back with a report to us.
I'm 60 in October. It's time.
And be careful with the movements because you can get. I know you work out and do better and all that, but it's a different movement.
It is, yeah. There's things
you're gonna get lower than you think you will to go get balls.
Ask Bubba.
So I want to ask. We have someone who's texted me that y'all know. I'm not going to call them out, but they're a big pickleball player. So Lori, tell me this.
Oh,
said it. Am I supposed to get in a ready position like tennis and volley backhands, or how is the best way to be prepared at the kitchen line? I guess you would do it the same, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
I want in that kitchen.
I've watched some videos here lately trying to pick up on it, and it doesn't look.
We'll be right back.
I'm just gonna hush.
Rick and Bubba.
The pop chart.
A lot of successful artists that have been snubbed by the Grammys.
Yeah,
Grammys. Because
remember, the American Music Awards usually was more for that type, and the Grammys were these people that sold not very many records, but the critics thought they were one.
Well, Bubba, they're always giving a Grammy to some album none of us want to listen to.
You know, I'm back in the weekend here because we've got 27 best of comedy albums. We never won anything either.
That's right. You know how it feels.
We ain't gonna win, and that's exactly. Well, and
Rick, do you remember the year? And I'm sorry, people are gonna hate me for this. That Johnny Cash, he died, and he'd put out a record, and it was weird. And he won every Grammy there was.
No, you're right.
I mean, come on.
Well, Greg, my favorite is the time that
it was an emotional pick. It wasn't justified.
Well, my all-time favorite, and I know you've forgotten about it, is they started getting pressure that certain genres of music were being left out.
Right.
And so they went with heavy metal.
Oh, yeah.
And they gave it to Jethro Tull.
They didn't even realize what heavy metal was. I remember that. Everybody was like, what?
They gave the heavy metal Grammy to a band that has a flute in it.
Yeah. and hadn't been relevant in a long time.
You know, if you want to give a classic rock Grammy to Jethro Tull, I get
there you go.
But it's not heavy metal. 15 minutes past, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. So this weekend, guy?
That is the weekend with Blinding Lights.
Wow.
An entire year.
It says more about the top 10 than about this song.
You don't like the little change right there?
Now that
song's everything I hate about me.
Yeah, it's a long way from Burgess Land. It's a
what?
Not my thing.
But when you think about the history of music, that song has stayed in the top 10 longer than any other song. That's incredible.
But says a lot. Yeah. I can give you a list of all kinds of things that are popular now that speak more to the times than. But I mean, look, good for him. And now he knows how it feels to be popular but be snubbed by the people in the biz who think you're not up to snuff. I know.
Do y'all think that it was?
I know how that feels. Huh?
Do y'all think it was maybe because of COVID and less music labels were wanting to put music out? I don't know the numbers on that at all. It's just a thought.
I don't know. I mean, he was also
pandemic changed a lot of stuff.
He was a Super Bowl. He was a Super Bowl entertainer too. So
that was pretty bad too.
You've had a big year when you get to do that. I mean, no matter how the performance goes. I mean, they don't go out and get somebody that's a B level.
Oh, look,
most of the time.
Yeah, this is no more complicated than people have different tastes. This is a very successful artist, and he has a huge audience. And the Grammy people, did their thing. They've been doing this as long as they've been around.
Oh, I know.
Snubbing people that are popular.
Well, and that's the thing. Him and a lot of other artists have called for more transparency in who's actually making these decisions because it's, it's a secret group. I don't have a problem being it's secret ballot, but a secret group, I mean, you don't know if it's 2 or 2,000 people doing it.
Well, I actually heard that it's QAnon. Now that could be wrong.
Yep, that's it.
But let me tell you something that you have forgotten about. You're
talking about the same nation that elected Joe Biden.
Correct.
That's what you were referring to.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, just be real careful looking at anything right now in the state of our nation because just because our nation likes it doesn't say anything necessarily good about it.
I will say this: the big pork bill that went through that was supposed to be helping us with COVID and less than 10% went to that.
Right.
their justification, and I've heard the news media and I've heard the administration say, well, polling says 70% of Americans approve of this and want this and like this. And I went, really? The fact that you're sending them free money, they like that? How about this? Let's take a poll to see who wants to do away with income tax. 99% have said I'm good with that.
Right.
That's amazing. How does that happen, Rick?
That's back in the time that when we were doing a bunch of.
Hey, let's give every new 16-year-old a convertible sports car. Well, looky there, 100% says that's a great idea.
Yeah, we learned that back on what we call the great free T-shirt analogy. We took a vote of the folks here at the car lot remote, and 100% of them said they'd like a free T-shirt. So it's it's weird, but I was back to this thing of talking about the weekend and us and all that, and not the literal weekend, the artist, the weekend. So we were, how when we've had so many things, we've been here so long, and Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend is us just taking calls from.
That's right. That's right. Rolling right along. Check rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. A couple of things coming over the next week. Couple of weeks. Speedy this Saturday with the Birmingham Stallions. Michigan coming to town. And you'll see the Stallions playing at home at Protective Life. And Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be there working everyone into a Stallions frenzy. To join Speedy this Saturday in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Sykeston, Missouri next weekend. Sherry and I will be there on June the 7th, 8th, and 9th, all weekend long. I got a men's event Friday night, a women's event Saturday morning with Sherry. Then Sherry and I do a marriage event Saturday night, and then I'll be bringing the message on Sunday morning. They're at Minor Baptist Church. You want to join us? Go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. They have it set up where you can go just to the men's part, just to the women's part, or you can go to one of those and the marriage thing Saturday night as well. You can do a little bit of it or all of it. And then, of course, Sunday is available to anybody that wants to come. So find those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So we have other stories today. I will say this on the pickleball thing, Bubba. I see you dabbling with it. My wife is she's got a little group that's playing. Helmsley's aware of it. Speedy, have you dabbled?
I haven't, but it's all around us.
So Bubba and Speedy both have made the assessment that it's possible that I might actually enjoy it, but I definitely will make no friends.
Yeah, I don't think you'll enjoy it.
Really, too confined?
No,
I feel like it's too small.
No. I think the hype of everybody talking about it's going to be much more than your pleasure of doing it, because I don't see you being a big paddle or racket sport guy.
Okay. So. Well, and I also shy away from the trendy.
Well, the golf, you don't anything that you swing anything you don't really like usually.
Okay. All right. I'll see how. But we'll see. The fact that my wife is interested in it means that somehow I'll be in it, and then she'll regret bringing me in it. And then I'll be banned and won't be able to go back.
That's what I think is going to happen. I think you're going to walk away going, you know what? That was actually pretty fun. Mm. But she's not going to allow you to go back because of the way you acted.
Right. Well, we get
when I say the way you acted, it's just you're a competitor. And those competitive juices will flow into people that normally don't have that kind of competitive nature.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
I'm being brought into a world where I don't belong.
Correct.
We'll get in the car, and I'll be like, hey, you know what? And we'll sweat, and I'll be like, man, that was awesome. That was pretty good. And then I'll get silent treatment, and then I'll say, well, she goes, well, you won't be going back.
I will say this. Can you tell me when you're going, and I want to set up shop at a distance and just watch?
Okay. I know that
y'all never know I'm there, but I would like to do that.
I know her and the Hens, they're playing on Fridays right now, but I think they play during the show.
Okay.
But if they're still there after the show one day, I might go over there and hit a few. Yesterday, I sensed that the woman who's teaching them how to play, that is the one in their group that knows how to play, that she thinks her and her husband are like the end all. And they're a little bit of a challenge.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see.
Yeah. Well,
but
good luck with that.
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing that you will not like that I don't really care for. Do you remember when we were kids and we played volleyball? Yep. You had to be serving. If you did it at church on Wednesday night or something,
sure,
you had to be serving to win a point. If the other team was serving, you had to win the point to get the serve back so you could score.
Correct.
This is very similar. to
Dumb
that.
rule. They need to change it now.
And they change volleyball that way. I don't think it caters to the American spirit. If
No.
I win a point, I want a point. I don't
I
want
got
to go,
Absolutely.
oh, you win the chance to get a point.
Oh, wow.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
And,
They need
and
to
I don't
change
like
that.
that part of it.
That's a rule they need to change.
Did you know I remember playing Wednesday night in school volleyball like at PE, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun.
Of course, that's back when I could jump.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you get on the net. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, I like it. I love spiking. Of course, I couldn't spike now if my life depended on it. Right. But let's go, Bubba. We have a high school girls soccer announcer. Unfortunately, has been caught on the hot mic.
Yeah.
And he's caught on the hot mic talking about the curves of the soccer moms.
Oh, wow.
Come on, Mike.
Watch the mic.
It's GLMs all over.
Hey,
again.
broadcasting.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're gonna hear him talking about the quality of the gameplay
Look at
as
him,
well.
too. He's a creep.
And, it's not good.
Was that first half as ugly as I thought it was?
No, he's on the mic.
That game, that had no flow whatsoever. My mind kind of flipped the kill me now switch at about 30 minutes in.
That's every soccer.
If they're just going to keep kicking the damn ball out of bounds and missing passes all day, I might as well just go home. Ben Newman down to Claremore. I just want to do a header off the top of the press box. Unfortunately, it's too low. It wouldn't kill me. It's like they're not even trying to pass. They're just chucking the ball downfield. A little technique would be nice. What the hell are they teaching those kids in practice?
The bonus, though, of a lot of high school soccer games, girls soccer for high school are the soccer moms. Is another person saying that, and he says, and he agrees.
Up top, baby. Gotta be able to where that table that's facing us. Yeah.
Yeah, and he goes on to say some more things. She's got nice curves. I can't see the legs, but I can see something else.
What are y'all talking about?
Gracious. This is the
This conversation never happened, by the way. We get in trouble. All right. I think we've got it all in our system. We can put the mic live again.
Oh, you're already live, buddy.
What a good Bad news, pal.
Why is everybody running to the press box?
Oh,
no.
Man.
So
that went out on the broadcast.
You're broadcasting.
Did he get to continue, or
hey,
has
buddy,
he been removed?
He's been
broadcasting.
He's been barred from any future games.
You think?
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably good.
We can get one more in. We know.
Well, at least he won't be bored now.
Bubba, we know that.
Look, he's an announcer for this. He's really into it, and he's talking about.
Oh, he's talking about. I love when he said that I want to flip the kill me switch about 30 minutes in.
Yeah. He'd jump off the press box. It's not high enough. It wouldn't kill him.
I feel that way about every soccer match I watch.
I do too. Bill Walton has gone on in, but Frank Caliendo keeps him alive.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Great
here.
video of Frank Caliendo doing an impression of Bill Walton. Here we go.
With Bill sitting next to Bill Walton.
Bill Walton is here, along with Bill Walton.
How great is this? Enjoying ourselves, enjoying the energy happening here inside the arena, outside, the beautiful, the landscape that is Arizona, but inside, how loud can it? The look on your face, Bill, is that of utter frustration.
Finally, some inspiration.
The negativity that I have to fight every single moment.
And now, someone here who can shine the light. Someone who can appreciate the beauty of a saguaro. Somebody who knows about the grandeur of the Sonoran Desert. Somebody who knows that rivers can flow uphill.
You never know when to talk when he's going, do you? You never know when there's going to be a break. He continues to go the entire time in the three. What was that three? I wasn't even looking. I wasn't paying attention to the game.
I wasn't either. There was a two by Alonzo Verge.
Bill Walton.
Yeah, there it is.
I didn't think it sounded like.
I didn't either. I didn't think it was a great impression.
It's not one of his better ones, for sure.
What he's doing, he's also taking on a guy that's really is not that distinct. You know what I'm talking about? He's dropped that a little bit. You know,
I don't know Bill Walton's voice enough to appreciate it, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't know it if I heard it.
Right.
Heard him speak.
So I wasn't the only one that was going.
No, I was going, not as good a bit as I thought it'd be. It was. He didn't. Well, I don't know Bill Walton's voice good enough. I guess.
Who's sitting next to him too? That hurt it a little bit. I feel.
Well, I wanted Frank's mic to be closer to his mouth too. It was kind of off, so it
there's
was
a lot of things wrong with
a little bit more high pitched.
Yeah, that was not as good as I thought it would be.
It's no John Madden.
We got to correct a lot of things today.
Everything's not a winner. You know, everything's not a winner.
If he could have just gotten up,
I find myself for some reason wanting him to do Al Pacino, so I'll feel better.
Frank's to do Robert De Niro outside the Trump trial.
Frank's a friend of the show, you guys. Come on.
I thought he did good.
I think he's one of the best in the business.
I think the best ever.
I think he did great. He did an excellent job.
Good job, man, with 1,000 voices.
Good night. Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks that have been listening.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Somebody save an additional 10% on your order if you decide to subscribe, and you should. These wonderful roast of coffee, some of the best out there. They're also sold in the 1 pound bag, and if you're a coffee drinker like me, you're glad because these 8 ounce and 12 ounce bags, you go through them so quick, ship within days of being roasted. So drop the grocery store shelves and get these wonderful coffees. All of them have they commemorate. How you say that word? Commemorate American history moments. The Boston Common, the John Hancock, the Lexington, the Washington. You'll enjoy that as well. So subscribe now at firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba.
But you know how you're sitting there and you're kind of sitting down. You kind of know the part about getting up there, and you're kind of looking at the last minute before you step up there. And the guy who was introducing me all of a sudden added in the bio also had a top 10 Billboard charting comedy CD. Do you remember that? That we had a CD that went on the Billboard chart. Now I don't know how they do the charts now and how this because we sell more digital downloads now than we do hard copies now, and we don't even do retail at all. So that was back when we were doing all that, and I think it was Radio Gold, was it? Did I remember that right?
Let me look here and see.
So didn't we? So we did have one charting comedy CD,
a little bit, yeah.
On Billboard's whatever, and but it was funny that made its way into a bio. I was like, where did he find that? I don't think that's in the bio that we have anymore. But anyway, it's because that was one back there.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was Radio Gold that got on the Billboard comedy chart. I'm pretty sure that was it. But that was, if you don't have scans and stuff now, I don't even know how they do all that.
Right.
But I had not heard that listed in a long time. Because you think that over times you have stuff about the books that we did, and then when we did the Iggy and Ziggy thing, and there's just been so many things throughout the history, and every now and then they'll rise back up again.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I didn't remember that. But I think it was Radio Gold, and I don't because I remember we started talking about it on the air, and there used to be a way you could kind of keep those numbers
right,
and they had a chart. But Bubba, the day you remember the time we were trying to figure out how you end up on the digital download charts and stuff now, and trying to figure out how that's done.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
It used to be pretty simple. I mean, you sold records, you sold CDs, they scanned them at the retail stores, and if you had certain numbers, you'd get on certain charts. But now it's a hard to follow animal.
I'm looking through bios here. I don't see it now, Rick.
Yeah, I remember it used to be in our bio.
It got to number 9. I can remember that.
That's what it was. How about this?
Find it here.
If we were playing, if we had the Calitrin bottles out and we went all in, I would go all in on the Radio Gold.
So that's the one.
I think that was it. Now that doesn't mean that it's better than the others. It's just it came out during a time when we were in retail. You can do it here with whatever, and it all kind of how you have that perfect storm kind of come together.
Right.
And so that's how that worked. They even changed the way you get on the New York Times best-selling list because it was so easy to manipulate. They've changed that now.
Yeah,
it's a whole different formula now. So remember, when you see people, it's kind of like trying to gauge eras of athletes when rules change and stuff like that. You can't really do apples to apples. You have to almost just say this person did well in their era. Because the way we tabulate things changes over time. Rules of sports change. A lot changes. You can't really compare apples to apples. Like to say Radio Gold, that must have been the most popular CD y'all ever had. Not necessarily. It just happened. It was able to pull that off during that time. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we have a couple things to talk about. I know that yesterday we had President Biden.
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
All right, so I didn't watch this yesterday or listen to it. No, number one, I don't have secondhand embarrassment, but I think I just have discomfort watching the president because I know that he's going to struggle. I have a hard time if I'm watching someone speak, either A, that's a low talker, if I have to lean in to try to hear what they're saying. God forbid the person that stands up to speak at something and holds the microphone around their waist. You ever seen this guy?
He won't get up in the mic.
This woman,
especially when he doesn't talk very loud.
Right, and he's a low talker, and you would think that microphone's got poison on it. Yeah. He won't put it anywhere near, and but then people that and I know we can be this way sometimes. People that don't seem to have the ability to land the plane, and so I know they had been practicing, and I do believe, I'm not a doctor, but I have been around this with family members in the aging process. We all have. If not, you will, sadly, if your parents or family members live long enough. When they start, if you get in the stages of dementia, Alzheimer's, this kind of stuff, there's no doubt that in my opinion, that Biden is in the early stages of this. And my goodness, he's 71.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's 70.
He was older the day he was sworn in than Ronald Reagan was when he left.
Yeah, and I know some people that stay sharp to their 90-something, and then others that don't. But 7 minutes past. Get some shelter from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. The Rick and Bubba Show available on multiple platforms, live and archived. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here, including Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba
Experience. We love to watch Peter Ducey interact with Karine Jean-Pierre. Bubba, we have Hunter Biden we just can't quite seem to reel Hunter Biden in, and he's got his trial is finally about to happen.
Yep, about to come up next week.
But Bubba, the big man, President Biden, made a surprise, unannounced stop by key witness. Is it Hallie Biden or Haley Biden's house in Delaware?
Haley Biden. We'll go with that.
Okay.
She's going to be the star witness in this case. And the president stopped by. Now, they said, Rick, it has nothing to do with the case. He's not coaching or threatening her. It was just a visit by. Now, remember, she was married to Bo Biden, and then was girlfriend to Hunter Biden.
Now, that's weird.
She worked the Biden clan.
Eskimo brothers.
So, and Peter asked about this. This sounds a lot like the private meeting, that Clinton had with the Attorney General right before the Hillary thing came out.
They talked about grandkids.
Right, didn't talk about the case.
So here is Deuce talking to Karine. Here we go.
President Biden also made a surprise, unannounced stop at Hallie Biden's house in Delaware last night. She is Bo Biden's widow and Hunter Biden's ex-girlfriend, who is also set to testify in Hunter Biden's gun trial in Delaware that begins next week. White House officials are saying this presidential visit to her house had nothing to do with that testimony. They say it has to do with the upcoming 9th anniversary of Bo Biden's passing. Jillian?
All right. And then I'll jump to that KGP clip.
And now he's going to ask Karine about it. So there he is setting up the problem. And,
Topic Why did President Biden have a private meeting with a witness who plans to testify in court against his son?
Can you say more?
Hallie Biden is a key government witness who allegedly disposed of a gun that Hunter is accused of buying illegally. President Biden was at her house this week.
I think the American people should also be told the full breadth of this, not just a part of this question here. As you all know, the president actually spoke to this yesterday during his memorial, I think impactful, powerful Memorial Day address, where he talked about the passing, the anniversary, the 9th anniversary of the passing of his son. And he visited her as that anniversary is approaching. He visited her days before the anniversary of the passing of his son. And she is family. She was married, obviously, to his late son. And I think that is something also to mention as you're asking your question to me.
So they did not talk about her testimony?
This was not about that. This was about literally the 9th anniversary of the passing of his son. That is upcoming in days.
Just so happened. Now, keep in mind, if this was reversed, what would the media be saying? Let's say that President Trump dropped by to talk on to a key witness who was about to testify in a case against him. No one would see a problem with that just because they're family, right?
No.
I mean, it would all be fine.
Yeah, they would be fine.
Very
and all you'd have to say is, well, this is the anniversary of her former husband's death.
Yeah.
I'm sure the left will go, oh,
Sure.
we're sorry we asked you
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
You're right. We shouldn't have said that.
Guarantee it.
Next, we're going to get, there's going to be an ask about, is the White House in full-blown freak-out mode after the latest polling? And then we'll let you hear what the president says about the polling. But we'll hear this first. Here we go.
Are you guys here at the White House in full-blown freak-out mode?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
There's a Politico
Peter?
story. It sounds like Democrats outside, the quote is, Biden's stubbornly poor polling and the stakes of the election are creating the freakout.
So, again, I'm going to be mindful. I'm not going to comment on 2024 election. I will say this. The president has never forgotten where he came from, who he is.
Oh, yeah.
He understands what the American people are going through as they're sitting around the kitchen table. You hear the president talk about his time growing up, where he watched his family having to sit around the kitchen table, making incredibly difficult decisions. And the president has always said he's going to fight for communities that have been forgotten. And you see that in the policies, economic policies that he's put forward. He's going to continue to fight for the middle class. He's going to continue to fight in every way that he can. You heard me at the beginning talk about Junkies, incredibly important. And he's going to continue to fight and to make sure, that corporation greed doesn't continue to take hold.
Same old stuff.
That is something that he's been very clear about. While Republicans are doing the opposite.
Groceries
they
cost
put out
more.
a policy where
Everything
they want
costs
to
more.
give
About government
tax
greed.
rate
We
to
hate what's
the wealthiest
happening.
among us, billionaires and corporations. That's not what the president wants.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He's barely getting by.
His polling numbers are absolutely dismal, but to no surprise, he doesn't know that. So here he is talking about his polling numbers, but keep in mind, he may be telling the truth right here. He really may believe this. All right, here we go.
Mr. President, what's your message to Democrats who don't want you to run again?
They want me to run.
2/3 say they
Read
don't.
the poll. Read the poll, Jack. You guys are all the same. That poll showed that 92% of Democrats, if I ran, would vote for me.
A majority of Democrats say they don't want you to run again in 2024.
92% said if I did, they'd vote for me.
The eyes, there's those eyes again.
I know
Did
that
you see 'em?
that was the eyes that we thought may have been photoshopped in. Did you see several?
Bubba, he didn't blink again.
I know.
So he thinks all the Democrats love him right now.
Well, here's the problem he's got, and he's had several high-level Democratic advisors say in public he needs to be more empathetic. That's his big catch. He can be empathetic with people. That's supposed to be one of his key moves. Is I can empathize with people.
Well, he's from Scranton.
Well, they're wanting him to empathize with people on the economy, but they got a problem. If he empathizes with them how bad it is, he has to take credit for it. So somehow he has to empathize and say, I feel your pain. I know what you're going through. We're having the same problem at our house. Right. And Trump caused it. and you need me to come in for 4 more years. Now, granted, Trump hasn't been in office in 4 years.
No.
I've been in charge, but I couldn't do anything about it. Matter of fact, I've been in D.C. 50 years,
right?
And this is the mess we've got.
Yeah.
So that's a hard sell to most people.
Yeah, it is. And then you don't know what.
Except for 92% of the Democrats,
Right.
if you believe Jack.
Well, Jack,
you don't read
Do
the polls.
You see him come over here like you were on your
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
crabapple tree getting some of them.
He's like that dog gonna come to the edge of the yard and scratch.
You better get out of my yard, Jack. That's what y'all say.
Read the polls.
Read
Jack.
the polls. 92% of the whole wide world loves me. There we go.
You know, I'm afraid it's like the Jefferson Starship song, "No Way Out."
Yeah.
We're hung.
Yep.
He doesn't have a story.
Yeah, we're not buying this story either,
No,
Joe.
we're not.
And nobody else is. It goes to the grocery store.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up, and we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up as well before the hour is done. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I didn't want to watch it because I knew it would make me uncomfortable, and I also knew what was going to happen. I know we'd like to think that there was a possibility that the president would get up there and say, look, when it comes to the pandemic, we're all in this together. We're all working. Let me
build unity, Rick.
Yeah, let me build unity. How about this? Let me talk about the job that everybody did trying to make this happen. This is a bipartisan issue, and I'm just going to update you and give you the good news on where we are. I knew that wasn't going to happen. I knew that his administration would take credit as if nothing was done before they got here, and that thanks to
You mean
them,
like a vaccine ready to go?
right? And thanks to the election of Biden, we're all going to live instead of all of us die.
Right.
And so I know that's oversimplifying it, but I'm going to bet it landed somewhere around there. Well, Mark Levin's lost his mind. I mean, watching Mark Levin over the years, I just enjoy his attitude so much, and the fact that he's one of these people that even in anger he can be upset but still retain his clarity.
Yeah.
You know, when he's making his points. You know, sometimes you get stirred up and you get to chasing rabbits and you just so mad.
Make your point.
No matter how mad he is, his clarity never wavers.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he's a guy that when he's mad at you, he comes in and he pinpoints why he's mad at you, and he just goes right after it.
And you got it.
Let me tell you something about this guy, Biden. He's a liar. He's a plagiarist. He's been since he's been in high school. And I want to give you the facts, the American people.
He's ramping up.
As for Cuomo, he needs to resign. Everybody knows what he is and what he's done. And that last woman, number 6, she's accusing him, just to remind America, of exactly what Tara Reid accused Joe Biden of. And notice Joe Biden, no responsibility for Joe Biden whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, Pfizer was contracted by the Trump administration last summer to produce 100 million doses of a vaccine that hadn't been approved yet. Moderna was contracted to produce 100 million doses of a vaccine that they didn't have yet. Johnson & Johnson, 100 million doses. AstraZeneca, 300 million doses. Novavax, 100 million doses. GlaxoSmithKline, 100 million doses. The Trump administration last summer, before we had a vaccine, just in case one of these would work, contracted and paid for 800 million doses to cover 400 million people. On December 23rd, when only Pfizer and Moderna had received emergency authorizations, the Trump administration went in and they ordered another 200 million vaccinations. Where do you think these vaccines are coming from? You think they're coming from Joe Biden in the basement? They didn't have any idea what the hell was going on. In terms of the distribution process, Trump brought in the Defense Department and HHS and other experts. This distribution process that they're using now, through the states, through pharmaceutical companies, through Walmart and everything, that was the brainchild of the Trump administration in Operation Warp Speed. So January comes along. Then Johnson & Johnson, working all through Warp Speed, they have a one-shot vaccine. And what happens? They don't have the capacity to make enough of them. So they start on their own talking to Merck. And they've done this throughout. These companies have been sharing their science. They didn't need Joe Biden. They've been sharing their information. And now they're sharing their assembly lines to get this stuff done. Why? Because the private sector is patriotic. Because people working hard in the private sector did this. not 7 weeks of Mr. Is that my sister? Is that my wife? And so what happened? So they quickly ordered more of the Johnson & Johnson vaccines. In the end, before Donald Trump left office, he had contracted for enough approved vaccines to inoculate 550 million people. It takes time to ramp up. You got to have the channels of production. You got to have the material. You're competing overseas with other companies in other countries. The idea, this speech that Joe Biden gave is the most disgusting, propagandistic speech that a demagogue, even a politician, has ever given. It is pathetic. And you'll notice he and his spokesperson, Psaki, never tell us exactly what they've done and exactly who's done it. That is so different from the Trump administration. This is so appalling. This man has exploited this pandemic like no politician has ever exploited a pandemic. When he's sitting in his basement eating his oatmeal that's dripping on his loafers, what does he do? He accuses President Trump of killing hundreds of thousands of people when it's Trump who gets the testing done.
Here we go. Thanks for being with us today. 20 minutes past the hour. Well, Bubba, we do have an update, and I think we'll be thankful for this today. Greg, this is one of your favorites. Taco, or Toko, is the man's name. You might recall this idiot. The Japanese man who spent $14,000
How about that?
to become a collie.
Hey, you got to admit, what a suit.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like a dog.
He does.
He has now changed his mind because he's realized it's very difficult to walk like a dog.
It is.
When you don't have 4 legs, to pretend to have 4 legs, 2 of those legs are arms.
Yes.
And he has said this has become too taxing, and
it's hard to walk like a dog if you're human.
How about this? I don't want to be a collie too hard.
Yeah.
Too difficult to live as a dog and walk like a dog.
You got to be kidding me.
Yes.
You're giving up on it?
You know what really?
I can't believe it.
What really did it in was
he
tried
looked like a dog.
He tried to do the obstacle course that these dogs do and jump over the
No, he did not.
He failed miserably.
Is that a joke?
Oh no.
That's
No, I
it?
mean he didn't get in a competition, but he tried to do it,
yeah.
and he said it was just too hard, and so.
But now he is looking at other animals.
Yeah, bad news. He now says he will focus on possibly being a panda, a bear, or a fox.
Yeah.
Now, the fox, you might as well move it out of there.
Yeah, because that's just a dog.
I'm gonna say bear, just lay around.
A panda.
They did say that that for some reason,
Or just be a human and quit being so weird.
They did say he has a fox suit already, and he tried it at a small cul-de-sac in Helena.
The neighbors are rallying against it.
Right?
Hey.
Yeah.
Look,
Hey,
look
I've
at that.
got you,
Please
buddy.
look at that. What a suit. You got to admit, that's a heck of a dog
Yeah,
suit.
but Greg, why do I want a dog suit? $14,000 just to be a Nimrod.
And then this thing, he went to all that trouble, and then he realized it's hard to walk around like that because it hurts.
Just too difficult.
So being a dog wasn't all it was cracked up to be.
Can we just? He had to smell a lot
I
of
tell you,
butts.
that is a good suit. You got to admit.
Well,
that
you
is
know
a
what?
good one.
Then use it for like a costume party.
Yeah.
Don't
Use it at
live your
Halloween.
life as a dog.
Yeah.
Look at this idiot. Why do we let people like this get away with this kind of stuff?
Look at that. I want you to. He's got to be a really small fella.
Yeah,
Please look.
I don't want to believe it, not to this level, because that's $14,000 worth of dog suit. But guys, I'm hearing from like youth pastors
Look at that.
are saying one of the things they're dealing with now is kids are like living and identifying as animals, and like they're being asked to accommodate it.
Is that true, or is that kind of like
No,
that
that's
story
true.
about the little person that we kept?
True.
No, that's a
exactly
fact,
what I
Jack.
thought, Greg. Exactly.
I'm just saying, it's
exactly what
true.
I thought. And then it's now becoming like it's become a point of discussion, like when youth pastors get together for like conventions and let's talk about what we're doing. One of the things they're all talking about is, so how do we deal with this?
That's unreal.
Yeah,
We have crossed a new.
that's not even a
Very
hard
generous
parenting decision. Hey, mom and dad, or mom or dad, if you don't have both of them, I want to live my life not like when you were little. And
like when Adler did.
Adler did, or you do it for a few minutes in the house. I want to go to school and make them accommodate me as an animal. I want to go to church and be accommodated as an animal. That's not even that. How about that? No, is not even a hard parenting.
No, really.
That's elementary.
You don't even have to go.
No, we're not going to do that.
No. We won't.
What, do you not love me because you want to let me identify as an animal? No, I love you. I love you because I'm not letting you do it. That's me loving you. Me letting you do it is not loving
Listen, weirdo.
Yeah. Let's not do this now. Bubba, just when you thought you couldn't get enough, and I think we may have played some of these, Angel Hernandez.
Can't get enough of them.
We can't get enough
I could
of
watch
him.
an hour of them.
There's plenty out there.
They're saying these are the worst calls ever. 5 quick clips.
And these are some that the announcers reacted to probably more than some of the others.
Gray, did you laugh when you saw how he was going to sign his retirement papers?
Yes, that's fun.
Hey, have y'all seen?
You got to listen to.
Have y'all seen the phone where it says missed call, missed call, missed call, missed call, and somebody has set it up in their phone? It's Angel Hernandez.
That's a great one.
It is a good one.
That's a good one.
All right, so the announcers, you say, Adler, also add to this?
Yes, the announcer reactions are just fantastic. You don't even really need to know what the play is and what the call is or whatever, but here you go.
Oh, my.
Wow. Right down the middle. Even Gary did a double take there. A little dubstep from Gary Sanchez.
All right, next
You
clip
saw
here.
the box.
It couldn't have been more down the middle.
Yeah, he couldn't have put it more over the plate.
If he was throwing darts, it'd been a bullseye.
It really would have been.
Kinsler looks at a ball outside 1-1, and now he's been thrown out of the game.
We
How
looked
about
at that one
All he did
yesterday.
was
Just looking at the guy.
Yeah.
Just got tossed for just looking at the guy.
He probably said that was out of strike.
He didn't call it a strike either, I mean, he didn't do
just
anything.
looked.
He just looked back like.
Oh, my.
Strike to Ibar. He can't believe it. Doesn't get much more backdoor than this. Watch this.
Good night.
The World Baseball Classic.
Good night.
It's a plate
And
outside.
he wonders why he didn't get to do the World Series.
Yeah. Discrimination. Ricky Cuban.
I got 2 more.
2-1.
These are way outside for those of y'all can't see. Almost another
2-2.
batter's box.
You have got to be kidding me.
Well, the pitcher very wisely once
In the world.
he got 2 strikes way off the plate. He even went further on the third one. He rung him up.
Completely lost it here.
This is just bad. 3 consecutive pitches well off the plate.
So
Catcher's
outside.
having to move the glove back a foot to try to frame that thing.
And this
Now,
is
in all fairness, where the ball is caught is not always where it crosses the plate, but that was clearly way outside.
Yeah.
and in this clip, the announcer Hawk Harrelson almost passes away. I
Love
think.
Hawk. I think he did pass
Uh-oh.
Can't get him.
Oh, no! No!
He was safe at first.
No! No!
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Angel Hernandez blew the call, and the infield being back should have cost him the game. It didn't.
No!
He just keeps saying no.
He's on the bag.
Right there, he's safe.
He is
does
safe.
not have the ball.
And another blown call by Hernandez. No!
He's so
No!
No! I don't know why, but his humor is owning me right now because he looks so serious. You know,
No!
He was safe at first.
No!
Well, the thing is how,
Said that a lot.
like you said, how delusional he seems to be. It's like Angel Hernandez thinks everybody doesn't like him for any other reason than he doesn't call balls well.
and they're trying to turn a double play, but the infield's back, and that's hard to do. You know.
But I mean,
you saw the slow mo
Look at that,
replay. The
look.
guy, his foot is on top of the bag before the ball gets there, and he still calls him out.
I love the guy calling. Hey, he can't get him. Oh!
He's looking right at it, and he. The one that they reversed in the ALCS
That was
one of the
rough.
funniest
What,
ones.
did they do
because
three in a row?
The guy is almost in the outfield, and he's calling him out.
yeah, that one.
I mean, that is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, can he see it all?
I think
Does he
this is your
understand
3 in
the
a row
rules?
right here.
Here we go. Here's another one. Rick.
Oh, that's several. Different calls. Then the one you're talking about, I got as well. Sorry about that.
I wonder what, because they have meetings.
Yeah.
They have these meetings and review. I wonder what.
All umpires have to know he
They
is
did-
killing them.
I know.
Here.
I wonder what's said. Like, what is his reasoning behind missing these? I just missed
This
it.
is your favorite here, Bubba.
That does not have audio. Sorry, it's a clip show of all 3 being reversed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we showed
Yeah, we
this.
showed that. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah.
Look,
reverse the game.
You know that umpire, the home plate umpire wants to go to him and says, "Hey, Angel, you are killing it." Look how passionate he was.
I'm going to go as far as to say I think he's worse in the field than he is behind the plate.
I think so.
I want to ask this: does he know the rules of the game? Does he know a tie goes to the runner? Does he have any idea?
He may not.
What about when the runner crosses the bag before the baseball gets there? He knows that's safe, right?
Yeah, I guess he does.
Well, if I was that home plate umpire, I would have been like, we got to get him out of here. Somebody hit him in the head with something.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Trump who's getting the ventilators and the respirators. When it's Trump who's getting the PPE. When it's Trump who's bailing out fools like Cuomo with hospital beds and so forth. The Democrat governors have destroyed their economies. People can't get out of their states fast enough to go to Republican states. This is a disgrace what Joe Biden did. And by the way, he says it's a war on the virus. Well, who started the war? Communist China, his friends. What did he say about Communist China today? Not a damn thing.
Boom. Yep, there's Mr. Levin weighing in. You see, his clarity never wavers, no matter how mad he gets.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
I love listening to him.
I know. I just like to just ride around with him and just say, Levin, what do you think about that? Just throw up different topics. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
You know what, Bubba? When we were doing our sports talk, which, you know, we're always on top of things.
Right.
I just noticed that Duke has pulled out of the ACC tournament because of COVID tracing. You haven't heard COVID tracing much in lately.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it just says. A little headline there. We left that out in our sports breakdown. When's the last time you heard a COVID tracing story?
Well,
I know
the conference
they're not very good this year.
The conference tournaments are going on right now. I mean, seemed like you could be done before the tournament started, right?
So they pull out of the they've pulled out of the tournament. I guess why the tournament was already underway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ACC tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah. Okay, so they hadn't pulled out of the big one.
No, the ACC tournament. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we just stay out of sports?
Yeah.
All right. So
they're not having a good year.
Bubba, they fired their coach. Oh, wait a minute. No, they didn't. It was their trainer.
You got the dreamer's disease.
All right, so we need some help from the audience, and I'm there's a side of me that
You want
almost.
like taters?
Greg, did you hear me? No, I don't like taters. Also, Greg,
you can substitute fruit. By the way, I did that the other day.
Yeah,
I like taters.
Yeah, I don't like fruit either.
Well, they're not good for you, Greg. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
that's one reason he's not
Greg,
eating.
you can have my taters if you want.
Can I have those?
Yeah, you can.
I like them done like that.
Greg, you can get pineapple.
You can have
grapes.
taters.
That's what I like.
I like taters.
Greg, you can have it.
Here, Bubba.
I don't want to double have
That's so good, Bubba.
Yeah.
I mean,
Taters. So anyway,
we eat a lot of pineapple lately.
Anything grows in the ground ain't gonna hurt you.
Have you noticed that Bubba thinks a pineapple, a banana, or broccoli cancels anything?
No, I'm not saying that it cancels anything. Now I'm just saying I've eaten a lot of it for breakfast.
You're on
which
fire for
I haven't done.
How about a
historically.
cantaloupe and butter biscuits?
I don't care for cantaloupe.
I love
I
cantaloupe.
used to have to eat it a lot, but I don't
love
like
it.
now.
Cantaloupe is on that list of things that I despised as a kid, but eat as an adult.
Oh yeah, you give me a good cold cantaloupe.
I hated it as a kid.
Oh, I wouldn't have even looked at it as a kid.
I wonder what that is. when
I'll
you
tell
get
you
older.
what I do love is watermelon.
I see. I'm more cantaloupe.
Golly,
The watermelon's too messy.
It is
Just
messy.
the dadgum mess.
Here's
Now, what am I going to do with the rind?
Here's what I like. This is how I like watermelon.
You compost, Greg. Put it in your garden.
Here's how I like
Or
watermelon.
let Mr. Buddy drag it around the yard.
I don't want to see it. I don't even want to know it was ever here. And then you look in the refrigerator and there's a bowl in there,
Cut up.
and it's all cut up and it's ice cold.
I'm the same way.
Betty does that, and I love it.
Yeah,
I mean,
when I
that-
have to
that's-
just have a wedge of a watermelon.
Hey, when you come in, it's hot out there, and get that. That's the. Let me tell you this: watermelon is the only thing I put salt on. The only thing.
I do too. I love it.
Bob Carey did credit me with changing his life on that. He'd
Oh, that's
never
a
heard of
great
that,
trick. How
and
about
he
that?
started doing it. He said, "Oh, it was unbelievable."
No, not my thing. I don't like it. But
you don't like
but
salt on it?
No,
Ooh,
no. But a lot of people love it. Yeah.
So you don't put salt on anything else?
No, I'd never do.
Ooh, I'm
never do.
anti-salt.
No, I'm not anti. I just never.
I don't
have.
add it. It's just whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't need to with blood pressure issues anyway. But I've just never put salt.
Yeah, you know what that means. You live a life. The things that come on the table in front of you have already been salted appropriately.
Yeah. Yes.
I like to
You don't
dip
need
rock
extra.
salt.
So we need the help.
Why do we feel like it's better too if we get sea salt?
I know. What is that trend? That's on the past few years.
Greg, that's one
sea salt's a
Greg,
big deal.
Greg, that's one of those things you need to stand up and give an applause for whoever the person was that convinced everybody that they were being.
Is it better than the old white salt they make in the lab?
They say
how it could be.
They say yes, but somebody prove that for me.
That's like grass fed.
I think you can look that up pretty quick. I think it is.
Let me tell you, what we're going to find out though years from now, and you know this to be true. And I'm not saying the actual
that's sea salt.
The actual sea salt isn't healthier for you than whatever. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But what we're going to find out down the road is the number of containers that were labeled sea salt that people were using were never were sea salt, and they find because we find that all the time. People come up with a phrase that they think everybody likes, they'll just throw it on the label.
Yeah,
and you mean how you find out that people were eating stuff that really wasn't what they thought it was.
Yeah, right.
And or the other one, we'll find out sea salt actually long term is worse for you than regular.
Yeah, you need to go back.
Now, Adler's got.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us. The gang all here today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Had this conversation just this past Sunday. A friend of mine at church said, you know what, I can probably do a MyPillow commercial for you. I have to travel all over the place, and I'll take it with me. And then I said, you mean you take the travel size? He said, I'm sure the travel size is fine, but I don't risk it. He said, I take the full size. I said, you put the full size MyPillow in your luggage every time you travel? He said, absolutely. Mm-hmm. He said, I don't want to sleep on anything else. It owns me. And we know this. It does all of us. So there's a $25 extravaganza sale still going on. A little shocked by this, by the way. So if you're looking to make the move now, boy, this is the time to do it. During the $25 extravaganza sale. Beach towels, $25. My slippers, my sandals, $25. Here you go. You want to try the pillow? Premium Giza My Pillows, $25. That's the ones that have the Giza covering on them. If you have a second home, a camper, maybe you're renting a place this summer, MyPillow bed sheets, you can take those on the road with you. How about Giza Dream or Perkel? Those are $25. So these are all available for you right now, and many others. And you also get if your order goes over $75, say you get 3 items, shipping's free. So go there. They're still doing it. MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba, or find the link there at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, I know once again this seems to happen. Speedy makes sure that any healthy lifestyle stories find their way into our stack. Yeah. Not exactly earth-shattering news here. 8 lifestyle factors proven to slash your risk of dying from multiple causes, including heart attack, and stroke by nearly 80%. Now, does any of us need to be told, because the American Heart Association thinks, apparently we do, they found out of 5,600 people, Bubba, stand by for shocking news. Mm-hmm. Are you ready for this?
Yep, hit me. Shocking news.
If they ate a healthy diet, got between 7 and 9 hours of sleep per night, didn't smoke, they exercised, and managed their blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, and weight, they had a reduced rate of heart incidents.
No. Rick, I'm no doctor.
I'm no doctor.
But I bet I can follow this logic.
Got it. What?
So if you eat healthy and exercise, you may be healthier.
Get some good sleep, too.
Yeah.
I hope this study didn't cost
a
lot.
To get this, though, the numbers are a little flaky on this, too. It says additional people who had a family history reduce their risk of developing the condition and dying from heart and stroke by 39%. Then they go on to say the risk of dying from any cause would be reduced by 80%.
Correct.
But you would think if you control all of that, it would cut down heart and stroke even more than 39%.
Well, if it's hereditary, though, I guess they're saying it's only so much you can do.
If it's hereditary, you might as well just do whatever. Then.
Well, it says that's the almost 40. Almost 40. But Bubba, just the thing that gets me. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
You mean to tell me if I exercise, eat healthy, low cholesterol, low sugar, and I move around a little bit, I might be healthier? How'd that happen? What are we talking about? It was haven't we known these things? I mean, is this some kind of new?
It needed to be
breaking news.
Breaking news.
Hey guys, eat a little better.
Picture
man.
this. I want you to picture me walking
Control
in.
your blood sugar.
I've got a white jacket on. I got me a clipboard. I'm looking. I mean, I got degrees all over the wall. Hey, Rick, good to see you. Hey, Doc. Here's what we're thinking. If you would eat healthier, get more sleep, don't smoke, if you'll exercise, and hey, let's manage your blood pressure and your blood sugar and your cholesterol and your weight, we think you'll be healthier.
Yeah.
What? Whoa! Whoa! You gotta be kidding me.
You remember the response that ended in Sherlock? You remember that one?
Right.
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
But well,
it needed to be printed.
Yeah.
It was in the prep.
Well,
today.
no, it's just.
Thank you for that mind-blowing health.
I'm glad they
today.
got to the bottom of it.
Eureka!
You know,
they found what caused the problem. Everything's good.
It's sad because I don't know if you've driven during rush hour traffic or seen the news lately. I guess you need to say things like this because there's not very many smart people out there that go, you know what? Oh, that makes sense. All these miracle drugs. I can't just take these miracle drugs and sit on the couch and be healthy. What do you mean?
Well, I guess, and I was always in this category, have been my whole life. And, Bubba, I think you've echoed this, but I won't speak for you. Has there been any time in your life you didn't know these things?
Oh, Rick, this is
listen, I know, and my mom didn't hold a medical degree, but she told me this when I was a kid.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
She was ahead of her time, bro.
Yeah, she was a bookkeeper for the government, and she knew this. I don't know.
What I'm saying, and what I mean by that is, I haven't always implemented it, but I've always known it. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, that's my point.
And I'll go back.
The point isn't implementation. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think people don't know it, though.
Yeah,
and you go back to eating well. I mean, who
they
would have
still
thought?
drive slow in the left lane. They know they shouldn't.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, who would have thought
But I
that
still
if
think
you
they know.
eat things the way that God grew them on the planet for us to eat versus the way we process them would be, wouldn't be better for you. I mean, is that shocking?
Right.
But unfortunately, I don't have a garden in the back seat of my truck. I can pull fresh fruit while I'm going down the road.
Well, that's where Field of Greens gets the job done. How about but the first time somebody really walk in one day and say, "Look, I know we're processing a lot of food and we're making things in laboratories, and I'm wondering, do you think the stuff maybe that grows the way it was intended might be healthier for us?" Somebody says, "You know what? You may be onto something here." But it's.
Let me tell you, we had some grilled okra this weekend.
Come on.
And and you had told me about this.
Yeah.
That is one of the most life-changing grilling things I have ever had.
So good.
We eat it for like appetizers and dessert.
You know what I say?
It's that good.
It's all the taste of fried okra without it being fried.
Yes. It's so juicy, and I mean, you talking about if you kind of like okra,
right?
That is the way to do it, and it's easy. Betty puts a little oil on it. I just spin it on the grill. You see black on it anywhere you pull it off.
Pull it off.
It's ready to go. And I mean, it don't take
Burn
but a
all
minute.
the hair off.
Don't take but a minute.
So I'm gonna continue. Okay, so I've got some food over here, and we'll give you some calories so you won't die. Okay, tell me, does it have any nutritional value? None. Not even an ounce. All right, over here,
I felt like a new man eating that okra.
Yeah, over here I have something like okra, and you can put that on the grill, and it does have some calories, not a lot of calories, but it also has nutritional value. Which one of those two do you think's better? I mean, do we know this?
We do.
There was never a time in my life that somebody said, "Burge, you're not very healthy," and I said, "You are correct." Do you know why? I do.
Hey, those
I wouldn't do anything about it.
Hey, nobody has ever said those vine-ripe tomatoes are killing you. They just don't say it.
So Burge, you understand why you're unhealthy? I completely understand. Everything I'm doing is not good for me. Are you going to continue to do it? Yep.
I kind of like the king-size Snicker.
Right.
Tastes good.
And then there was one day that I said, "No, I don't think I will. I don't like the way it makes me feel. I think I will change." But there's never been a time I didn't know.
One of the things that always did kind of aggravate me is the inconsistency of eating healthy. Like if you peel an apple, somebody will always say, "Well, the vitamins are in the skin." But you eat the skin off a chicken, they lose their mind.
That's a fact.
Why in the
That's
vitamins
a
in the
great
in the chicken and the skin?
Let's get
too?
together on this.
We always have to throw away. I mean, they don't want you to eat the good parts.
No,
you know?
whatever's the best part of whatever you have.
People will beg you to eat the skin of a potato.
If it tastes good, it's not good for you.
No.
Yeah.
I never feel like the potato skin's clean.
Bubba, it goes back
to clean it.
This is the thing.
This
is the thing. And
do y'all eat the skin on baked potatoes?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm an adult.
I love it.
I do sometimes.
I do every time.
Depends on what it
I'm
looks
looking forward
like.
to that at the end.
I just feel like I'm eating dirt.
Well,
Not if you cook it right.
some dirt's good for you, right?
Not if you cook it
I
right.
remember that time you made me eat dirt.
You got to
you can buy
clean
it,
it though. It's got to be clean because there's all kind of things in the harvesting and process. You got to be sure it's clean. But other than that, it's good.
Well, this
At
is
the restaurant, I don't know.
This is a lyric from a song that Bubba you pointed out, but it really is the problem, and it has been. It was for me, and it has been. And you got to get to the point where it's the opposite. But the great lyric. The very things that are killing me make me feel so alive.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with drug addicts. That's the problem with drunks. That's the problem with overeaters. And I mean, I've been there. But then you have to get to the point where eating healthy, exercising, getting more sleep makes you feel alive.
Get 7 hours. That's hard to do too.
Yeah.
7 hours is hard.
7 hours is tough, and you didn't get it last night because I saw your text.
Yeah, I didn't.
Every now and then get you a brownie batter from Dairy Queen.
What is
they
that?
Called? Flurries.
A blizzard?
Blizzards.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
That
That
brownie batter.
Greg, that's not in the story.
That's
That's not mentioned in
What
the
are you
story.
talking about?
Yeah,
I said you get one.
Greg
every now
said
and
if
then.
you want to be healthy and feel alive, be healthy, but every now and then get you one of these.
Yeah. If you want to feel alive.
Yeah, just don't
There
do it
it
all the
goes.
time.
Yeah.
Just don't do it all the time.
Those are really good.
Of course, you're type 2 diabetic, but still.
The brownie batter.
What you're saying is,
I don't know if there could be more sugar in what you're describing.
Rick's saying get to a point where you
could
feel
eat-
alive without that.
You could eat
That's what
sugar.
Rick's
Cut it out
saying.
everywhere else. You just eat that.
You could eat sugar cubes. You'd have less sugar.
Look, these places are booming business-wise. I must not be the only one that wants.
No, you're not. No, I've been there.
They must be booming.
Your phone calls are
Pot
next.
farms are booming too.
Thought that it's natural. Is that it? Because they just evaporate.
I want that
water out of
blue
it, right?
jug of Morton
with
So,
that little
umbrella.
white powder in it.
Adler's got a special salt in there that we all use
That's
all the
sea salt.
time. It is a sea salt.
I think so.
Himalayan pink salt.
Himalayan.
Pink.
Himalayan. Yeah, that's
Well,
what I
wait
thought.
just a minute, Rick. It's Himalayan salt.
It didn't come from the Gulf of Mexico.
Rick, this is what it says on the Heart Association website. Okay.
There we go.
It says, what's the difference between sea salt and table salt? Sea salt has boomed in popularity in restaurants and supermarkets. Some chefs prefer it over table salt because of its coarse, crunchy texture and stronger flavors.
So it's no health issue. It's better salt.
It says it contains some minerals like magnesium and other things that table salt doesn't. And I'm sure there's some health thing here is the reason it's
I'm going with Morton.
It said most sea salts don't offer any real health advantages, according to this.
There you go. It's just marketing. We put it on the
Greg,
peanuts.
I told you
Hey,
that.
look at
That's
these
the first
peanuts.
thing-
They got sea salt.
That's the first thing I told you.
Well, and you know why? Because it all tastes the same. Every single salt tastes the same.
We got enough salt
So-
around, though, right? I mean, the ocean's full of it, right? So, I mean, we got
need
salt, though,
salt.
plenty.
We got it.
How about the old ocean is salty, isn't it?
Can I
You
say
get your
this?
mouth full of that
Miserable.
accidentally, you're like,
Salty dog.
wow.
Can I tell you
How's
this?
anything swim in that?
On that note,
What about the Great Salt Lake?
we have the ability to turn salt water into drinkable water. Correct?
Yes, we distill it like
Okay.
a still.
So why are we worried about water?
Well, we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean,
If you live close enough to
how about
that
this?
to do
It looks like we got plenty.
There's
I
a lot
mean,
of water out there.
why?
Oh, yeah, we got a ton of it.
Can we just?
Well,
get
if you're in
all the-
Nebraska, though, it's hard to
Well, I'm just
take
talking
advantage
about.
of
But
it.
I mean, we get a lot of things shipped to us that we're not near.
All right.
I mean, we can't keep water coming.
Well, I
mean-
don't know. Water may be harder to ship. I don't know.
We have water everywhere. I mean,
A lot of water out there.
It literally falls from the sky. I mean, I've just never understood these.
I ain't never seen the Tom Bigby dry.
I understand the people who are helping people have clean water. I got
Yeah,
that.
I got
But we can do it, which means if we can make any water clean, then we got all the water we need.
Now, Rick,
We
think
can
about
make our-
this.
We can drink our own urine.
If
You
I
seen
get-
when they run it, they
why
run
do
it?
you always have to
Oh,
do
yeah.
that?
Well, they do.
Yeah, water's water when you get down to it.
I mean, if you got
But Rick, imagine
Bear Grylls.
if we have access to salt water and we can distill it in volume big enough for what we need. Not only do we get fresh water out of it, we got a ton of sea salt left over.
There you go.
for the peanut.
You see what I mean?
That's right.
You see the win-win here?
Yeah.
When I look at the
If we
vastness,
power that with a windmill, we're in business.
when I look at the vastness of the oceans, the sea, and the gulfs,
Yeah,
okay, we don't have a water problem.
there's a lot of water out there.
Can I tell you, I do love windmills, not like the kind that generate power, but just the old you used to
Oh,
see out
yeah.
at the farm that would pull water up.
The grist mill. They use old grist
Oh,
mill.
well, but you see that it would pull the water up and
Oh,
you know,
I know. You talking
like
about
a whale.
Yeah. And
I've always thought those were cool. I wanted one of those in my yard. I thought that was neat.
You wanted one in your yard?
I did. I did.
That was
They would
your
pump
idea
water
of having a water. What do they call when you put something in your backyard? It's got some water running. It's called water feature.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now we saw them in Texas. I think they were called cisterns out there, where they just pump water into a holding pond or whatever needed it.
Well, you know the
concrete.
The
It was
Israeli-
like a concrete above ground pool. You
Oh, the
remember?
Israelis are the masters of a cistern.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's what they threw Joseph in, an empty one. All right, so we got to jump in to getting some help from the audience on something. So we have discovered that the grilling accessories that are available at rickandbubba.com under the store are big items. We're big with people who grill. And right now on the grilling accessories, you've got the Rick and Bubba spatula, which is it is a spatula, but Bubba has always called a spatula a spatula, so we named it that. And of course, behind the scenes, and Bubba's mentioned this before, if you want to talk about hilarity, is how many times our artwork kept being sent back, and they kept saying we were misspelling the word spatula, and we're like, no, we want it to say spatula because that's what Bubba calls it. So look on the handle. Show me the handle there, Adler.
They just couldn't make them.
Because this is what we're about to do. It says R&B spatula. All right, so now go to the tongs, the grilling tongs right there, and you see down the side of this, it says somebody means business.
Right.
Okay. And then we've had various aprons, and we've got a new one that's coming out this spring too. So we've had a couple of different aprons. So right now, the grilling accessory world of Rick and Bubba's merch swag is aprons, spatula.
There it is, the cue to call, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll take your phone calls right now. Speedy's taking them. We'll hear from you, find out what is on your mind today. Things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, Hebrews chapter 5. Watch it on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive will be available soon after. If you want to call us, dial now. Also, don't forget Father's Day coming up before you know it. We're not that far away. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Go to rickandbubba.com. We got cool stuff there for Dad. A lot of these items are now becoming more valuable than ever as we work through the final year of the Rick and Bubba show. So that's a great gift idea. If you'd like a signed copy of the latest 31-day devotional from themanchurch.com, Sin Always Matters, that opportunity available for you too. Just go to the website and use that link right there on the homepage. Your cutoff there is June the 10th. We have decided that we cannot get enough of Angel Hernandez humor. It never not funny, never not funny. Yep. And we love them all. And Helmsy just showed us another one. And and Adler does have it. And this is Angel Hernandez taking a selfie on retirement day. That's good. Those of you that can't see it, he misses himself, and all you get is half an eye and a cheek. Yep.
I'm starting to feel sorry for him, the way they discriminated against him. Wouldn't let him call the World Series.
Yeah, sure.
Because he was so good.
Let's go to Brandy out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Brandy, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hope you guys are.
We are doing good.
Good. So I wanted to see if you could give my husband Ian a 25-year anniversary shout out. Today is our anniversary.
25 years. And what's your husband's name again?
Ian.
Ian. All right, here we go. 1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. 25 is a big one. I hope y'all have a wonderful day together.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks for listening.
Winston-Salem.
Let's go to Shannon, Sunny 105, beautiful Gulf Shores, Alabama. Shannon, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing, Mr. Rick and Bubba?
We're doing good, Shannon.
I'm a long time watcher and second time caller.
Thank you, Shannon. Go right ahead.
I got something. We're talking about vegetables. They're supposed to be healthy for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's grown. We know the Lord put this here. What about marijuana? A lot of people always ask, is marijuana put here to smoke? Did God put marijuana here So what is the answer on that?
Well, I wouldn't eat it, but I would say this. But did God put poison oak and poison ivy here?
Yes, sir.
Did he put poison berries here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
everything that's here is not good. But we are in a fallen creation.
It's a fallen creation
and
now.
I would say this: anything you smoke is bad for you. Lungs are supposed to have air in them, not smoke.
Right. You got to understand that before the fall, everything on the earth, there were no thorns. I don't believe there were any mosquitoes. I personally think there were no rats, but that's just a personal preference.
There was one snake. See what trouble we got into with it.
Yeah. Creation was good until what? Sin entered, and then it wasn't good. God rested until when? Sin showed up. Then he had to get off that rest and had to work out the redemption plan. So making that argument to me is it has lots of flaws that we just pointed out.
Yeah, I used to smoke, but I've been quitting now about 18 years, and that was the best thing I ever did. I got lungs like a 20-year-old to tell me.
Attaboy, Shannon. Attaboy. Now, I will tell you, whoever was selling, nacho cheese near you, they took a hit. But Shannon, thanks a lot.
All right, Dan.
Let's go to Cameron out of Pell City, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good, Cameron. How about you?
Good. Just want to make sure Greg was at work today.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw somebody on the side of the road a while ago throwing their push mower across the yard.
That time of year. I can relate.
Boy, let me tell you something. But Greg was the most honest person ever on temper tantrums.
They work.
He asked, did that make you feel better? And your answer?
Absolutely. They work.
They work.
When you break stuff and throw it like this, them women were beating them limbs on the ground the other day.
Oh, yeah.
As dumb as it is, and don't pay $4,000 to do it.
Right.
But it does help.
No, yeah. Earl out of Jackson, Alabama. Earl, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick. You remember when you used to coach Little League, City League football, you had that one kid or two kids that were too big. You had to put the black tape on the helmet because they were overweight to run the ball. Y'all ever have that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, we can do away with that. We can let grown men play with women. They don't care about them getting hurt, so we can just do away with letting all the little boys get hurt, right? Do away with the black tape kid now?
Yeah, it makes about as much sense. It does. One of the things, when you never think everything all the way through, Earl, I remember being in a league where they tried to do that, where they didn't have a weight limit. But to his point, if you were a certain weight, but guess what they didn't think about? Kickoff coverage. And those big kids on kickoff coverage, the ones that could run, they just started killing people.
Yeah.
And they realized, we have to go back and change our kickoff coverage.
Anybody.
Do right. We continue.
It's hard to police all that.
Let's go to Billy out of the Peach State of Georgia. Billy, go ahead. Billy!
Yeah, y'all had done some stories about people doing weird stuff. All that began when all bullying became bad. Some bullying's not bad. Somebody's doing something and you just tell them that's weird. What are you doing?
No, you're right. When we got to where you couldn't say anything negative to anyone for any reason, it just opened the floodgates of weird and ridiculous behavior. There was right. A bully in your life growing up can do you some good. Now, I'm not talking about the kind of dangerous bullying. I'm not talking about dangerous bullying.
There's some that's just out of hand.
But look, the Mark Robertsons and the David Dillashaws of our lives, they helped us.
Didn't realize it at the time.
Mighty Joe Young.
Oh, Rick.
Look, did it break my little spirit when he broke my L.A. Dodger batting helmet right on top of my head? It did. Do you know it? But
pretty good shot.
It was. You know what? When I taped it up, though, did I wear it again?
Probably.
Y'all remember with them batting helmets? Did y'all wear them?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure we did.
I'd go to the game. I'd get so excited.
Let me tell you, if you went to a Braves, or you were scheduled to go see a Braves game when you were a kid, because you could get in, it wasn't too hard. You hoped it was batting helmet night.
Oh yeah.
They passed them out at the door. Oh,
what about
we got a bat? I got a wooden bat.
Yeah, I remember bat night.
Do you remember the little one you'd eat ice cream or a slushy out of?
Love that. Mm-hmm. I actually, a lot of the fans booed me, but I bought a Cincinnati Reds helmet at the Braves game from the souvenir shop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, there wasn't a lot to boo you. There's probably more Cincinnati fans there than there were
You're
Braves.
probably right.
In those days, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I love those batting helmets. I had multiples.
A bit outside.
Yeah. When I got an Oakland A's batting helmet, I thought, good. No,
I had
won't
a
be
Boston
stopped.
Red Sox.
You can't stop me.
I love the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
That was growing up. They were just too cool.
Oh, with that yellow bill on it and that green, good.
And they had the coolest uniforms. They had the green one,
White
they had the white one, and then they had the gold when they played it.
So I remember I had
good.
Dodgers, I had Braves, I had A's. I forgot who else I had. But
I had Cincinnati. I had Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
What about the Yankees? You're a big Yankee.
Yeah, I did have a Yankees. Yeah. Thank you for remembering. Yeah. That's a cool helmet, too, by the way. That is. I wonder where those are. Like, whatever happened to them.
I know.
Like, where are they right now?
We can just walk around with them on.
Oh, I
out
love
in public.
it. Oh.
Like we was sharp.
Let that mullet grow and put one on. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Only thing better was a fitted cap. I couldn't be stopped on that.
You was rich. You had one of them.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tongs. So we're ready to add, because I started looking, Greg, and those of us that grill, what's the other item we're missing? We're dabbling with a meat thermometer.
Yeah, I've been playing with one.
We're dabbling there.
And our problem there, Rick, is do we go with the smaller, quicker, cheaper one, or do we get one that is magnificent?
And I think we're gonna go down to
use one of those ones?
And I see it this way, Bubba. I think we go with the
I probably should.
The quicker, cheaper, easier to handle in the Father's Day box, along with other items.
Yeah, so it'll fit in the Father's Day
Right.
box.
And then when we go to standalone, we do one that's a little
All
nicer.
right, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so here's the other. But today, we're down to the carving fork. We're down, that big old fork you have out there if you're moving meat, this thing right here?
Oh, yeah. The stabber.
The stabber.
Yeah.
And this is that, I don't know the official
I don't
name
use
of it.
that much. Do y'all? I don't use.
You know when
a
I use
stabber.
mine? When I'm carving a tenderloin or I'm carving a turkey.
That makes sense.
I do use that.
Yeah.
But a lot of people use that to move their steaks
Yeah,
around.
I don't want to puncture the meat.
I'm a tone guy.
Yeah.
I'm a tone guy on moving the meat
too.
around. But anyway, so a lot of
I'm
people
a
love it.
spatula guy.
If you look at grilling accessories, though, you always find this.
Yeah.
this
You do.
And so we don't
big
have
fork.
We don't have this. Now here's where you, the audience, come into play. If you'll notice on the wood, because we want heavy duty. I mean, I got this. See that's that same company that makes our other stuff. See how heavy duty that looks. And of course, Greg, for you, we always have the bottle opener at the top.
Okay.
All right. So
that's
as you
necessary.
see this that people send you examples of what they can do. Well, this one's must have been New York Yankee fan.
I saw a Major League Baseball logo.
Yeah,
on
it's
it.
got New York Yankees on it.
Okay.
Well, where it has on the handle where you would hold the big old carving fork. What do we now want to put on ours? What
saying?
What phrase do we burn into that? Because we've got RB spatula on one. Somebody means business on the tongs. And the aprons have had various things on it. Never trust a skinny cook, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What do we put on this next grilling accessory?
Like, for
what
example, and here's just a couple ideas. Meat.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I was thinking more like,
Eat
how
it.
about that?
How about that?
Meat.
Wow, with a fork?
Or, stick
Is
it
called
to
a
me.
fork? Say that again.
Stick it to me.
Stick it to me.
Say that one again.
Stick it to me.
There's my front runner.
Stick it to me is good.
No, Greg, no. We have some
That's
stick
not
it to
good.
me.
Hey, that'll catch your eyebrow.
Well, I tell you who'll order one today, and that'll be Governor Cuomo.
What about sock it to me?
It?
Yes, he will.
All right, so
See, I think that'll,
About
that
sock it to
adds
me
to the
cake.
collection.
It does.
It does.
It does.
Have you got the stick it to me fork?
So we've got. What is this official name? Is it called a fork?
Rick, I don't think you can call that anything
I
but
don't
a
think you
fork.
could either.
It's not a chopstick.
Somebody Google it and see what
It's
it's
got to be a fork.
Caleb, what do you think should go on there?
The Bubba Baster.
The Bubba Baster.
It's not a baster.
Yeah.
It's not a baster.
See, now that
A
Caleb,
grilling
That's
fork,
not a baster.
barbecue fork,
I wanted to say
grilling
Bubba
fork.
Baster.
So it is a fork. It's a grilling fork.
Yeah.
grilling fork.
It's not a baster. We don't have a. I mean, come on. Let's go to Rick and Pelham. Why is the audience? They're not coachable today.
They're not listening, Rick.
They're not coachable most days. Rick
Rick
you ought
and-
to sit in that room sometimes.
Oh,
not
no.
everybody, but there's a few.
Is this a side effect of the vaccine?
I think it may be. Rick and Pelham, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Can't live without it. I think on the instrument there, we should go with good night. Look at that.
That's not bad.
Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Good night. Look at that.
What's that got to do with fork?
Greg, in all fairness.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to have something we've used
It could just be a Rick and Bubba
before
phrase.
that- yeah, I mean, it could. Just
Or just
wide open.
unique to the fork. Let's go to...
What about, hell, where's my spatula?
Bubba, I'm with you on that one. With a question mark.
Mike in Panama City, what do you think?
Now you have something.
Now you
got something. Yeah,
I get it.
I got you. David,
That's the way Homer.
Yeah, David
Gets you on the way home.
and Huntsville 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
How about got it going on?
Got it going
Got
on.
it going on. That's not bad. We haven't used that one in a while. Yeah. Abby.
How about I then?
Greg, I'm a fat guy and I can tear up an ice cream cone, but just because I'm fat don't mean I got it going on.
I remember that. I remember
Bubba's move? Yeah. Well, we couldn't do it today. We'd be removed from all schools. Abby, go ahead. What? Abby?
Oh. All right.
And I think that we like it, we love it, we want some more of it would be great.
Okay,
That'd be a long fork.
Yeah, that's got. I
We'd
don't know.
have to have a
Small-
pizza
small font.
scoop on that one.
We would.
Small font. What about serious business?
Well, we've already got one. Somebody means business on our
Too
tongue.
close.
Okay,
Well,
just this
I know,
email.
I'm just
Guys,
not-
I didn't do it. It's an email.
Hey,
What if it said?
okay,
What if it
that-
said?
just
"Grandma
passing
said
it
the
on."
grilling fork. Hey.
I never.
Now, Bubba, what was yours again? I like that so far.
Stick it to me.
No.
Oh, Greg.
Is that what was it?
Brandon in
That's another.
Silicaga. Brandon, go ahead.
I was going to
Oh,
say something about you smell that? Question mark.
I'm really upset.
Tickled himself. Did you hear him tickle himself?
Rick, I want you to understand. I want you to understand, and I think this will
love
help
this.
you understand what Harry Murdahl has been going through over the last 6 months to a
explain-
year, because this is our everyday.
You know what it is? It explains Harry's disposition.
It is.
you pick up 9.
All right, let's try it.
Here's one we'd be grilling.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
DD in Illinois.
Okay, pick him up, partner.
There it is.
You know what? Well, that's a saying.
What does that have to do?
Pick them up, partner.
Six minutes past the hour. How about you? We're from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms, whether that be live and or archived. We're glad you're here. Catch all the options at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate it. It is the last year, Rick and Bubba, and we're halfway through it.
Can you believe, as of Saturday, 6 months? It's a final countdown. Bubba, so there's an interesting story out there. We got something over the long weekend.
Several good stories out there. It's championship season, of course.
A little feel-good story. Well, I say feel-good. It feels pretty bad when you play for a baseball team and they're shutting your college down. But in Birmingham, Alabama, Birmingham Southern,
out there.
and that's been a big story because those of you who may not know around the country, Birmingham Southern, which has been a college for
168 years,
that's
years, quite a
is going to be shut completely down.
Friday is officially the last day. It's also the first day of the Division III World Series, which the Birmingham Southern baseball team will be playing.
So I want you to picture this.
The irony of that.
You're the coach on the team. You're the players on the team. You realize y'all don't have a team anymore after this year.
They've already sold all the athletic equipment off. You know, they had an auction with all that
really
last week.
And
I tried to buy a van from them.
I bet you did.
I did.
I bet you did.
That's true.
Any luck?
No.
Okay. But anyway, so their baseball team makes the Division III World Series.
Right.
They even had to do a GoFundMe to fund the trip, which they made that easily.
Yeah, I saw they were trying to get 100,000. When I looked at it, it was 85, but I'm sure it's 100 now, right?
Yeah, well, they're leaving. They're loading up. Yeah. So and then
and that'll be in Eastlake, Ohio, on Friday.
Yeah, and then Speedy said that to advance, they had players with food poisoning. Of course, I made a joke that
Like a bad movie.
They shut down the cafeteria and they had to eat things that were outdated.
They shut the power off in the refrigerator. And stuff
right. Everything got rank. So they had kids with our young men with the food poisoning, and some of them were even taking IVs during the game.
Yeah, two
and
hospitalized. Others needed IVs mid-game.
Wow.
Still got through it and
Still won.
advanced to the World Series.
Well, good for them.
Of course, Helmsy in the break, he said that since the school shut down, they shouldn't be allowed.
That's not what I said at all. Greg Burgess. You
talk about a
said you were
guy.
going to take that
He
stand.
said,
All right.
I think it's a fantastic story. You know how I am. Guys, y'all know my heart.
sorry
on
you
this
ain't
stuff.
got a school. You can't
I've been talking about this for over
You
a
gonna
week.
let team walk up?
Do you remember? Do you remember that thing that people put on the back of their truck windows? And it's that little kid peeing on things.
Yeah.
There should be one that has Greg's image and feel good story is what it's being.
Yeah,
paid.
right.
I'm
just telling
He'll
you
show up and he will take he'll relieve himself on your feel good story.
So if you don't have a school you're playing for, it's kind of like playing Hamilton Boys Club.
Well,
It's something we always
exactly
had to play.
Right.
when we
Yeah,
were
so
growing
they
up.
weren't bad.
Yeah,
No,
no, they
they're
weren't
very good.
Yeah, well, they didn't have a lot of limitations on who they could put on the field.
Yeah, they put some good ones out there.
Yeah, they did. Of course, we beat them.
So we have a couple other. We have the men's golf national championship. We'll have Auburn and Florida State squaring off.
A lot of people know they're shutting Auburn down, too.
Florida State got there by defeating fellow ACC foe Georgia Tech, and Auburn won an overtime win over Ohio State.
Right.
21 holes?
Yeah, sudden death. It was went into I think
Just
I think
golf?
it was the 21st hole late last night.
I love that you called it overtime.
Well,
I think they
to
should.
me, that's what
they should.
anything
It's
that
free
goes
golf,
beyond
for
regulation
sure.
is
Yeah.
overtime to
Yeah.
me.
Extra holes, like
Yep.
extra innings.
It's a whip.
That's quite a drive.
Yeah, that was me driving it. That's when I got there and grip and rip.
Neither school has won a national championship in golf, so it'll be the first for whoever wins that. And what is the latest on Scotty Scheffler? I
think
keep
you're gonna
hearing.
see the
Wait a minute,
Bubba.
hearing
Hold
every
up.
day that they were going to drop charges.
This just in that they've just announced Florida State will not be get to go to the national championship, even though they've done what they need to do to get there.
Why?
Oh, that's
what happened to the football
That's what happened to the
team.
football team. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, little. You see, baby brother's like, why?
Baby brother was loving it because he thought he could have another feel good story and ruin it.
Yeah.
But Scotty Scheffler, you said you think.
From what I heard yesterday, probably today or tomorrow, you're going to hear that the charges have been
Well, press
dismissed.
conference I think is at 1:00 today, and I think that's when they'll announce.
But we've been hearing
This
that
just out.
every day, hadn't we?
They said they
Not
charged
really.
him with assault.
Greg.
Okay.
Look at
Well,
it.
here's the thing.
Like, yeah,
Stifler.
There's a court date for June the 3rd.
Uh-huh.
If they're what else could it be that they'd be announcing today? They're not
Would
going to
that an
announce that they
arraignment or
would.
something?
I mean, I don't. June 3rd is
They
the
may.
next day, so I mean, I don't understand why.
What would you do?
You would come out today and go, "Hey, we're moving forward with June 3rd." Like you wouldn't
That
do
voice.
that.
What would you do?
You would just drop it.
What would you
dismiss it.
do if we're sitting there all ready for that, and they come out and double down, standing by our officers?
Yeah.
Put him
On
in
trial,
cuffs and
assaulting the police officer.
March him out.
Yeah.
And what if they
Greg,
release video and he actually did something?
We will charge Scotty Scheffler to the full extent of the law. what if that came out that nobody was expecting?
We're going to let the process work itself out.
We just added to our force here, Angel Hernandez.
Said he saw everything.
Let me tell you.
He said it was clear from his point of view, Scotty Scheffler was out.
How scary would it be to go on a quail hunt with Angel Hernandez?
Oh, good night.
Low bird.
You think he ever shot a bird? One?
Good gracious.
Low bird.
What I love is the look on his face. He's so serious.
Oh,
He'll make that, and he'll give the call.
That look.
They go back and overrule him.
All right, now here's my concern. If he retires, how long can we continue to enjoy him for ever and ever?
No,
But
yeah,
now they
man.
did say he was called the Division III World Series.
You can't even get it out.
Well, he was going to, but he missed the exit.
Oh, Bubba, that's good.
Now we're just entertaining ourselves.
Oh, it's so good.
Something about his nose looks like that makes it even worse.
The
Right.
fact that he looks so serious
That's
about
what
it,
I'm
got
saying,
the
it's
hard
like
jawline and all that, and he's just terrible.
Is that bracelet Is that a WWJ? Oh, is that What Would Stevie Wonder Do?
Oh, God. Did you make that one up? You didn't make that up. Did you? That's good. That's very good.
Looks like he hits the weight room every now and then. Maybe he needs to go to the eye doctor. Get him a snack of carrots back there.
That's what I was going to say. If I was at a game he was calling, I'd have one of them big old carrots holding him out. Eat some carrots, Hernandez. Yeah, that would be good.
I still like the best when he threw the PA people out playing a
Have
song.
we got that?
Three blind mice. Three blind mice. Three blind mice. I've seen that.
See if you can find that clip.
I didn't think, like we said yesterday, he can't do that. You can't do
I
that.
think the umpire's in charge of the field.
Yeah,
I'm
up here. There was a ball game in, I think, Canada recently. The umpire did that.
I would have to challenge that.
Do y'all think? Wouldn't you love to be able to play?
You can't.
And you can't write me a parking ticket. You're an umpire.
That's right.
You're on the field. You call them up here. I'm
safe or out.
And if you don't like what I'm saying, call it right.
I know it's available. I just haven't researched it. I'd like to see the history of the first team that said, you know what, I think we'll put an organ up here.
Yeah.
You
know what? Let's pep it up a little bit.
I love the organ.
I do too.
Oh,
and when they play the sound effect of glass breaking, you know, when a foul ball. The first time I heard that, I thought that is too good.
Yeah, that's a good.
Because you know, there's a lot of people look go, ooh, and I go, no, it's instant replay.
Rick, I can tell you that was April 26th.
I knew it.
1941.
I knew it. Who's the team?
What? It was at Wrigley Field.
Of course.
Of course it was.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, that's we'll come back. 15 minutes past. More to cover on the program today.
Please, Adler, find him throwing the organist out. I mean, the DJ.
I wonder who had to go get him. Was it like security guards?
Yeah.
That's just funny.
Uh-oh. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can't outstep a high step.
You can't outstep a high step.
West Point, Georgia. Go ahead.
Oh, I like this one.
West Point.
Hey, Rick, this is Jason. Hey, stick a fork in me. I'm done.
You could just put "I'm done."
What about
and then it would be obvious what you were saying.
Okay, what?
Pygmy. Pygmy baby. Fork me, baby. That was the email. Smell of success.
That's not bad. Catherine in Huntsville.
BAF.
Yes.
Go ahead.
The Rick stick or coming in hot.
I think we'll pass on both of those.
What'd you say, the Rick stick?
Greg, let's move on. What about stay in it? We hadn't used that one on anything in a while.
I like, what was yours, Bubba?
It's a
Where the hell's the thongs?
That'd be spatula.
Oh.
It's a thong, not thong. It was spatula.
Do we have we don't have a recommended thong.
We don't have thongs, Rick.
Greg, you were wrong in 3 different ways.
I was
I don't know how you could be more wrong in one statement.
It's not easy, I'll tell you that.
Meat stick, fork.
What do you think? What do you think about stay in it with a fork?
I do.
Huh?
Yeah.
And it's a Rick and Bubba phrase, and it's also. What do you think about that?
I don't know. It just didn't hit me
Okay,
yet.
all right, yeah, and just throwing stuff out there. I really haven't had one that really hit me yet. Have you?
Bubba's.
Well, other than Bubba's. All right. Do we?
Your emails are owning me.
All right. So do we continue this?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Rick, I think we have to. We don't have close.
No, it's
not even close.
Right. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with our society.
I'm reading some of this.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then we'll see. Remember, it has to be able to fit on the actual space on the fork. So that'll bring some limitations with what some of you have here. But we'll try to narrow it down. See what we go. So as far as ones that we could work with, you had a list that we kind of.
Oh, Rick, there's 20 good ones. There's 20 good ones out there.
Right.
I mean, it's just I don't know how you narrow it down.
Yeah. Well, it's you start thinking about when you're telling people to go get it, saying it on the air, seeing it on there. I think there's some potential.
You have to say it like you're advertising it, you're promoting it,
right,
and see how it flows.
Right.
That's.
Hey, right now, the store, we got to add to our grilling accessories. We got the Rick and Bubba Super Stabber there. That's our big fork.
Right.
Hey, we got the Rick and Bubba. What's the other one?
Well, there's just a lot of them, Rick. Meat.
Yeah. Hey, be sure and pick up our new grilling accessory. Now, this is the fork. It's called Meat. Our meat fork.
The force is with you. The fork is with you.
May the fork be with you.
Right, that's good.
Yeah. So
there's just a lot of good ones.
There are. All right. So what is this? We'll look at it. We'll gather it, and then we'll either
We
take
have
it
to put a poll up.
Well,
I bet there's 20 of them that are good.
Yeah,
easy.
We'll pull some out, then narrow it down a little bit, and then we'll vote. Of course, somehow I think today the merch department is going to say, "Can y'all go ahead and get us a name on that, please, so we can have it by grilling season." So we'll do it sooner than later. We'll try to have it named by the first of the week. How about that?
Yeah.
What is this ongoing battle with Tucker Carlson and women in the military? I saw we had some people on hold about it a minute ago. But we never got to that call.
You know, I saw the headlines, and it had something to do with the International Women's Day and something to do with the military. He is refusing to apologize to the Pentagon for saying recruiting more women is a mockery to the U.S. military, and insists if pregnant pilots were the best, then we'd have an entire Air Force of them. But I haven't heard the exact comments. I'm not familiar with the row, if you would.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not in the loop on this, but here's what it says. Biden undoubtedly announced on Monday that the military was developing uniforms for pregnant women in the Air Force, and then he criticized it the following day, and people got mad at him for criticizing that we're going to spend money for women to be pregnant, that we have to change the uniform for those that are pregnant. And then, as you said,
maternity clothes.
As you said, Bubba, he said on Thursday he doubled down on his stance and said this, and you mentioned it: maybe pregnant women make the best pilots. As the Department of Defense measures everything, that's got to be an extensive research on this question. He's being facetious, of course.
Right.
If the Pentagon can show me that pregnant pilots are the best, then I'll be the first to demand that we have an entire Air Force of pregnant pilots.
20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. And as we run through the stories of the day. So, I don't know if you guys are like this, if this is the way you lay out your life, but I pretty much live my life week to week. Do y'all like go, all right, let's see what this week has.
Yeah.
And then you
Rick, I'm almost hour to hour.
You usher your way through that week going. Now, and sometimes I try not to get ahead of myself and look ahead too far. You just kind of keep that 1 week in front of you, and you'll knock them out. Mm-hmm. And so y'all, I don't know if y'all are like me. I will literally ask my wife, say somewhere around Sunday afternoon. Now, what we got going this week?
Yeah.
Do y'all ever have that phrase?
Mm-hmm.
What we got going?
Yep, that's it all the time.
What we got going this week?
Yep. What's up with them? Give me the week.
So I don't know how this happened, but I mean it's their own business. I mean, I guess if you with me having this back in the fall, and of course, Greg, you've been there, Speedy, you've been there, is when you're, I guess, the groom's family, you just don't have much say in anything.
No.
Because the bride's family kind of is, and they're taking on the most expense, so they have a right to do all this, and so I guess that's how it happened. But so I was asking Sherry, I was like, hey, what's this week got in it? And she said, well, no, remember we have the two weddings on Saturday. And I said, 2 weddings? What are you talking about? And and I said, is this thing you're talking about? This, it's almost like a wedding daredevil attempt. And she goes, that's the one I'm speaking of. Now, here's what has been proposed. Now, I don't know how this happened. I really don't. On our street, you've heard me reference the crest. And so there's 2 families that live on the crest, and I'm just trying to remember their house setup. If they're not next door neighbors, they almost are. Okay. And we know both families very well, and know their kids very well. So one group of kids, is kind of connected to one of your sons, and the other group of kids is kind of connected to another one of your sons.
Yeah.
But they're all been through your house and been down the farm and done all this stuff, and we know their family very well. It's one of those things where if you look at the playoff, they're very close. Yeah. I mean, there's not, And I don't know how this has happened, because you would have thought they would have seen each other in the driveway and said, hey, both of their sons are getting married on the exact same day.
Ooh.
2 neighbors.
Wow.
Both sons, 2 different families, but on the same street, all know each other. 2 different families that we know well, 2 different sons are getting married within.
Yeah, give me time and venue.
Very, very close to each other in time and everything. Well, somehow Sherry has looked at this, and she thinks, and raise your hand there. I love to be in a hurry, don't you? I love it. I love for it to be. There's some kind of pressure packed situation.
Isn't that great?
She says, of course, I looked at it and I said, you got to pick one. She goes, I really don't think we. I'm looking at the times here. I think we can make both. And I said, you telling me I'm not going to just one wedding, I'm going to 2 on the same day. And she says, within a couple hours. And she said, weddings don't last long. And I know these 2 families pretty well. One of their sons was the shortest ceremony I've ever been to. So I know that it's possible, but again, you don't know what the first one. You don't know what the bride situation is.
It's a good question, Speedy.
Yeah, you don't know what the bride situation is. And we've looked at the venues. The venues are not far from each other.
What are we talking about, Miles?
We're talking about in the automobile, probably 10 minutes.
Oh.
Okay.
That doesn't help you. That doesn't help your.
What's the difference in the waiting
Little
times? You said a couple. Is it
1 and 3?
Something like that. I can't remember the exact
I thought
times.
that's what he said. I obviously
I don't remember.
attention.
It's something like that. But here's what Sherry's proposing. Wedding number 1, we do not go to the reception. We hit ceremony only. We hit.
Make sure they see you. Hey,
get to the other, and get in the picture with the bride and the groom. If you can pull that off without going to the reception, it's rare, but it's been done.
Yeah.
I've done it before.
Yeah.
Do y'all agree that you're free to leave once you've had if you know the people, you've had a picture made with the bride and groom?
Yeah.
I don't think you have to have a picture.
Or just
they got to see
just
you.
a good, acknowledgement. Just an acknowledgement.
Nothing worse.
Get close enough to say hello.
Nothing worse going to a wedding and never being seen.
Yeah.
And they didn't think you came.
You wonder why you're there.
Right. And then you thought
because nobody really looks at.
We could have not
signing
gone,
up.
and they might have thought we were there.
Yeah.
Make sure you leave a gift that screams your name.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
So then she wants to go to next wedding, catch ceremony, and some reception, and double back to the last part of the reception to the other one.
Whoa. No. The double back I object to.
Yeah, I do too.
There's no sense in doubling back because
I said, Sherry, what you're speaking of has never been done
I don't know
in
about
marriage
that.
history.
I don't know about that.
You're speaking of what people have often thought of and pondered, but no one's ever pulled this off. And she goes, and then she tried to play to this. I believe you can do it. I said, you pride yourself on making good time and pulling things off like that. And I thought, this is the one who complains about me always being in a hurry. And thinking, she asked me, which we all know the answer to this. We were not in a hurry to get somewhere over this last weekend. She goes, so you have to make good time no matter what. I said, that is correct.
It's efficient, not hurry.
Yeah, and every man knows that. Remember, we said on the air, literally, I think if they said, now be here at 2:15 to be beheaded, I'd be there at 2:05. And I'd be bragging about it while they're tying me up.
Getting you ready.
Yeah.
But
look, first of all, first things first. Wedding number 1. All right, you love to vapor. This allows you to do that because you've got somewhere else to be.
Right.
You don't really need to announce you're going to another wedding. You just take pictures, you say hello, and then you kind of walk out backwards. They're so busy they don't even know you're gone.
They don't.
I mean, they just remember you being there. And you really have shown your respect by being there. And then you go to the next one, and then you go on home.
It has to be the
Right?
it has to be the brides, right? Don't you think the 2 families who have the 2 grooms, wouldn't this have been something they would have said as neighbors? Hey, wow, we're right on top of each other.
Yeah, but they have no control.
It's all the brides.
Yeah.
So, do you announce? I told Sherry I don't have a problem announcing to both families. Going to try to make them both.
Oh, now you can do that.
And that way, everybody kind of knows the situation you're in.
Yeah.
And
doing my best.
That way,
beautiful wedding. We got to go on and get.
That way, if they see you scurrying,
I wouldn't say try. I would say I am making both. That is our plan. That way, if something happens, they think you're there anyway.
Oh, are these outside or inside weddings? A little bit of rain.
There is rain in the forecast.
I haven't looked into it. I think they're both. I know one of them's inside because I've seen the venue. I think they're both just in churches.
Okay.
What a weird concept.
Okay. No barn. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I think.
The double back.
I know
what
one
got,
is.
what
Yeah,
has
I don't
me.
like that. I don't like
why
that
the
either.
double back?
I think that's her saying, "Hey, if we look and we're making great time, and everything's going smoothly, I said, going back to the first reception, I said, we got to call that bonus. That's bonus points. I said, that can't even be a goal.
Right.
If it happens, it happens.
Well, the reception will be so far along, they forgot you were there.
Right. Yeah, but I could come in.
You're going to have a main one and then a secondary. You're going to have to. You can't give them both full love.
I'm thinking if we went back to the second reception, all we have to do is get on the dance floor and look at the parents of the groom in the eye and dance the word up a couple times with them, and then fade back out again.
Yeah. But is that when they go? Well, they obviously didn't make it to the other wedding.
Right,
and then they're rumoring to the other. Well, Rick came to our wedding, didn't come to y'all.
But then the other family says, no, we saw them.
Yeah,
and then it works out.
Okay,
and then there's
if the dialogue gets that far.
The problem is getting your car in and out. A lot of these places.
Parking's going to be crucial.
Yeah, that could
parking
get you hung
is
out.
going.
I don't like
crucial.
the doubling back. I'm a speedy.
Okay, so if I pull off,
it's unnecessary.
If I pull off
that's unnecessary double back.
Service 1, service 2, a little reception maybe at 2. I've done it.
Yeah.
No need to get back to that.
Yeah. I don't think you can. I think you're trying for too much.
And it sounds like they're close enough where you can be cordial at 1 and not really be in too much of a rush.
Not a lot of wiggle room.
2 ceremonies, 1 reception. Go play pickleball.
There you go. By the way, if the first one goes long, we're in a bind.
Yeah, that's why I asked about
no wiggle room. You're out. We're in a bind.
Yeah, you are.
You got a slow talking pastor, you're in trouble.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's saying what a lot of people have said. Look, some of this stuff when it comes to the military, and he made this point where he said, and you remember Rush Limbaugh, the late Rush Limbaugh, said that the military basically, they kill people and break things.
Right.
That's what they're for. And Tucker Carlson,
not social experiments and whatever other, but
right.
if whoever can do the best job and do what we need done, that's who we want in there.
Well, he says he accused Biden. This is Tucker Carlson of Fox News, of forgetting that the military was designed to fight wars, and he said that instead he's using the armed forces as a sign of wokeness. Find the most effective military pilots are the infantry officers or SEAL teams. That's not his priority. It's not even close to his priority. Identity politics is Joe Biden's priority. It's all that matters. He said you see this attitude throughout the U.S. government as well as in the corporate world, and he's right on that. Key positions filled based on the basis of physical appearance without any reference to the ability or the experience. And he says it's not fine. He said it's okay if you work for a bank to be holding to some shareholders and you're a corporation that wants to be woke, but it's not okay if your only job is to protect the United States from people who want to kill the rest of us.
Right.
And it's really, this is not a new phrase. He's just saying it in new ways. That the military, all the wokeness we have and political correctness and experimentation with genders and, anybody can use any locker room or bathroom they want. You can, all that, if you're just out in society, we may find it odd and we might find it annoying. He said, but the military is not designed for these kinds of experiments or emotional responses because it then ceases to do what the military is designed to do, and that's to be able to win a war and to protect us from people who want to kill us. That's not really a place to play games with this kind of stuff like maternity clothing for pilots. So anyway, that's the point, and people were asking about that. All right, so we do have Adler says he has a minute of the clip about the women in the military from the president. So Adler, here we go.
Some of it's relatively straightforward work, where we're making good progress designing body armor that fits women properly, tailoring combat uniforms for women, creating maternity flight suits, and updating requirements for their hairstyles. And some of it is going to take.
Did you say hairstyles?
He did.
It's an intensity of purpose and mission to really change the culture and habits that cause women to leave the military.
Can I hear him try to say hairstyle?
You got Tucker responding.
Maternity flight suits. Pregnant women are going to fight our wars. It's a mockery of the U.S. military. While China's military becomes more masculine as it's assembled the world's largest navy, our military needs to become, as Joe Biden says, more feminine, whatever feminine means anymore, since men and women no longer exist.
and we've been discussing this in the break. Patrick Ewing, for some reason, keeps getting stopped by the Madison Square Garden security, and he is very, very upset about it.
He's not happy.
He's like, how can you not know who I am? I mean,
his jersey's hanging from the rafter. Here he is. He's talking about it. He's not happy.
Right, and then we'll set up why he's there and all that.
All right, you got this, or
Adler does.
here's Patrick Ewing on being stopped by security.
But I do want to say one thing, though. I thought this was my building, and I feel terrible that I'm getting stopped, accosted, asking for passes. Everybody in this building should know who the hell I am. And I'm getting stopped. I can't move around this building. Like I was like, what the hell? Is this Madison Square Garden? I'm going to have to call Mr. Dolan and say, geez, is my number in the rafters or what? But I do want to.
Now his Georgetown Hoyas just beat Villanova, who was the #1 seed, 72-71 in the Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. So that's why he's there. That's what he was referring to. So a big win for them, and he keeps getting stopped everywhere because now he coaches the Georgetown Hoyas.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. He was on the Dream Team. I mean, he's one of those people that's
played in New York for a lot.
Very recognizable. What was it, 11 years? He was 11-time All-Star there.
Yeah. Greg gives him a pass for this. Says
I do. I think he's right, 100% right. Why in the world are y'all stopping Patrick?
Well, again, it's not like Patrick Ewing. How many 7-footers walk through here?
Greg, are you calling player privilege?
Well,
absolutely. I think he's earned it.
That's because like one of you two walking through here and an intern going, "Hey, stop! Hold on, just a second."
That actually happened to me.
Well,
here's when Tom Brady's done playing and he goes back to Gillette Stadium.
35 minutes past the hour. By the way, a shocking email, Bubba, and it plays into what you just said. The reason why I say shocking, because it appears, unless this is a gender bender name, that this email came from a female listener. Rick, this is a positive. 2 weddings on one day, you only ruined one Saturday. I
love this. That's fantastic.
That's what a word.
That is fantastic. And I got to tell you, that may even you can double back if you want to.
You have to look at it as almost a date night. You know.
Well, like you said though, what you just said now, that takes 2 weddings and it only takes out one day.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You can line up multiple weddings on multiple Saturdays, and then you're 4 weeks from doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful. I mean, I like going to them. I enjoy them when I get there, but I just don't need too many. You got to prioritize. You know?
Rick, get there early, be seen, take a picture from the back, and text it to the parents, complimenting the ceremony, then vapor. Buys you a little time. That's not bad either.
Yeah, I like that.
All good stuff. But anyway, what a celebration! And and Helmsy was asking, and I know where he was going because he can feel it. He's looking at the good and the bad of he's getting closer by the day to.
Yeah.
And that is, he said, Rick, do you find yourself being asked to go to more weddings with your wife now that you're an empty nester? And the answer is a yes. In the past, your wife would look at the daunting, we got to get a babysitter, we got to do this, or your parents, can they help us? That opened the door for husbands to say to wives lovingly, hey, look, let me just stay here with the kids and you go and represent us. And of course, what that meant was Johnny Rockets and anything anybody wants.
Right.
And, but before they shut it down, us losing Johnny Rockets in our city hurt.
Yeah.
Johnny Rockets in trouble hurt.
You know the receptions are good. I mean, you have to go and dance,
No, it is fun. No, we have a good time. And Sherry.
I'm not a big dancer.
Look, Sherry and I are going to hit the floor. You can count on that. If they play Let It Whip, you ain't going to stop Sherry.
You don't get out there and do a little tush push?
Do you, Greg?
No.
I do. I go out there. I go.
I can see Rick and Bubba both. I can see Speedy.
Bubba's out there popping. I'm just letting the beat take me where I go. Yeah, I don't.
I don't line dance. I don't like organized dance.
You don't have to clap there.
All right. So besides slow dancing, y'all have gone out there and busted a rug.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I'll do all the time.
You think I'm gonna sit there and word up?
But you remember Bubba liked to do the Macarena. Remember that?
I did.
I like organized dances.
I got after it at my brother's wedding, but I think there may have been a little alcohol involved. I'll just be straight up with you on that.
Now that will get you to the floor.
It will. I will say this: if you ever see me dancing at a wedding, alcohol was likely involved.
No, I remember, when I was
being honest.
I was
That's
gonna let the beat
just being straight up.
No, I remember the first time that the new Rick stepped on the dance floor, and I'd never been out there sober. and
had to concentrate.
And I remember, I kind of thought, well, this is weird.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem as natural as it used to be. And I was like,
a lot better than this in my mind.
Why is everything so clear?
Right. Do y'all have a go-to move, or is it just kind of back and forth?
Oh, of course I do. I'm like, Bubba, I don't do these organized dances.
I like the
I'm
moonwalk.
freelancing. Okay. I freelance.
You just let it feel you and you just do whatever?
Yeah. And Sherry laughs about it. She goes, you don't have a lot of variety. I said, no, but what I have works. What I have works.
Rick will break into a version of the Running Man.
Yes, I will.
Our
I
other
love
favorite
it.
thing, because I've been on the other side of this, is to go and request bizarre songs from a DJ. Just to see the look on their face.
Can you play I Swear?
When the DJ,
Yes, do you have 12 gauge?
That's so good. if the DJ, if Sherry and I are at
NWA.
if Sherry and I are at a
Hey, that'll get 'em on the
reception,
dance floor.
if we're at a reception and the DJ plays "Let It Whip," we're out there, no question.
Okay.
We'll drop the bomb
Yep.
every time. Brick House is a yes.
Oh, yeah.
And also a Word Up is a double yes.
Okay.
And I want to dance to play that funky music. I can't get Sherry to go with me.
Really? All right.
That's me right there. That's me coming on the floor. I come out there wide open.
Betty has she has a cheerleader routine to Michael Jackson's "Beat It."
Oh yes.
And so if that hits,
Oh, you had, and she brings some of those moves out from it. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. Rock. I'm gonna rock. If that plays, we're out there.
Bubba, do you still do the hop and hip thrust?
I do whatever the beat tells me to do.
That's me too.
Oh, that was your standard though. You would
and
hop.
it varies. It varies depending on condition of the knees on any given day.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
Sherry and I debated on whether rock
not
with
a lot
you.
of hopping involved more nowadays.
Yeah. That we debated that Rock With You. I didn't think it was a good dance song, and Sherry totally disagreed. And I said, I don't go out there for Rock With You. Now you want to be starting something.
Word Up usually gets
you
crowd
want
out
to shake
there.
your body down to the ground. I'm out there. I can't go out there with Rock With You. And she goes,
it's just a little.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about party train lines?
Oh, not that. That's like that song.
Yeah,
But if they tell us to climb aboard, I'm out.
But you don't.
Do
like
you do the
no.
whistle?
No,
Rick,
that's
do you
back to
pull the
organized.
whistle?
That goes back to organized dancing. But I'll pull the whistle myself, but I'm not getting in the line. Yeah.
I'm all right, that train.
Mm-hmm. And yeah.
Sorry.
By the way, Sherry will get involved in the beat and bump into people. She will. I said, you better give Sherry some room.
What about Rob Bass? You like that?
Say that again.
It Takes Two.
I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah,
Rick Lisa told me when I briefly saw her this morning.
It was the one in the proposal that they kept singing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I'm not. I just don't. I
That's
just
a
do it
funny
from back in
movie,
the
by the way.
DJing days. Rob Bass and DJ.
I don't know that.
Lisa says she
takes
danced so much
everything
last
around.
night that she was sore.
Oh, good.
At the concert.
Well, she went to Earth, Wind, and
Really?
Fire,
Beat
baby.
must have got her.
Yeah.
It's pure cardio, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
She
yeah.
said she came.
She
I'm
told me
sore,
she was
I
going
can't
to
get
dance
out
through
of
the whole
car.
concert.
Yeah, she evidently. I got some footage, but she probably won't let me show it.
Oh, please.
Oh, really?
Please, Greg.
I had to get clearance on that.
Please.
Just show us the break.
Yeah.
So
We'll see if it's worthy to go
Tyler,
up the
Tyler made-
chain of command.
I don't get out there with that jump 2 times, clap, 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 any of that stuff.
Oh,
No.
the kids love it.
I don't get out there for any of that.
It's a
did
Cupid
that.
shuffle, Greg.
I
It's
don't
a Cupid
listen,
shuffle.
I don't do any of that.
Rick,
That's for rookies.
We babysitted.
It's a group dance.
We
Still a group.
babysitted Mary Hollis, our youngest granddaughter, over the weekend, and I heard that song because if she gets upset, she wants to watch something. That Danny Go.
I don't know about
a lot
Danny
of Danny Go.
I don't know about Danny Go.
And that dadgum fox thing.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What
What's
sound
Fox
Fox
loves
makes?
it.
Yeah.
She loves that.
I heard that so many
I
times.
hate that.
I love
Listen,
it.
she'll go over and grab the remote and hand it to you. And you're like, well, I guess she wants to hear the fox again.
Oh, really? That's her favorite?
Oh, she loves it.
What does the fox?
Oh, man.
She's all about some Danny Go.
See, I like, of all your grandkids, and if I look at their playlist, I got to go with Pace. Pace has a great playlist.
Yeah.
The
Greg, I've
songs
got-
he likes, I like.
I've got video of me dancing at a wedding if I can find it.
Oh, please.
While you're looking for that, let me ask you a question about weddings and where y'all would be on this. So, Tyler and Mabry were at a wedding recently, and they said that the pastor's mic was having issues and it went out. And he
Wedding's
said,
off.
Dad, you would have melted because I kept looking over my shoulder to the guy that's in charge of sound. And at one point, he just threw his hands in the air like, I don't know what to do. And he said the only people that could hear the pastor was those on the first 2 row. He said, I couldn't even hardly hear anything. At what point do you go, all right, hey, we're going to stop this and we're going to fix everything? Or do you just fight through it?
You got to fight through it.
Or do you stop?
It's how bad it is. I mean, now
If it's shutting you completely out, do you just start hollering?
If you've gone to all that work and he's prepared this message, and he realizes that people can't hear him, you got to stop and fix it.
Well, it's not a quick fix.
You got to stop. And
Everybody's all dressed up, looking at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You make an effort.
Hey, y'all stay right here. Let me fix this. I don't know what you do, but he said the DJ was sweating because he could not figure out what was wrong. He
Bubba,
couldn't figure it out.
I got the video you sent me of you dancing at that
Oh,
wedding.
thank you.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
There you go, buddy.
That has to be one of my favorite Saturday Night Live skits of all time.
It's top 5.
Yeah,
Chris Farley, y'all.
It's top.
That's hard to
It's
beat.
Chris Farley when he was trying not to be Chippendale.
Against Patrick
It
Swayze.
don't get much better than that.
Golly.
It really don't.
It doesn't. No.
Come on, that.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll dance at a reception.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I mean, do you... Okay.
I like to just hear
I mean,
the-
hands-free. We're not holding hands, nothing.
No.
I mean, you're just...
No.
What about
I'm wide open.
What about the Casper slide, Rick? Will you at least do
No,
the Casper
I don't
slide?
do any. Like Bubba said, I'm with him. I don't do those.
I don't do group organized
I don't do the
dances.
slide. I don't do the Cupid whatever. I don't line dance. I don't do party trains. I freelance.
What about the Humpty Dumpty?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
I may have done it. I may have done that not on purpose.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody's going to stop him.
Well, you have, I'm sure, a younger probably group working as security guards there. And you know what they're told? Nobody comes through here without passes. Nobody. I don't care. You know their boss. You've heard their supervisor.
Oh,
I don't
yes.
care if Donald Trump, Joe Biden comes through here. No pass, no entry. So that's what they're doing, and now Patrick Ewing's mad about it.
Now
I do understand his point, but I also understand the guard's point.
I say to the guards, I go have a picture of Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
If you're too young to know who this is, he's in here a lot. First of all, he's 7 foot tall, so you're not going to mistake him for anybody.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that difficult to say, guys, straight up, I do want us to, but here's what Patrick Ewing looks like, and that is his jersey. Please stop. Let's not stop Patrick Ewing anymore.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to get on your nerves because this is them winning the game, and the announcer, courtesy of 106.7 The Fan out of Washington, D.C., says the Hoyas win and count how many times he says it at the end of the game. I apologize for this, Rick. This is really going to bother you. I'm sorry.
Daniels across the timeline, puts up a deep 3, missed it. Hoyas win! 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 Hoyas
You made
win!
your point.
Hoyas win! Did you count?
That's not real. Somebody's
That
counting.
has
gotta be on a loop.
edited
He said
because it doesn't sound like he took a breath.
He said it 22 times.
That's not real.
It's got
22 times.
Now that
I think that's been
that's
edited.
got to be on a loop. It's got to be.
That can't be true.
The Hoyas upset Villanova 72-71. Here's the
big win.
exciting moment. The Washington, D.C. Sports Radio, 106.7 The Fan, host or play-by-play guy had them winning. He says it's 22 times. It doesn't say it's fake.
But if you listen to the music in the back, it sounds like
I got to hear it again.
I agree with you on the fact it
Listen to the
sounds
music
a
in the
little
back.
doctored. But
Hoyas win! 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 Hoyas win!
I just think he'd have to have a breath there somewhere.
And why would a human
Or
want to say
if
it
you
that
were
many
doing
times?
it that you would the meter was exactly the same. I mean,
Yeah.
you think he would slow down or gasp for breath or and look, I understand they're excited. It was a big win for them, but maybe 3.
I just don't think that's real. I don't think that. I don't think that's possible.
I'm saying not real.
here comes
I
Brad.
think it's real, guys. I think it's real. He's breathing in between each one.
Hoyas win, 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 Hoyas win. You start slurring words, your meter changes.
You know, the
and
only
his
person
didn't.
I've heard close to that is 16-1. 16-1. You remember Chris Wood?
That is gold.
And see, this is what fake news and reporting has done to us. We don't believe anything now.
No, we don't.
Even things
because
that are real.
People lie all the time.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christopher, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Christopher, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I'm a vet. I just want to say, I deployed with a lot of really great, amazing women in the military. And 30 years ago, when they set those standards for women's uniforms, they were designed by men, not by women. And I think if women want to serve this country and pick up a line, hold a gun, and defend our country, they should be able to do it comfortably. And the fact that you're using your airways to kind of trash them instead of thanking them for their service.
Whoa, come on, man.
Nobody's trashing the female.
What did we just say?
We just said a minute ago, a guy called and said we started getting the uniform to fit the female body and stuff 30 years ago. Biden is grandstanding, and Greg said, and we all said, yeah, that would make sense. You would have a uniform that would fit their body versus a male. I don't think that's a new idea. Ain't nobody trashing
anybody. The confusion
anybody.
came from Tucker Carlson talking about pregnant pilots. But like they said, they're not going to let a pregnant woman fly anyway.
Right.
He was just making trying to be sharp.
Yeah, a lot of the statements being
They
made
said that.
by everybody
Biden.
seems to be not actually true to the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
starting with the president.
I wish you would have stayed on and not hung up. Not very military-like.
Rick and Bubba.
There you are. Hey. As we work our way back to wrap up another hour, I do want to point you to Relief Factor. Relief Factor moving into summer now. Can't wait to get out. You're going to be moving around a little more. Bubba even talked about he did a little tennis cardio over the weekend. There'll be biking, golfing, tennis, long walks, swimming. But with that can also come aches and pains. Aches and pains. I mean, we just heard from Lisa Burgess. She's a little sore today just from dancing. Yeah. Maybe a beat takes a hold of you. Well, there's a lot of things out there and they're designed, for you to use on the short term, maybe. But what about Relief Factor? Something that is a game changer that with inflammation and your body's natural inflammatory response, but it's all natural. We actually had one of our listeners that listens to us on the TuneIn app. This is Paul. He said, I do want to say thanks for introducing me to Relief Factor. I love playing softball. Well, good for you, brother. Knee pain made it really hard to run the bases, and I took your advice. I've been on Relief Factor, and I'm writing to say it's a game changer. I'm playing like a young man again. Well, I'm glad. And see, it's all natural. So he can take that every day, just like I do. And over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor. So why don't you be the next one? Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com, or call 1-800-4RELIEF, and you're going to save on your first order. That's right, because you listen to this program. So mention that as well. There's also a direct link, and if that makes it easier for you, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Just another life-changing product here from the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so, Bubba, we have a plane, and now Adler says he does have their Mayday.
Now, is this the student?
It's emergency landing at Bankston Airport in Sydney, Australia, yesterday. And it looks, is this work out? Adler, you said it was kind of a scary video.
Yeah, it works out for him, but he has totally lost power. He's in a small propeller plane, a Cessna 210. No. He's totally lost power. And he's trying to make...
Does he have any power?
He's totally zero power.
Is there a smidge of power?
And he's trying to make his way back to the... Oh, I've got a music playing here still. There we go. And
does he land on the taxiway?
He,
Is this the one I saw?
I think he's on the taxiway now that you mention it. So here it is, and you can hear his Mayday call because he's Australian.
Okay, mate.
It's coming right here.
Mayday, Mac Yankee Whiskey, engine problem.
All right, so now he's trying to go, y'all.
Oh.
And he's flying over houses.
Oh, Bubba.
Look how close his shadow
really
is.
Close.
Look how close his shadow is to the ground.
Is he considering the
Watch his
highway?
tree.
Is he considering the highway?
Watch this right here.
Power line. Oh, my goodness.
He's
Oh.
inches, and then boom, onto the taxiway right there, y'all.
Mayday.
Mayday is right.
Now I'm sliding.
That's not a runway.
What the?
I'm on the taxi.
Boom. And he made it.
No London game, mate.
Bubba. Why is a dog there?
That's a great question.
Get him out of there.
Support animal.
Blows up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good.
I think I've soiled my pants.
That's Australian.
Is that your Australian accent? Is that it right there?
Been, I tell you.
That's good. Guys, he was so close. Those you couldn't see it, he was so close, gliding.
I mean, it looked like he missed the big building there at the airport. I guess it's a hangar where they store planes by inches. Trying to get over it.
Mikey, Yankee, Whiskey.
Man with 1,000 voices, go.
Mayday.
Some reason Forrest Gump is landing.
Yeah. Y'all, that tree one right there. Yeah. He's scaring birds on the ground.
Right there. Watch when he tips his wing right there.
Oh, my goodness, Bubba.
Skills.
Now he hits that, and
he's got skills, mate.
He's rolling then.
Now the workers, I'm sorry.
That's not. I don't even know what that is.
He got off in
Why's the dogs barking?
It's a baka.
He's got a baka.
For some reason, we're in Boston now.
Right. Okay. Leave your dog at the hangar. No reason to run out to the plane with it.
The dog was trying to help.
A little bit of a bit when you've been scared that bad. Look up my dog's on you.
Sure.
Yeah. Video 1A.
Lucky mate.
Video 1A. Bubba, have you heard?
I lost all power.
Is his name Eddie Glaude Jr. on MSNBC? Eddie Glaude.
Yeah, Glaude's boy.
See,
Hey, Glaude me.
this is the kind of garbage that we just have to, as Americans, now say, I'm not listening to this kind of garbage anymore. So, no way Trump is appealing to people because they're tired of big government. They're tired of inflation. They're tired of being taxed into oblivion. They're tired of open borders. None of that's the issue. The reason why Trump is appealing to people, listen to what Eddie Glaude Jr. says the appeal is. Here we go.
Right. So first of all, what Trump is appealing to is what, Frederick Douglass talked about in July 5th of 1852. He said there's a horrible reptile in the bosom of the nation. And that reptile for him was slavery. It was a certain set of assumptions, not just simply about black people, but about the superiority of white people to own black people.
So the appeal to Trump is white superiority complex because we want to own black people.
And
Trump
you're
plays
quoting somebody from 18-something.
when slavery actually existed. How in the world? See, it can't be that people want somebody to go in, you've heard the term, drain the swamp. They're sick and tired of how we're being treated by our government, and this guy represents, whether it's accurate or not, he represents somebody who has already shown that if they go in, that they can take the government and make it work for the people better than it does now, okay, and stand between us and a tyrannical central government. And that's not the appeal, according to Eddie Glaude. He thinks the appeal is because white people want to own black people. Now, I don't know how he explains all the black people that are voting for Trump.
What about the reptile in the bosom?
In 18, whatever. But let me ask you this. Trump's on record for paying adult film stars. I get that.
Sure.
But is there anyone ever accused him of racist?
Not that I've ever seen, no.
Right?
No. I have not seen that. So,
but it's a narrative. It's a narrative you continue to hear. Rick, this just in, people are saying that there's reports behind the scenes of what happened with Angel Hernandez's retirement. They said that he was at a actual umpire meeting and that they were beginning to question his ability to see and comprehend the game correctly. He got very mad, stormed out of the room, slammed the door behind him. 10 minutes later, he realized he was in a closet and came out and made his announcement.
Oh, boy, that is everywhere.
Look, never not funny. Never.
Never.
I'll take all the Angel Hernandez stuff we can stand.
And memes, any of that. Love it.
It is
that one you sent was pretty funny, where he's trying to sign his retirement paper and he missed the line. It was
somebody sent that to me
I
yesterday.
think the selfie was the best one I've seen yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
As far as just laughing hard.
That's
good stuff.
The selfie is solid gold, and so anyway, we
Trump actually commented on his ability not to be racist because you can ask his one black friend Ben Carson.
There you go again. This is that's that same tone that brought us the bus thing too soon, huh?
Sorry, I butchered it too, so that made it worse.
Yeah. You did. You butchered it. Mayday. You needed a Mayday call, Mike. Whiskey, trot.
No, I think it is. It's pretty straightforward.
Speedy.
That, and you heard Jean Pierre.
There we are.
Greg TV4.
Right there.
Greg
TV4.
TV4.
That's freelance at its best.
My hair's funny enough.
Okay. What does this even mean?
Is that a female with a mullet?
I think
it is, by the way.
Yes, a mullet.
But
the mullet is dancing on its own.
But what is it? Why though? Is the bigger question?
Sorry, we've left the audience.
We have.
I'm sorry, we're watching
TV.
We had to. That's the best one since that PVC pipe with Ronald McDonald.
No, Greg.
I'll never forget that.
Nothing will beat that one. That guy dresses Ronald McDonald with that PVC pipe.
With no sound.
that
Second only to ringing the bell.
Yes.
I remember thinking to myself, I mean, the fries are pretty good. I mean, we agree they're the best fast food fries.
I shouldn't be embarrassed for them. I'm in here. I'm not there. You know what I'm saying? I'm like I'm here.
Right.
Your reaction
You
was...
shouldn't be concerned about that at all.
No, why am I embarrassed for them? Like I'm their daddy. You know?
Do they look over and go, who booked this? Who did this? I'm the host.
The best part is we can't hear any of the audio, so a lot of it, we don't even know what the
It's even
reference
better
is.
with no audio.
Yeah. Thanks for being with us as we wrap up another hour. Any of the Rick and Bubba show you may have missed today, you can always grab it on the daily archives. We'll have that on the YouTube channel and podcast channel today. Wednesday Bible study back today, too, at noon Central on the YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.